rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win, on the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win, on the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan.
Defending champion versus ex-champion di match yang pertama. Assalamualaikum dan selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita dan diraikan bersama Nescafe. Anda bersama saya, Sleepy Godzillas dan juga Lafel dan Sid. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Cantik awak punya combination Baju putih, beza warna.
Yang penting tie
warna
dia
apa,
berbatik-batik.
Sama. Kita sama.
Tapi saya berbeza.
Kenapa awak pakai warna hitam? Awak tak ikut schedule
Tak ikut rehearsal ke?
Tak, saya nak sama dengan Sofa.
Oh, nak sama.
Okey, jadi hari ini orang cakap awal-awal match je dah defending champion lawan ex-champion. Jadi kalau sebelum kita masuk ke match hari ini, jom kita recap dulu untuk semalam.
Oh, game semalam. Lagi game RSG lawan dengan SUHAZ. It was such a close game. 32 minit. And semalam, I would say Izanami tunjuk antara performance dia yang terbaik. So, pasca RSG satu kumpulan memang awesome. Tapi dalam first game ni, I memang nak tengok balik Izanami macam mana dia boleh lawan dengan SMG.
Kalau kita bercakap tentang Izanami, kita jangan lupa Stormy. Antara pemain yang cukup baik. Jadi pertemuan di antara dua mid laner di antara kedua pasukan. Lagi-lagi semalam Izanami main 3 game. Dan game yang terakhir berkesudahan dengan 32 minit.
Ya.
Adakah mereka cukup rehat untuk berhadapan dengan defending champion?
Tapi semalam memang was awesome. Di mana RSG versus dengan SUHAZ Esports tu orang cakap sangat-sangat intense.
Kesian siapa yang cast 32 minit tu.
Siapalah mereka tu?
Siapalah mereka antara Kuri dan Angka.
Okay, move on. Macam mana pula dengan MLBB dan juga Red Esports? Red Esports semalam punya performance pun lain macam.
Dekat sini, ini memang menunjukkan di mana Red Esports, diorang punya will untuk jadi champions. Walaupun awal-awal tu nampak macam mereka nak kalah. Tapi hanya dengan satu flank, berjaya untuk bunuh ZQT, berjaya untuk bunuh X-Slash. Kita boleh nampak di mana pasukan Red Esports, diorang punya mental pun dah kuat. Walaupun tengah down, diorang still tak give up.
Jadi sekarang ni jom kita saksikan jadual pada hari ini di mana match yang pertama SMG akan berlawan dengan RSG, match yang kedua SUHAZ Esports berlawan dengan GEEK, manakala match yang ketiga Orange Esports berlawan dengan TODAK.
Ya, walaupun kita dapat saksikan match highlight atau fokus match kita adalah di antara pasukan SMG bertemu dengan pasukan RSG. Tapi kalau kita lihat jadual yang kedua iaitu pasukan SUHAZ Esports bertemu dengan pasukan GEEK. GEEK sekarang ni berada dalam situasi yang sangat-sangat genting. Kemenangan hari ini akan menentukan nasib mereka untuk akan datang.
Ya, bukan oponen yang mudah dekat sini, SUHAZ Esports, di mana walaupun mereka kalah semalam, tapi itu bukan kekalahan yang mudah. Mereka punya performance yang sangat kuat, jadi saya rasa GEEK pun orang berpeluh tu.
Ya, tapi dalam masa yang sama mesti orang pun ternanti-nantikan Orange Esports versus dengan TODAK sebab dapat ke Orange Esports menang perlawanan dengan TODAK. Sebab Todak dah 6 kali win streak.
Kita kena cerita di mana Valence masuk balik dan dia menggunakan momen semalam sangat-sangat bahaya. And pasca Todak sebab kita ada kita punya info, dia punya line up tukar sikit dia. Jadi tukar sikit tu impact ke tak lawan dengan Orange nanti?
Dan kalau kita bercakap tentang Todak, mereka dah launch mereka punya jersey. Jadi hari ni kita nak tengok jersey apa yang mereka pakai. Sebab mereka ada jersey kill streak, mereka ada jersey comeback, mereka ada jersey troll. Jadi kita tak tahu apa yang mereka pakai
Ya,
ni.
sebab selalu kalau kita tengok permainan mereka bergantung kepada warna jersey yang mereka akan pakai. Tapi berbalik kepada permainan match yang pertama ini, SMG versus dengan RSG.
Tak. Kita faham dia.
Tak, lain kali sambunglah cepat sikit.
Asha dia punya early game kurang sikit. Tapi ya, kalau kita tengok performance untuk kedua-dua pasukan, ada a few things yang I nak kena tengok. Di mana kita kena highlight di mana Stormy sekarang ada average KDA yang paling tinggi, 8 point ke atas. 8.7. Dan juga Smooth pun perform dengan sangat bagus. Tapi apa kata kita tengok untuk kita punya focus player?
Yap, kalau kita dapat saksikan dekat skrin anda, fokus player untuk pasukan SMG seperti yang dikatakan oleh Lafel, Stormy. Lagi satu rookie yang boleh kita kategorikan sebagai antara rookie terbaik setakat ini. Lihat, tadi Lafel ada sebut tentang dia punya average KDA 8.7. Kalau kita lihat balik stat, antara yang paling tinggi setakat ini dengan hero pool dia 7, tak banyak pun. Tapi 7 tu sebenarnya dah bagi impact yang besar untuk pasukan SMG.
Ya, dan kita kena tengok game split dia 19 game. So bukannya sebab average KDA dia, dia tak main sangat pun. Semua game dia main. And semua game dia berjaya dapatkan assist tinggi, kill tinggi, tapi kekalkan dia punya death rendah. Kita boleh cakap daripada pasukan SMG as a whole, ke semua-semua player, mereka punya average KDA sangat-sangat bagus. Pasukan SMG boleh dikatakan game mereka sampai boring sebab mereka sangat-sangat disiplin. Mereka tak buat mistake. Mereka pastikan mereka tak mati. Mereka follow the book. Apa yang coach mereka dah ajar, mereka ikut. Don't stray too far away daripada you punya own path.
Yang tu yang kita saksikan sepanjang musim yang ke-9 ini untuk performance SMG, di mana macam yang Lafel cakap, mereka menekankan disiplin dalam gameplay mereka. Jadi untuk permainan, apa lagi yang boleh diolahkan untuk permainan SMG?
Dia disiplin satu, lagi satu cara mereka komunikasi untuk pastikan Stormy, seperti yang Lafel kata, dia susah nak mati. Ini menunjukkan bagaimana Zaim Sempor main dengan cukup baik. Dan selepas ni mereka akan berhadapan dengan pasukan RSG yang juga mempunyai tank yang ataupun robot yang cukup baik, iaitu Zakus. Kita tahu kombinasi di antara Zakus dan juga Izanami, sampai mereka digelar Izakusmi, antara satu mid laner yang terbaik dekat sekarang ni.
Saya nak berbual pasal antara I punya favourite player, the Prince of Mages, Izanami dekat sini. Average KDA 4.8, average damage per minute 3025. But again, dekat mana-mana game RSG MY bermain, mereka punya playmaking potential, Izanami dan juga Zakus, mereka punya duo chemistry sangat-sangat kuat. Zaim Sempoi dan juga Stormy punya chemistry sangat-sangat kuat, di mana kita boleh tengok untuk pasukan SMG, mereka very calculated. Mereka akan masuk depending bila Zaim Sempoi boleh execute. Izanami dengan Zakus, diorang lebih explosive. Nampak ada peluang, dua-dua boleh masuk dengan sangat-sangat laju. Dan Izanami berkali-kali kita nampak dia play around dengan dia punya team sangat-sangat bagus. Ada masanya Zakus tak ada kat situ, tapi dia still boleh perform.
Ini membuatkan saya lebih berdebar-debar sebab kalau kita tengok macam Lafel cakap, permainan RSG kalau nampak peluang mereka terus pergi. Manakala SMG pula kita tahu dia punya defender dan koordinasi mereka sangat tersusun. Jadi mungkinkah match yang pertama ini memberikan kejutan kepada viewer kita dan makin siapakah yang akan menjadi pemenang untuk match yang pertama?
Sebab sebenarnya saya tak terkejut kalau game ni pun berlanjutan sampai minit ke-30 sebab lagi sekali kita nak ulang, SMG pemain ataupun corak permainan mereka lebih pada disiplin. Mungkin mereka akan tunggu pasukan RSG melakukan mistake, which is benda tu agak sukar untuk kita saksikan. Melihat daripada chemistry di antara Izanami dan juga Zakus dan Kuza, player baru daripada RSG, nampak jauh betul dengan pasukan mereka.
Sebelum kita masuk pada apa-apa topik, saya pun nak sentuh kepada mereka punya coach. Dua-dua ada coach yang bagus daripada Singapore, and I nak tengok macam mana mereka adapt kepada draft sekarang ni, di mana patch baru nampak seperti Assassin dah kurang sikit and Tank jadi lebih popular.
Bukan saja Tank, malah kita mungkin kita saksikan lebih banyak fighter akan digunakan untuk main jungler. Kemungkinan Tank akan main di bahagian EXP. Jadi mungkin perkara tersebut akan kita melihat sesuatu dekat sini.
Tapi kalau mengikutkan patch baru, hero manakah yang mungkin akan lebih banyak di-ban? Macam semalam kita tahu Marsha dah di-ban, tapi tiba-tiba Franco pula muncul dan orang cakap perform gila-gila.
Franco sekarang ni ada win rate yang paling tinggi dekat MPL Malaysia. Jadi tak terkejut kalau kena ban. High loss perform dengan bagus. Hilda kita nampak di Ace guna semalam sangat-sangat keras. So ya, apa-apa hero kalau dia ada tank, saya rasa akan nampak nanti.
Penantian yang mungkin takkan lama, sebentar saja lagi. Tapi yang penting sekarang ni saya dah kenyang. Itu
Awak dah kenyang?
saya dah kenyang.
Saya lapar. Kita lapar. Jadi kita nak buat apa ni?
Sebab sekarang ni kita boleh je order McDelivery menggunakan voucher MPL Rewards dan spend minimum RM50 dan mendapatkan 6 ketol nugget secara percuma dan juga skin MLBB secara eksklusif.
Okay, macam mana ni Sif? You 30, I 20.
50-50.
Terus beri 100.
Tapi saya nak McFlurry Oreo. Tolong
Tak kisah, as long as
boleh,
kita spend 50-50. So
Jangan curi fries, jangan curi I punya McFlurry juga.
Yes, sebab kita akan dapat 12 nugget.
Ya.
Itu matematik dia lah.
Itu matematik.
Ya, mereka tengah lapar. Tapi kepada anda yang berada di rumah sana, di luar sana, kalau anda lapar tapi tak nak keluar rumah, order saja McDelivery, pasti akan hantar di depan rumah anda. Yang penting, ya, terlampau banyak makanan dekat McDonald. Sekarang ni kita nak lihat siap coin toss untuk permainan yang pertama antara RSG dan juga SMG.
Yes, mari kita menjemput kita punya head marshal pada hari ini iaitu Toh Yini yang akan mengetuai acara coin toss di antara pasukan SMG dan juga pasukan RSG. Untuk pasukan SMG di belah kiri kita ada Sasa Fenre daripada pasukan RSG akan berada di bahagian kanan. Jadi pasukan manakah yang akan mendapatkan peluang untuk dapatkan first pick, dan nampaknya seperti Tails kalau tak salah saya, tapi tak apa, dia akan buat lagi sekali. Dan melihat pusingan daripada coin ini, terus saja pergi Tails dan pasukan RSG memilih first pick untuk berhadapan dengan pasukan SMG.
57% first pick win rate. Overall kita tengok untuk tim-tim MPL, mereka punya first pick win rate sangat-sangat tinggi. Tapi kalau kita tengok pasukan SMG, mereka first pick ataupun second pick, dua-dua belah pun mereka ada lebih daripada 70% win rate. So either way, pasukan SMG still dapat kelebihan walaupun mereka tak memilih first pick.
Awak buat saya rasa lagi tak keruan. Sebab saya nak saksikan untuk game pertama, match yang pertama ini. Sebab kalau kita tahu pun dua-dua pun pernah menjadi champion di season 8 dan 7. Jadi mungkin permainan mereka akan mengejutkan kita untuk yang game pertama dan memberikan lebih excited. Excitement. Jangan terkeluar sangat.
Aku lagi ni dah.
Bahaya, hati-hati.
Kenapa hati-hati?
Takut terkena kat hati saya.
Allah,
Oh my god.
Alah, kenapa Aisyah kat tengah? Alah. Saya nak fikir sih.
Pelik sangat, jangan layan orang. Kita nak saksikan game yang pertama ni. Let's go to Castle untuk saksikan permainan antara RSG dan SMG.
Thank you guys so much at the panel there, Sleepy, for that amazing segment as well. We got a little bit tips here from the insights of the defending champions as well as the former champions. You guys are currently watching MPL MY Season 9, and this is the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Gideon Q, as we will be your commentators for today. And of course, shout out to our amazing sponsors, because without our sponsors, we will not have all this amazing setup right now up on screen. Our official gaming chair, Secret Lab, partner in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and our co-organizers, ESI, for making things happen. Gideon, you saw the segment, you saw the game so far for these past 2 days.
Yes,
Seems
I
like there has been a little change on towards the Masha patch, and it has kind of been a little bit popular now.
Well, just like the new patch, the meta right now is messy, just like the coffee I recently spilt about 2 minutes ago. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess right now, and people are trying to figure out how to actually curb and find the extra ways to kind of pace it up. And as expected, Blue side is looking really, really good, but you guys could be earning rewards here today by McDelivery. It is going to be our share milestones. You know, if you've done it before, good on you. But for those who don't know, 500, 800, 1,000, remember those numbers, because each time we get that share and get our next milestone, you guys get free in-game rewards. Codes will be listed as soon as we hit those share milestones. And most importantly, once we hit 1,000, 10 lucky draw winners are going to be selected right at the end of the show. So stick around for that.
Yes, of course, here. Of course, do share here. Of course, if you are interested to actually join us at the venue yourselves, you can actually check it out on the Facebook page as well, because tickets are still on sales. And guess what? Today's audience seems to be really, really good as well.
Absolutely, and especially for SMG and as well as RSG fans, we got a full packed crowd here ready to anticipate how this game is going to go. But as we mentioned before, Blue side having that really good start. It's normal, especially since most people aren't entirely sure. It kind of messes up with the predictions.
Exactly. Speaking of predictions here, if you guys want to win yourself some Chogo ballistic skin, join our MPL Predictor campaign by using the hashtag MPL Predictor and share with us your predictions. Comment in the chats below and on who will be winning this match along with your game ID as well as your server ID. Don't forget to hashtag MPL Predictor because 3 winners will be announced at our post-match show later, basically at the end of today.
Yep, make sure you are nailing it down. And most importantly, if you're dyslexic like me, double check your game ID as well as server ID. You don't want to accidentally be giving some rando across the game a free Chogo ballistic skin, especially if you're a one-trick.
Exactly, so be sure to type down which team you are going to be supporting and potentially winning the matches here. So as of now, is it going to be RSG or is it going to be SMG for this first match?
I think this is a really tough one because personally for me, like Team SMG on paper are looking like the best team. They got the highest KDA, they're looking great in Group A as well. In terms of points, they basically have made it into the upper brackets. RSG on the other hand, sometimes when you see them hot, they're hot, but when they're cold, it's like you're not entirely sure.
Exactly, I definitely feel you as well. But on top of it all, RSG seems like it is a very important match for them as well. Like you said as well, upper brackets is where they want to be at. RSG, however, is fighting for this spot to actually push up to a comfortable spot instead.
That's the thing, because right after this week, we still only have 2 weeks left, and that's not a lot of games to actually play around and start fighting for it. And right now, I think in terms of Group B, RSG is extremely close to Team Karakal, and they don't want to get into a position where they have to play a tiebreaker to get to the upper brackets.
Oh
right?
yeah, speaking of tiebreaker means I don't know about you guys. For me, I kind of want to see more games, you know, a little bit more insights into the meta if it actually heads towards that way, if to a tiebreaker.
No, I don't want to see a tiebreaker, to be honest, because it's so stressful for the players. But with that being said, looks like the games are about to begin. It's time to bring out our 2 teams for our first best of 3 today. Let's bring out both of the teams.
Team SMG.
Featuring the same roster once more, SMG is very close to securing the upper brackets for the playoffs.
Yup, Ken Sasa lead the team to the same clean victory with their objective gaming playstyle, known and to be very disciplined throughout the entire season itself. And they've shown you that they are a fighting machine, and I'm looking forward to see are they going to be doing it so again, knowing as one of the strongest contenders coming in towards MPL MY Season 9.
Look, as James is their coach, they're going to be on the straight and narrow. They're going to play by the book. No dirty business here.
RSG MY.
RSG MY, they are looking great as well. Is this their strongest team comp so far?
Yep, and will also Izam Nami as well as Zakus continue to perform and obtain their prescience points to actually push RSG towards the top 2 in their respective groups here. And of course, they are looking to secure the points here for the upper brackets. And we've seen Iris showing a little bit of signs of consistency as well. So I'm looking forward to see how RSG is going to be pulling off their gameplay today. Are we going to see a brand new strategy coming from them? Or is it going to be the same old RSG MY?
Well, hopefully their inexperience don't kick them back, because this is going to be the toughest challenge in the previous reigning champions of Season 8. And I'm excited to see, because whenever you see SMG and their hands written with a bunch of words, you know that they are going to play on the straight and narrow. Let's look at this, the current statistics for these players. Sasa looking absolutely great as always, but I want to focus on some of the other players here. Smooth in particular has been quite the outstanding player for Team SMG.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Smooth is just an absolute monster, considering that oftentimes XP laners get completely neglected because they tentatively do things off the map and less likely join the map. But Smooth, he does it in a way where his decisions kind of has a ripple effect macroly by the things that he's doing, by forcing people into his fights, forcing him to not to pressure him and for him to not actually get taken out, and actually coming up on top, which is very impressive if you base off his KDA. For him to get kills, not die, and take this much damage as a tank XP laner just shows you that he's so mechanically gifted this season.
Look, Smooth is an all-rounded player. He does everything you want in EXP, and he controls the lane, he wins his 1v1s, and it makes Harpus' job so much easier. Harpus, by the way, currently the third highest GPM average in terms of the jungle in comparison to Kuza from RSG with an average of 763. Very, very slight differences, and I think this might be able for Kuza in particular actually break that even if he can continuously solo kill Harpist.
Agreed. But as of now here, from RSG, they're going to have Kuza, Izanami, Zakas, Akim, as well as Iris to start up for today's match. And Iris seems to be a much more consistent XP laner compared to Mortalala in terms of overall strength. However, Iris has just only recently gotten back into his MPL MY about less than 2 weeks. So for him to get back to his mojo, it's going to take a little bit of time, but is it going to be enough time for him to actually adapt?
I think, you know, Iris was a great player during his time in Orange Esports, quite the standout as well. It did take a little bit of time to warm up in towards the competitive environment, but right now the biggest problem about Iris compared to Mortalala is the fact that he always overextends, right? Mortalala has a little bit more control to him, but both of them are inexperienced in two completely separate areas.
Yes, I definitely agree. It's more like a mix and match and what suits the team to a certain degree. Hopefully they are able to fix it. However, let's take a look at what the talents actually think about this match up. It seems like most of us are going to be favoring towards SMG over RG, and it's no surprise.
Yeah. Also show some love for the newcaster coming in here. Sunfrost on the BM side. It's going to be a little awkward because right off the bat, he's going up against Adine in terms of the predictions. SMG for Sunfrost. Adine is going for RSG. But Lafell also believes in RSG too. I don't know. I don't know for you, I see Baby 1-2, but I think the track record for RSG, the inconsistency, it's starting to pay a toll.
I think I definitely am in the same track as you as well. But let's take a look at what the audience think about it. As are they going to be same boat over us? It seems like, oh, okay. You know, I was expecting a little bit more, kind of 50-50. So that's the thing, right? It makes a lot of sense considering that Lafell as well as Sunfrost kind of voted on that as well. So, okay, I see this where you're going.
Yeah, no, honestly, we have to take a deep breath here for a moment because for all we know, RSG might be playing at their best, you know? This could be their peaking moment. This is the moment where they could actually say, you know what, we prepared all week for Team SMG. Maybe not some of the other RSG teams like SUHAZ, and that's why it's stretched out so long, but we are expecting an awesome gaming experience.
Exactly. Do check out the for an awesome gaming experience, do check out the Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G. And on top of it all, do check out the Facebook page here as well as the Instagram account for MPL Malaysia. Like the weekly prediction post and comment in the comment section which team is going to be winning this particular week. And tell us as well about the Samsung A52s 5G to actually improve your MLBB gameplay, and tell us your experience with it to stand a chance to potentially win one for yourself.
Yep. Now it is time for the draft. Boy, this is going to be a good one. Team SMG and RSG to start off the day. RSG fast on the draft. Same goes for Team SMG. RSG on the blue side, SMG on the red side. We see Esmeralda, Fanny, Valentina, and as well as Masha banned out, followed up by RSG getting rid of Lilia. Priority passes over to Team SMG. What are they going to be looking for?
You know, it's really interesting to see Masha completely being ignored for so many seasons for a while now, and at one patch comes in and it kind of hits the storm. And even for you as well, a couple of games coming in, Masha just, you know, just very, very annoying just from the get-go. Level 1 3 loss of health.
I would say devastating, honestly, considering what we've seen so far in the past 2 days. I think Masha at this point is pretty much a no-go unless you have a solid solution to it, which so far the only solutions we've seen, mid lane control or having Angela, possibly Valir as well. Valir hasn't been shown, but Angela proven as fact to be able to kind of hold back Masha by keeping your jungler topped off.
You know, I have a very, very weird question. Since where, like, in my experience of seeing RSG and SMG, RSG, they tend to, even though they have a very, very big hero pool in terms of experimenting in their drafts, but Zakas in particular has been kind of limited into his hero pool. So I'm a little bit surprised that Angela is a way to deal with it, but okay, never mind. I take that back. Seems like they are going to be starting things off with the Grok.
Look, I mean, we do say that, like, yes, that used to be the storyline of Zach. He doesn't have that hero pool, right? But now, with the changes to roamers in general, and what we saw last week, not everybody's able to whip out Johnson. Not everybody can get their hands on Masha. And I think this is where Zakus might be able to show us more than what we expect of him. Team SMG, they lock in the Franco as well as the Baxia. We're definitely going to assume that Baxia most likely can be flexed into the EXP lane or the jungle role. Not going to be a roamer as Franco's already in, unless, you know, Team SMG is like, time to subvert expectation.
I think Team Karakal kind of demonstrated as well. Baxia jungle is very, very strong as well. And on top of it all as well, I think we had this session where just prior a few days ago before the patch, we kind of experimented in custom games. Baxia is just farming really, really quickly in the jungle lane, and he like with jungle emblem, with tank emblem, it's still viable for Baxia because your second skill just allows you to spam infinitely as long as you're hitting a creep.
Yeah, and I think that's the problem right now. That now with Demon Slayer, so I was about to say Mage Slayer again, the previous emblem, it just makes it so much quicker for these roamers to actually keep up with assassins, and arguably even faster depending on what selection of roamers you decide to go for. Glue as well as Selena going to be the pickups for the side of RSG. I think generally this is okay for now.
I like how they actually buffed up the Blade Mail as well as the Curse Helmet, which allows you to clear minions really quickly as well. It kind of shifts that you can see the priority between all the teams. Tanks become a very, very big priority. However, when it comes to a different meta, a different approach, when we talk about tank slayers, you brought up a very good point, Mage Slayer, right? Tank slayers, carry is so underrated to a point that it doesn't really fight really well against like normal-ish characters, but against tanks, once you hit like the 4th item progression, they just completely shred things.
Well, yes and no, because I still think it's really going to come down to roamers as well as your mid laners to kind of set the pace of the game, right? I feel like at this stage, carry, even though it's underrated and underutilized, it is there for a reason. Kagura one-shots her, no problem. The short range of carry really hurts her in this particular meta, despite having one of the only solutions to these tanks. Now, we move into the second phase, right? Carry instantly gets banned out, and we're seeing a lot more carries in the bans as well as the picks.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Karina is in a situation where they actually kind of rework the retribution as well, which allows them to forcefully actually go for a magic or even tanks that deal a lot of damage. So it makes a lot of sense. So I'm a little bit surprised that SMG decides to go for it, because RSG does have 2 frontal tanks, but that's the thing, right? Karina, you can flex it in both ways, and on top of it all, I agree with your statement about the carry, and is in a position where some players, some teams as well have started to flex it out and say, hey, we need to build hybrid tank items on the carry in order to survive, because he may or may not be potentially one-shot. You only want that
you want the light damage.
For the true damage actually go through the tanks.
That's what makes her really good, right? And I think the only team who has pulled it off so far is going to be SUHAZ, and even then you can see that Zed does struggle when he gets outranged by naturally outranged by mages, right? Now, looking at Team SMG, they've banned out the Ling as well. They're focusing hard on the junglers. RSG banned out the Wanwan and now are focusing on Akim's lane specifically for the gold. So far, based on what we've seen after yesterday, Akim is capable of playing marksman. However, he has gotten his hands on Yuzong as well as Paquito previously. The double fighter style side lanes, what do you think about that personally?
I think it kind of fits the role currently. I wouldn't say it's more like a double fighter-ish. I feel like it's more to tank-ish now compared to how they buffed up so many tank items in particular. But what I'm really surprised with this ban coming from RSG was that they opted to ban the Uranus, expecting the SMG may go for triple tank setups. And I feel like Beatrix is still a very, very viable option, and also maybe even Clint when it face off against SMG. So I'm a little bit surprised they actually banned out Uranus, considering that maybe if SMG decides to pull something there, Akim may or may not bring out the carry to deal with this triple tank setup.
I think the main issue is the fact that they don't know where this Baxia is going to go exactly. You can make an assumption, hey, maybe it's going into the jungle, maybe it's going into the EXP lane, but where's that damage? And that's where Team SMG lock in carry. They see Grok, they see Glue, they're like, okay, 2 big fat tanks, let's make sure that we can start burning those calories down with the help of that light wheel.
Yeah, I like this decision coming from SMG. Like the carry, you talked about one-shot potential, right? Selena can do it, but that's the thing, if you hit your arrows. If you dodge your arrows, and knowing that Sasa does have the tendency to sidestep his way through, I don't think it's much of an issue, and I feel like RSG is going to have a very, very big problem to actually deal with it.
Calling it now, I think RSG is going to go for Yve. or some kind of artillery mage, some mage that's able to kind of zone out this carry overall, or basically make her retreat from a fight.
It's so difficult though, considering that they've already pretty much limited their hero pool right now. They need a jungler, unless you're telling me this is a glue jungle, which I highly doubt. So, but Hellcat, yes, Hellcat is really good.
Okay,
like
so
it.
this is a completely different solution to the problem, right? Instead of zoning them out, how about we just eliminate the problem entirely, having a great gold lane to kind of pair up against the carry. Clint, super oppressive. Popo and Koopa would have done the exact same thing, but Hellcat coming in from Kuza for the second time, and I've heard so many discussions on the MPL group page where people are just wondering, where is Hellcat? Where is Hellcat? There are pros and cons, and Kuza is able to make it work this time.
Well, it seems like the vision game is going to be strong here, as the Darkness Fall is going to prove to be very problematic especially for Sasa as well, to actually do something about that. And on top of it, all the heroes coming from SMG requires that vision control. So it's going to be a very, very interesting match for them. But I can understand why they picked up carry, afraid of potentially the pickup coming from RSG. So very interesting drafts here in this final day, in this final this week itself. RSG has pretty much locked down their Hellcat on the junglers, and SMG as well, bringing a brand new face to the table, potentially the jungle Baxia coming in towards this match in game number 1. The Franco from Zyme Senpai, no strangers, in towards the MPL scene as well, has terrorized them all. Why do you guys stay and watch? Because we are heading into game number 1 between RSG versus SMG.
Listen to that crowd. They want to see their teams win, and so do you. Make sure you put your predictions down. Who's it going to be? RSG on the blue side or Team SMG on the red? Let's see the games begin, and I was expecting Zakus to be in this position to actually defend this buff instead of Izanami. So, all right. Bit of an interesting start there, but luckily Team SMG were not able to delay this buff.
Yeah, luckily for them, but it was a very good attempt. However, knowing that SMG, you can see Harvest was already in position to potentially go in for the fight. He's so much quicker compared to Kuza. Kuza goes for a stay, but instead Harvest gets caught out with arrows and one-shot completely as RSG MY bursts down.
Worth it! Good follow-ups here, just making sure that they get the silence on top of the fact that they're timing their engagements just so that he focuses his attention away from that arrow. Really, the arrow was going to land if he was just paying attention to it. But it's tough. It's tough when you're getting engaged on by Kuza. First blood bounty already achieved here by RSG. And now they're trying to spill their lead from the mid lane over to the gold lane.
Yeah, considering how disciplined SMG was, they completely did not see that. There was just too many heroes right in his face, actually. And on top of it, blocking his vision. That was just a very, very sick play coming from Izanami to actually hit that shot.
Yep. Izanami, you know him. You love him. If he sees a squishy target, he is going to land it. That's why he's crowned the Prince of Mages. He gives a lot of Moon vibes every single time you see him play on Selena. Arguably, even... Oh no, this is not good. Harpus, he is able to tank all through all that damage, and Zakus and Kuza are forced to move away. It's not good because Smooth is so nearby. Iris is going to be the sacrificial lamb to allow Kuza to hit 4 and Zakus to walk away.
I'm really surprised Iris decided to stick around, considering the Darkness Fall has been expanded to actually give him a momentary retreat, because everyone from SMG completely backed out of the fight, and somehow he thought he could challenge this, and that was going to be a freebie in the hands of SMG. However, Turtle will be stolen away from Harpist, considering that Kuza doesn't exactly have the tools to actually contest that.
Well, I mean, Team SMG right now very clearly ahead, and more importantly so, I think putting myself in Iris's shoes, you're pretty close to level 4. And the moment you hit level 4, you get split, which buys you that extra bit of time. So I think he was playing for that. But now looking back on top side, Akim as well as Izanami, very careful. They kind of suspect something is going on into the top side of the map, especially since they don't see Zyme Senpai. So I think this is a very good play for RSG MY. Just be patient.
I like how Zakos is so confident in opening the map, knowing that there's nothing from side SMG actually going to do about it here. Arrow connects on Zyme Senpai, but it's only a tank. It doesn't really matter. They don't exactly have damage to burst now. They need Zakus in this lane to actually do something about it, but considering how SMG is controlling the lane, Zakus can't exactly do that. He needs to focus on just wave clearing rather than the setting up fights.
No, that's how he controls the lane. He needs to maintain priority over the mid lane to allow, to make sure that Stormy sticks there.
Close.
I mean, Zakus is going to open up the map. He sees one. He's going to get locked down. He still has the Wild Charge to get on out of there. Yin Yang Overturn also coming out. Wild Charge makes sure, but it's going to be the light wheel that secures that kill. Akim, he's out of there. Does not want to deal with it, but Harpus might actually initiate this dive. Doesn't look like the rest of Team SMG wants to go, as Sasa is the next to fall. Izanami finds his priority target as Hakim gets right into the middle of the fight, allowing Hellcat to initiate the Stingers. Finds one, gets a second. That's going to be RSG for the win. 3-for-1 trade.
Well done, RSG, for punishing that overcommitment. SMG thought they could have won that fight, but Darkness Fall, like I said as well, vision control coming from RSG MY, just stopping SMG in his track. And momentarily, we were not exactly sure what Zyme Semper or Harpis was thinking, but I feel like Harpis kind of made that loophole for RSG MY to actually capitalize, leaving Sasa alone.
It was a very small moment of time, but now looking at Iris, he hops off a Smooth as they rotate back into the mid lane. But you can understand this, right? I think for Sasa, he was slightly out of position. He was literally a full second late on the rotation. So RSG instantly popped the Dark Knight Falls, and immediately the team doesn't know where to back up Sasa because they can't find him. Now for this turtle, Smooth, he's in the middle of that fight, but Harpis manages to take the turtle regardless. Yin Yang Overturn coming in from Stormy, helping to secure that first kill onto Iris and Zakis, as well as a quick follow-up by Sasa ends their lives.
That was a sick dive coming from SMG. They know they've got the numbers advantage. They rushed in knowing it was a 4v5 situation, and the turtle buff just completely helped SMG snowball that fight. Even though RSG MY could have won that fight.
Oh,
but Hakim,
yeah, he's got some movement. I'm not gonna lie, playing around the river crab, taking his time there to make sure that Harpis isn't able to get any damage on him, and he basically sidesteps most of it, anyways.
Yeah, the shield unity is something that he's got to focus on as well. So well done coming from Hakim. A little bit of a small micro victory coming from him. However, Kuza gonna be backing out. He does have the Stingers coming in, so he's looking to go in for the big wombo combo play. Sasa's not gonna have a good time considering that he's got 2 kills and 2 deaths. He needs his farm.
Let's remember that the main win conditions for Team SMG is going to be lying on to Sasa. He's going to be the consistent DPS. Stormy is looking for priority targets like Akim, like Izanami. If he can get Kuza as well as collateral, that would be ideal, but he needs to get at a minimum of 1 burst in the fight to eliminate a target to give and relieve pressure for Sasa. Oh boy, these arrows are they're getting oddly close here.
Now let's talk a little bit of itemization real quick here. Harpy is going for a very interesting build here, going for the Molten Answers instead of the Full Guard, a Curse Helmet for that additional damage from minions, and immediately going for what was it called again? A Sky Guardian Helmet, which was very interesting considering that it's not often the meta item.
Well, I mean, it's really expensive as well. Harpis, he's going to be able to sustain weight. I'm not so sure. Now that Kim's here, Harpis, he still manages to walk away so far, but Sasa gets attacked by both Iris and Kuza, ending his life. Stormy comes in with the Yin Yang Overturn. Not enough to kill Izanami or Kim. He isn't able to scale just yet. He needs 1 more item to do so. Zak is Blade of Heptases, but on the top side, that's where you see Smooth able to kind of help the team out's economy by cracking open the tier 1. Kuza will take the turtle.
Yeah, this is such a difficult situation for Sasa as well, considering that he doesn't have the vision. Harp is now going to get pulled back. He's a little bit tanky, but he doesn't have the Tortoise Person. He might actually die, but instead from the side, Zyme Semper finds the right moment, catches Zakas instead, and Harp is still alive of it all. RSG MY doesn't have the damage, and Smooth will compensate with Sasa's downfall by pressuring the lanes. Iris now catches him on the side. Harp is going to go be there to save his life. However, Iris will not overextend this, so that's going to be a full disengage coming from SMG, but seems to me the Sky Guardian Helmet working in favor of Harpis in this fight.
Oh, for sure. It's working well because Zakas is building full damage, and I think the only person who actually has some kind of negation to health regeneration is going to be Izanami. I'm not sure if he's going to build Necklace of Durance, but I know Iris is going to build the Dominance Eyes for sure.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit of a tough spot considering that meta has kind of shifted, right? Especially when it comes to
Grok, yeah.
To Grok as well as the item progression. But yes, you are right. It is going to be the Dominance Eyes coming from Iris. Also going for like a value Molten Essence for Creep Clear after they actually buffed it up. So that was very nice from them.
Yeah, Izanami is going for a scaling build. He's most likely going to get Lightning Truncheon on top of it all, which does mean that the Necklace Durance is going to come out much later on, or not even purchase this game. However, looking at Team SMG, I mean, Sasa, he's He's got the golden snap, but Izanami lands a perfect hook again. Quick initiation. Now Smooth needs to get out of there. Harp is trying to buy that space in time, but that shot residue is going to keep Smooth alive for a little bit longer. Iris in the middle of it all pulls him away. He's still trying to take him out. One more HP. He still regenerates. Iris secures the kill, ends up trading. Oh my goodness, that Molten Core was not enough. Izanami makes the play, but it's a 3-for-2 trade in favor of Team SMG.
Yeah, well done from Smooth as well for hanging on for his near dear life. RSG MY was picked off in the midst of the confusion. However, a little bit unfortunate for Stormy though. That one time he doesn't have his umbrella, the arrow connects to him and he could not dodge it out of fight. However, now Kuza going to be focused on as well. The rest of SMG coming in, seeing Simon Senpai, he immediately runs, but the orange buff will be secured from Harpist.
And this is what you can expect out of Team SMG. Extremely textbook plays. They love playing traditional front to fronts. They don't want to even jump into the backline. There's no need to. Smooth's job is to create that space. Yes, he can jump into the backline, but only on condition if he can threaten big targets like Izanami or arguably a Kim at this stage of the game. Iris, he's going to go with start off with the split to initiate this engagement. Wall charge from Zach. This might not be enough. Smooth finds a Kim. He's right on top of him, but Iris, he's buying time with on top of Iris, pushing him away. Sasa is able to eliminate the diver from RSG MY, and RSG, they have to back off.
Yep, RSG did a fantastic job as well. They only lose Iris, not that much of a deal, but the bigger picture was they were able to snipe the Lord right under the noses of SMG, taking advantage of the Darkness Fall, making full use that SMG can do absolutely nothing when they're blind.
Yeah, that's so frustrating for Team SMG because they got everything, right? They got a Kim's Flicker, they managed to kill Iris at the same time. The entire team fight was basically over for RSG, but the main goal to capitalize on was Lord, and RSG MY just 2 steps ahead.
Yep, hopefully they are going to be able to capitalize a little bit more to actually scale towards the later stage of the game. They need Akim's items a little bit more. However, it looks like they are going to try and walk the Lord as they try to catch up Harpist. Harpist almost missing the mark there. If he gets caught out, he might be forced to earlier Tortoise for Sons, and the Lord will be able to actually punish a little bit more value in terms of the siege potential.
I think at this point, like, all the outer turrets are basically gone. Maybe mid lane tier 2 could possibly still hold strong, but it depends on whether or not Stormy gets hit by anything. Now, we do see the Thunderbelt coming out of Kuza here. Oh, Zach is going to zone them away. Wild Charge, but Stormy able to purify right out of that with his umbrella. He's still good for now, but that's the problem, right? You're losing these outer turrets. You managed to defend topside. The second wave is already starting to crash. Now you have to split your forces once again.
This is such a difficult spot SMG's currently at. They've got 3 tanks, 3 really tanky frontliners. However, in terms of damage potential, it's got to come from Sasa, and you talk about range as well. Sasa has been consistently dived on by the rest of RSG MY, which makes him in a very difficult spot because Kuza can just literally one-shot Sasa.
I mean, yes and no, right? Everybody else is able to create that space. Smooth is able to threaten the backline to make sure that RSG's main damage dealers can't get on top of Sasa, right? And most importantly, I think it's up to Zakas and Iris to really start making the play. Here comes the Wild Charge. Smooth managed to hop on out of there with a Furious Dive. Now Harpist, he's going to get pulled out of position, but he manages to roll out with the Shield Unity just in time. Iris is forced to flicker away. Now, here comes the re-engagement. Oh, that's the first arrow hitting onto Sasa. No follow-up damage for now, but Smooth should be more than enough to get on top of Akim. Iris will fall straight away with the help of Harpist and Zyme Senpai to buy that extra bit of time. But look, mid lane is gone. Kuza continuing to put pressure across the map.
Kuza now going to try and secure his purple buff. Can he take it away? Yes, he will. He's going to be able to run out of there. But well done indeed coming from Smooth because he opened up the fight to force Iris out of position, even though Iris' intention was pulling him out of it as well.
Wait a second.
But top side.
Yo, Stormy, you got to get out of there, buddy. Zakas wants to run him down.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, where is this confidence coming from RSG? Oh my goodness.
Blade of Heptases, I think, from Zakas. I think that's what's really like, yeah, I'm a big boy. I deal damage.
We gotta take a look at the items real quick here. I'm a little bit curious here what Sasa actually opted to build. Did he opt to go for a little bit more defensive item to deal with the burst coming from Kuza, or did he just went full glass cannon?
Well, I did see him get a golden staff, but that's about it. I'm not sure if he went for the Thunderbelt or if he preferred to go for Endless Battle. I think the common build is to go for Endless Battle first, but it looks like he went for Thunderbelt, he went for Endless Battle, and now he also, he actually is building towards an Endless Battle on top of having a Windtalker.
Yeah, it looks like he's aiming for a maximum true damage burst in that potential. However, here comes SMG. They're a little bit late to join the party. Kuza clearing at the Lord very quickly, forcing out the Black Dragon on top of all. RSG MY very happy with these trade-offs, and this I must say, this Helker coming from Kuza is just proves to be a big threat in the hands of the comms coming from SMG.
I mean, there's a reason why Kuza is considered some of the best junglers in MPL MY. He's got the mechanics for it, but right now he wants the stats. So he's farming way harder than Harpist, and I think he's going to continue to increase his GPM and maybe take his spot later today. But we'll see. It really depends on who wins and who loses. Now with the Luminous Lord walking through that mid lane, RSG MY with their 1.5k lead, it's still about 50-50 against Team SMG, despite the fact that they have more turrets.
The win condition coming from SMG right now is hoping that Sasa can literally in about 4 to 5 seconds one-shot Zakas as well as Iris, which is very, very impossible unless his endless battle comes in. And even that, he probably needs a Demon Hunter sword to do so. But as of now, RSG MY, they are going to be knocking the door. And Arrow connects on in. He gets completely shut down. I think this is it. SMG, they lose all damage. They've got to go all out.
No,
but another arrow from Izanami. Oh my goodness, Izanami. What an arrow. Not one, but two. And now SMG, they're fighting for their lives. Move is going to be next to fall. And they just get completely shut down as RSG MY takes game number 1 against SMG with a very convincing arrow, finishing things out.
Oh my lord, the Prince of Mages does it again. Double headshots, the man does not miss. Stormy and Sasa have been sniped from the game. What a steal coming out from RSG MY.
Well, the former champion showing the defending champions who the true champions are, because RSG MY looked very, very convincing in game number 1. And like you said as well, the Prince of Mage, my goodness, his Selena is just a force to be reckoned with, man.
Look, it only makes sense the man is from East Malaysia because he's got to be related to some headhunters here. Absolutely. It's in his blood. He never misses these arrows despite how many people are supposed to body block it. Absolute Chad here continues to impress everybody every single time he touches Selena.
Yeah, it just shows you why Selena is just a top tier band, right? Even throughout the entire season. But I understand where SMG is coming from by letting it go, considering that they have a very tanky front line. It's very unlikely for Sasa to get hit, but for him to get hit that one time when they needed him the most just feels really, really bad to see them fall.
See, I think the problem that most people understand is like, oh, you're just battling a Selena. Why don't you just dodge the arrow? It's really interesting the way that Izanami positions himself, right? He's looking for diagonals, because remember, the perspective is mirrored on your phone. You will always be playing on the bottom left. So what's on your top left? Your map. Your map ends up blocking you, and he's targeting these arrows to make sure it covers those areas where you're not really paying too much attention to.
Agreed. But let's take a look at the items real quick here from this particular match. I like the decision choices coming from Iris as well as Harpist in terms of a little bit of itemation difference. The Molten Essence, which is pretty much the lower tiered version of the Curse Helmet, has been very, very popular between tanks to actually creep clear, and it actually helps them do their jobs a little bit better.
It helps them deliver that goal of speedy clears and matching up against these hard farmers and assassins. However, you have to admit, a lot of this game coming in from Izanami, Zakas was doing a relatively good job at maintaining the mid lane, but man, Kuza saving not only the economy, but overall the team playing around his ultimate has made a significant impact this game.
Yeah, I must say, the Hellcurt there, the final phase pick on the Hellcurt completely caught SMG off guard, and SMG, they were so worried that the carry may be picked from RSG MY. They kind of picked it in advance preemptively, and after seeing the Hellcurt, they didn't really have much of an answer to do with it at all.
Personally, I think Hellcurt, if Hellcurt were to play a traditional front-to-front, there's no way he wins, right? So he has to kind of utilize his abilities in a different manner.
Correct.
So it's all about the timings of his ult. He drops the ult, Izanami's in position to throw arrows, and all of a sudden, your main carries are getting picked off, and the team, I bet you, the team comms are just going, I'm blind, I can't see it, I don't know where it is, what is happening, what's going on, where are you next to me, I'm not sure.
It was so difficult to do that. Like, I was expecting maybe a GEEK would help out salvage the situation a little bit. If you get silence, time journey out of there. If you get arrow, time journey out of there. So at least the GEEK could have been some sort of a way to deal with it. But all in all, it was it's a little bit too late for that. However, let's take a look at who that match is here. The MVP is going to be none other than the Prince of Mage himself, Izanami on his Selena 3-0-7 with a match kill participation of 83%. And he's pretty much the guy to set up for first blood as well.
Yeah, he's just nuts with that dire hit as his blessing and only 2 items. He only needed 2 items and he's able to one-shot carries like they're absolutely nothing. Ridiculous coming in from Izanami.
Yep, that's well done coming from him as well. And I believe Harpies had a very difficult time on his box here. Overall, in general, Izanami was able to capitalize on the situation. I feel like RSG MY definitely played a very, very good game in game number 1. They understood that SMG, they are very strong, they're very disciplined. But this game in particular, why are they overextending? Maybe we can capitalize on this and take the decision to punish them. So well done indeed coming from RSG MY.
Yeah, I really like the way that RSG was playing around the Hellcurt Dark Knight Falls. It's really great to see just the overall macro play from RSG sharpening up a lot more. And I think at this stage of the game, it feels like Team SMG is a little, well, unpolished when it comes down to these tanks. Like, take Harpus for an example. His natural reaction is to dodge these arrows when really he's supposed to die for the team and allow Sasa that space and time to get those auto attacks in and trust in his carries to do so. It feels like a lot of the game was just smooth, diving hard, Harpus kind of being in the middle.
Yep. To get you guys a little bit more insights here, let's take a look at the highlights coming in from brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series for game number 1. And as you can see as well, Harp is overextending a little bit too much, enabling a loop, a window of opportunity for RJMY to actually punish this. And you can see the struggles that Harpies is actually trying to adapt to the current meta, and it's a complete different playstyle, especially when you're playing a tank jungler compared to the usual assassin junglers.
The first moment was fine because you get caught off guard by the Dark Knight Falls. The second moment, it's like, okay, yeah, you're zoning out 3 at this stage of the game, but just notice the overall positioning, right, from a lot of the members. Zyme Senpai, he's playing for these Iron Hooks. Stormy, he gets caught out by these annoying arrows, and Harpus is just a moment too late to make something happen, right? Now, Harpus, he's going into the middle of that fight, making sure that he's zoning off. This is very traditional, very clean, very understandable. But moments like this, where you really need to make sure you don't lose out on that Lord, the team needs to be together despite the Dark Knight Falls, and I think that's the biggest thing that caught them off.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And on top of it all, like, Kuza just has a bigger kill threshold when it comes to Lord takedowns. He's got a very high burst with the Stingers to set up for the Retribution, whereas Harpus, he can only rely on his shields, which oftentimes SMG, they needed to win their fight before the Lord steal. So it's just really unfortunate how they're struggling to adapt after this new patch coming in.
Well, I think this is just a different side of Team SMG. I think if they were playing traditional comfort picks, it'd be a completely different story. I think the only person who wasn't going too out of their comfort zone was Zyme Senpai, who didn't exactly perform too well because of the enemy draft. And Smooth, he's okay on Yuzong, and he's continuing to be consistent.
Yeah, I like how they are still doing very well. Zyme Senpai, he tried his best, and I agree with you as well. Based on his draft, there's only so much things he can do.
Yes.
He needed what's it called? The Baxia to actually open up the map for himself, which is a little bit weird, knowing that tentatively Harpus is the finisher, right? Not the guy that starts the war. So it's weird to see that they have put so much emphasis on towards Sasa, but the carry just couldn't do too much.
Well, I mean, to be fair, a lot of the damage was being received by Stormy in the early to mid games of that game. And I think if Stormy was able to kind of scale evenly with Sasa, this would be a very different story, because then people like Akim, who got hit by the Yin Yang overturn, and he still has 1/3 of his HP, that's when you're like, oh boy, I'm really underleveled and really underfarmed.
Yeah, I feel like Akim, you know,
He did alright.
He did okay, but at the same time, I feel like Kusa is just a big threat. Like, the Hellcurt is just... I would say it was a good draft. It was coming from RG. They completely catch SMG off guard.
I don't think Kuza as a player was the threat. It was the pick that made the difference, right?
The Hellcurt, yes.
And honestly, for all you Hellcurt fans out there, rejoice and celebrate with Nescafe. Go scan the QR code down below. It'll be very easy for you to get a 30% discount off of some of your favorite flavors, whether it be coffee or some of their newer flavors that they've released very, very recently. I mean, they got Gula Melaka, they got Bandung, they got Pandan. It's really interesting and very local.
Pandan, bro.
Pandan. What?
Sorry, again?
Pandan. The way I...
Okay. Pandan, okay.
Pandan. Does that make it better? Does that help you out? In case you are not into coffee and you want other flavors, don't worry. Nescafe has got you covered. But speaking of which, I think Team SMG at this point, all right, losing the first game, not the biggest deal in the world. They've got upper brackets, so I think it's a good time for them to really get incorporated with these new style of junglers to give that versatility later on during the season.
Yeah, okay. So speaking of versatility, right? Like RSG MY, they have demonstrated they are very versatile. They are able to play multiple adapt in when the situation needs it towards them, and they actually helped out. So to give guys a little bit insights here on how the draft went from game number 1, and during the ban phase and pick phase as well, you can see that the emphasis coming from SMG was just denying junglers away from RSG MY. But what they did not expect was when they picked the carry, thinking that RSG would pick it up to deal with their tanky composition, they preemptively picked it up themselves, allowing their weakness to shine and allowing this Helker through, which completely destroys their compositions.
I wouldn't say Helker in itself destroys their composition. I think the macro utility of the ultimate makes all the difference, right? You blind them and all of a sudden you have people engaging on your team composition and you're not entirely sure from which direction. You really have to trust in your teammates and have some clear comms on how the fight goes. And I think that's something Team SMG isn't exactly used to, and I don't think any team is really used to, especially when your whole map goes black.
Yeah, and on top of it all, I think it's been a while since we've seen Helker Lao.
Oh, for sure.
About what, since Season 7, Season 6?
We didn't even see it Season 7, Season 6.
Even then, it was like a niche pickup, correct?
Extremely niche and most likely used in the All-Stars. At this stage...
I believe at one point they used the Yi Shen to kind of counteract the Helker Darkness 4, but even now, I don't think it actually gives you the vision now.
No, it still doesn't give you the vision. I think at the end of the day, the important thing for Team SMG is to understand that, yes, carry is a good solution, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's the best solution. And I feel like if they had something like Popo and Koopa, if they had traditional marksmen, traditional meta marksmen from the previous patch, it would have been more comfortable for Sasa.
I definitely agree. Like, maybe a Clint or Beatrix for him would be a little bit better. Yes, arguably he's gonna, how do I put it, be susceptible from the burst coming from Helker, but at least he can still potentially one-shot one hero, take and play the mathematics a little bit better. But still, it's a very difficult situation for them. And for now, Game 2, hopefully they are going to be able to adapt. They've got about 1 minute left before they actually head into the game. And I agree, the Selena needs to be taken out. It's a first phase ban for a reason.
Yep. But if we look in terms of their bans, right, I think Team SMG have a lot in their mind. The fact that they're banning out Johnson this early on, they have to ban out Masha because they're on the red side. Like, you have to get rid of a lot of these meta picks. Something is going to slip through the cracks. And right now, as of yet, RSG is utilized the most unique heroes here at the MPL. 46 different heroes compared to SMG, who has only with the least number of unique heroes of 32.
I think when it comes to going for their usual comfort picks and strategy, right, SMG has pretty much shown that they love playing their usual comfort hero picks, whereas RSG MY throughout, when I think earlier today we talked about their inconsistency, has been trying out so many strategies to a point that they didn't exactly review their true strategy too much compared to SMG, where it's a pretty clear cut. Oh, this guy can play this guy can play this, that's about it.
I guess? I don't know. I feel like in terms of revealing their quote-unquote true strategy is the fact that their macro play is just getting tighter and cleaner every single time that we see RSG hit the field. And I don't know. I feel like, yeah, they could have multiple strategies, but this one had been particularly effective. I don't blame them for pulling it out.
Yep, and I'm looking forward to see how it goes. But SMG, this time, they will respect the Selena now and first phase ban it, not letting it through. And the Johnson, like you said as well, maybe taken out into the picture, knowing that RSG, they still like the Kadita Johnson strategy.
I mean, Zakus is a pretty good driver, so he can get you directly and deliver that payload right where it hurts the most.
That's the thing. Are we going to see a Johnson jungle?
No. I don't think Johnson jungle is that great, to be honest.
It's not super great, but it's okay.
Look, every single time you turn into that car, you're not farming.
Oh, yeah, true.
That's my main issue.
True. All right, fair enough,
Exactly. You just lose time because you're looking for the enemy jungler. If the enemy jungler like ganks, it's like, wow, I've wasted all this time when I could be farming, right? Like, if you're boxing, you basically do the same thing, but faster and more effectively.
Well, it seems like SMG, they're going for their usual comfort bans again. This time, showing their cards a little bit by banning out forwards, knowing that they do have the tendency to pick up their usual speedy or movement heroes in this regard. Lancelot is going to be up for grabs as well. And SMG having first pick, they can actually pick it up for Harpist. It is going to be a comfort for him if he wants to go for it.
I mean, I suppose, but I don't think at this stage of the game it's obvious what Team SMG or even RSG is going to play off at this point of times. With the new patch as well, Harpus is willing to throw out the Boxia, and I feel like Team SMG, with the position that they're in terms of Group A, they basically secured upper brackets. So it's a good time for them to just start focusing on like, how do we execute better in this new meta? How do we make sure that not only are we going wide, but we have the depth and the capabilities to pull it off?
Yeah, I like how you're actually painting the picture as well. It makes a lot of sense considering that, yes, like you said, they're already secured upper brackets. Doesn't really matter whether they win or lose this match. It's more about securing their discipline, trying out their strats, fixing their mistakes before heading those playoffs. So yeah, I see where you're going.
Let's also remember that Team SMG has been to M3, and it was a disappointing performance, and a lot of the players' sentiments is we weren't ready, we didn't have the right mentality, and I think they are using this time in the MPL looking at higher heights rather than just, yeah, we're going to make it locally. No, we've got a bigger goal this time. Now, looking at the draft so far, in terms of the bans, we've already seen that Masha has gotten through for Team SMG. RSG prioritized getting rid of Valentina, Grok, and as well as Fanny. Very standard bans, but RSG, this is what I was talking about. You get the Ling, immediately Angela is going to be paired up with him just to make sure that this Masha isn't going to be as effective level 1.
Yeah, a little bit more offensive and a little bit more sustained throughout the section of the fight. I get where you're coming from as well. And a little bit fun fact as well is that Masha is currently still 100% win rate, picked 4 times, and this is going to be the 5th time out of the entire season.
If there's anything that we have learned from the RSG versus SUHAZ match yesterday, is the fact that Masha, towards the later stages of the game, once you've gotten to the ultra late stage, Masha can actually put down Ling to at least 50% of his HP with a single thunderclap. So let's keep that in mind as this game progresses. It's going to be the Karina as well as Lilia locked in for the side of Team SMG.
Yeah, I really like the Karina pickup for SMG. This can be flexed into a tank role or even the magic burst here in case they really want to go for a little bit more tanky beef. But seeing this draft coming from SMG, it just puts you that, hey, if they decide to go for the carry, it's not really a good answer to deal with the Karina nor the Masha, knowing that they can potentially one-shot a carry.
Oh boy. I don't think carry is going to be the option here for RSG. Not. Anything that's very auto-attack based is going to be rough against Karina. So personally, I think Clint might be the go-to for RSG. But for all we know, I think Sasa might just. It depends. It really depends.
I just hope that RSG doesn't decide to go for the huge one.
Smart.
Yeah, the 1-1 is pretty much a good ban. So far, 1-1 has been increased in terms of win rate so far. 75% currently and picked 9 times out of 12 with a very, very big win rate ever since the patch kind of hit in. So I like that they actually banned it off. However, from RSG's side, we've seen this mojo before. We've seen them go all in with like Angela, with Yujong, as well as Ling. But this time, I feel like they're riding on Kuza a little bit too much here.
I mean, you're hoping on Kuza to do some work, right? You're going to be... Basically, when you have an Angela, you play 4v4. As soon as the hard card happens, yeah, as soon as the hard card comes out, I'm pretty sure Izanami lets go of his left hand and is just tapping buttons at that point with his right. So
one button.
He's literally tapping one button. What else do you do with Angela? It's not the most mechanically difficult hero to play, but it's very macro-based, which right now is RSG's biggest strength against Team SMG based off of game number 1. I love Team SMG's draft so far, but they are making sure that they are banning out for Sasa. Get rid of the 1-1, get rid of the Kimmy. Sasa needs a winning lane.
Yeah, I highly doubt that the Helker is going to be picked this time, considering that both their junglers are already available. Popo and Koopa is a pretty good shout here from Sasa, considering that they need a little bit more sustains and a noise throughout the fight.
Akim? I think...
No, I don't think from Akim. I think Akim is going to go for his usual Clint, or maybe even a Claude if he decides to go for it.
Oh, no. I think they're going to go for double fighters here.
Okay.
They're going to go for a double fighter lane.
I think they are going to try and go for the sustain strategy here, try and utilize the heals coming from Angela as much as they can, but I feel like this is kind of risky.
I don't think it's too
unless this is a support Like,
Yeah.
I don't like it. I really don't like this at all. I really don't like this.
Looks like my man's trying to grasp the words here, but I understand where you're coming from, right? Here, let me fill in these gaps for you. Paquito right now, in terms of the way he scales, is going to be really effective against heroes like Lilia, as well as whatever marksman goes into towards the goal lane, right?
Oh.
You build a traditional full damage build, and Team SMG, they're adapting. They're like, okay, if we're going to play marksmans, Akim is going to be quite the problem, right?
I'm actually kind of surprised. I was expecting maybe SMG going for the marksman, seeing this Paquito. Like, this actually helps Paquito a little bit more, considering that everyone from SMG is kind of melee, except for Lilia. Even Lilia doesn't exactly have a ridiculously long range. If you think about it, Paquito can literally one-shot anyone if they get comboed.
No, I think only just the Lilia at this point of time. I don't think Sasa... Well, Sasa might go for full damage. We don't know. It's really up to his preference. But Lunox is a really smart pick coming in from RSG because in terms of the mid lane, you basically cannot outpush this Lilia unless you take Kagura. And if you take Kagura, that means Karina is basically going to walk on top of you for free.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, the iframes is going to help them a little bit more. But as of now, I'm a little bit surprised. No marksman whatsoever coming from both teams.
I think it's a good adaptation from Team SMG. RSG, we've seen this before. Maybe not with the Lunox, but generally yesterday, this was their current draft. And I'm excited to see how this is going to play up because now we are seeing the adaptations being made by teams around them to see, hey, we understand what you're trying to do. We understand the concept. Now, how do we go above and beyond? It's time to get ready for this upcoming game. Game number 2, Team SMG on the back foot here with a composition full based on early game snowball and diving. They've got strong CC, and more importantly, they can run together like a Big Daddy composition. Looking at Team RSG, on the other hand, they want to stop that early game level 1s, but they've got decent scaling, and more importantly so, their magic damage should be more than enough to chunk multiple members of SMG.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game number 2 between SMG versus RSG. And RSG going to be flexing in their macro gameplay. Hopefully, they will be able to out-macro SMG disregard. ZymeSenpai going to be starting his shenanigans here as his Masha going for a fighter emblem to actually go and contest Kuza. As you can see, he's slowly harassing Kuza as much as he can. The heals coming from Zakas is keeping him alive, but how long can he survive? Because ZymeSenpai is down to his last health. Can he go for the retribution? He's looking for the kill, but instead ZymeSenpai will settle with the Angela instead. 1v2 and comes up on top.
Oh, ZymeSenpai, he gets away with it. Unfortunately here, Zakas forgot that the fruits dropped by the buff itself needed to be picked up if he was going to get anywhere close in winning that fight. And more importantly, Izanami, if he wasn't on this Lunox and maybe able to actually help push out that wave to double up, that would have been more than enough damage. But now it's going to be on Harpus. He's trying to steal as many camps as possible, but he's getting attacked. Smooth is trying to save his life. And Harpus, does he make it for free? Yes, he gets a Shadow Dance in time, allowing Smooth to get the kill onto Iris. That lane is over.
This is huge coming from Team SMG, and ZymeSenpai sneakily cuts off the jungle camps away from RSG MY, preventing Kuza from having an efficient farm. And currently Kuza is just struggling to actually pick up his farm, considering that he needs to back off. So currently right now, he's loosed out in terms of trades, and he's not even 4 yet.
Nope, but neither is Harpus, because Harpus wanted to greed out for the Beetle. He ended up having to recall, which is not ideal in the early game for a jungler, but hey, you know, stuff happens. And unfortunately, he will be hitting 4 eventually, but look at Kuza. He's getting close, right? He's getting the gold crab. He's going to rotate the bot side, and maybe he'll get another gold crab, and we'll find out how it works from there.
I like how ZymeSenpai opted to go for the sprint, and his primary focus is just making sure that Kuza doesn't farm efficiently. He wants to force both Zakas as well as Kuza together, relieving the pressure of the other side of the map. So this is going to be SMG taking advantage of his aggression to indirectly trigger and win the macro gameplay against RSG MY.
Yeah, but it feels like Iris just became collateral at this point of time, right? ZymeSenpai, he sees what's going on. 2 level 4s, hell no, don't want to be part of this one, but unfortunately, Akim misses his tail strike. Akim was not able to catch ZymeSenpai. How unfortunate. Not used to the sprint extra movement speed. ZymeSenpai should have died there, but he walks away for free.
Well done coming from ZymeSenpai, forcing 4 players coming and rotate here, relieving the pressure up top. Means Smooth is going to be able to have a little bit more room to farm compared to the rest. And on bottom side as well, Sasa going for the choke damage. I'm not exactly sure how well this is going to work out, because as of now, we haven't seen much action coming from him. However, middle side, Kuza he's gonna have a very difficult time considering that he doesn't have a lot of right targets in. He's gonna try and go for Sasa. Here comes Templar's Blade as well, but can Sasa set up for Way of the Dragon? No, he cannot. He gets completely bursted down, so that's gonna be a good pick coming from RSG MY.
Oh man, I think I knew what Sasa was trying to do. He was waiting for the right timing to flicker right behind Akim, but I think Akim flickered forward, which kind of threw him off there. Because if Sasa was able to flicker behind Akim, get a good kick, delay it a little bit, he might have been able to trade 1-for-1 there. It's tough, I know, but I think that was the best possible situation.
Yeah, it was a very difficult situation as well. He's isn't exactly super tanky on top of it all. So Smooth now getting a big catch as well, too, man! And completely shreds RSG MY. Izanami forced to make a run for it as well, but Smooth, he doesn't want to let him off the hook. Can he get the kill? Yes, he will. Easy double clap coming from SMG.
So very good by Smooth. Perfectly timed combo. So well done. Gets a double kill for it. Iris can't really achieve the same effect on that top side. The energy shields are still there. And Akim, he wants to go against Harpist right now. He's already starting off the KOs. Trying Heart Guard get called by. Zack is down on him to keep him alive and topped off. He's already falling behind Sasa, who's able to shove in that lane.
Yeah, SMG just playing the macro game a little bit more. They know the Heart Guard's down. They can utilize it very, very well. On top of it all, slowly but surely, early on, Akim is going to win this fight against Sasa. But if Sasa builds up a little bit more damage, he can literally one-shot Akim later on, after past maybe minute 12. But however, before that, Turtle begins. Here comes the contest. Split comes in from Iris. He's going to try and connect the dot and try and catch Zaim Senpoi. Zaim Senpoi down to his last bar. Can he make a run for it? And he goes for the sprint, and he's just a little bit too fast. Iris could not pull him back in time.
Yeah, RSG is just not used to the amount of movement speed you get out of this sprint. But on the other top side of the map, Team SMG, they don't mind delaying Turtle. Look at how ahead Smooth is going to be. And I think they need to change their focus. Kuza now in some trouble using the Tempest the Blades to get out of that situation, but more importantly so, every single time you see them move topside, instantly Harpist is going to be on a neutral objective, scraping gold all across the map.
I like how SMG is finally going for the split push strategy rather than a 5v5 frontal attack compared to game number 1, and this is where they excel. And surprise enough, they're actually, you know, outmatching a Ling, which arguably boasts to be one of the fastest rotating jungler in that regards. But now he's gonna try to contest this as well, but no, Harpist takes it away. Kuza doesn't have the purple buff.
That's a feels bad, but almost dying as well. But this is what Team SMG is good at. They know how to play the map and maximize the small advantages and resources compared to most other teams in the MPL. RSG are investing way too much on one side of the map. They try to invest on the opposite side, and Team SMG, they've got all of their stocks spread out across the map, and they're all starting to profit.
Yeah, Zaim Senpoi is just taking advantage of that. Hey, I've got 3 bars of HP. I don't care. I can overcommit all I want. I know I'll be able to get out of sticky situations. And RSG MY, they need Iris to step up for the team, and it's so difficult as of yet.
Look, Iris's lane is basically over. Smooth beats him in that 1v1 so very hard, and just because of that one death from Iris, Smooth is this far ahead. Now, let's not forget that Smooth was able to get a double kill in the mid lane, which accelerates him even more. His build, he hasn't even got the War Axe yet. He focused on getting Dominance Ice first to maintain that lane against Iris.
That is just unfortunate. They need a little bit more damage throughout the fight because Kuza is just struggling to get in terms of farm. And look at his goal. He's only 3.3k. He's lower than Akim and barely shying away from the rest coming from Team SMG, whereas SMG, they've all so far ahead.
Yep, speaking of which, Akim versus Sasa. Looks like Sasa continues to dominate this lane. Akim is trying his best, but he's very scared of walking into that bush, knowing that the Blade of Heptasea's proc is available. This means that Sasa is going to get another turret for free.
Oh, Sasa, you know, just having so much damage, that means he's going to accelerate his farm a little bit more. Once his next item comes in, he is going to be able to one-shot potentially the Ling as well. But it seems like Turtle going to be baiting out from SMG. Iris gets a big stun onto a Stormy, but I don't think RG wants to dive onto his dead. They don't exactly know where Sasa is. And seems like SMG, they will get the turtle for free.
Yeah, and especially since Akim is not going to be able to join that fight, they know they're falling behind, and Team SMG is just winning this war of attrition all of this is just due to this mid lane control coming in from Stormy. Now Akim, he's in trouble. There's no way he wins this fight against
Hard
three
guard?
people. Hard guard not going to be enough, and Zakas is just like, I'm sorry, buddy. I gotta leave you for dead here. You don't have Flicker. You got no other abilities. Really, there's nothing much I can do, and you didn't even build a Bloodlust Axe.
Yeah, there's no point going for it as well, because if he went for it, he might have been the second deck casualty in that regard. So there was a little bit of misplay coming from Akim, and SMG was able to capitalize on it. However, middle turret is still available from both sides, so they are trying to, as best as they can, to stop the bleeding, but SMG, they're just continuing to snowball. Smooth now. He's going to try and go for the fight as well. Can he make an escape? He's got the Black Dragon. He's got the sustain. He's like, I don't care. I'm just going to walk out of here.
Exactly. Good luck killing Smooth. He's really far ahead, and Iris does not have
Izanami.
Izanami. He should be going down as well. Sasa manages to flicker forward. Ideally, he shouldn't have flickered forward, but hey, you gotta secure that kill quick, because look, the RSG members still can rotate fast. Zakis, Iris, and as well as Kuza are already in to try and protect this mid lane tier 1.
Oh, we've seen this over again coming from RSG. They need Kuza to go out of control with the Link, but SMG, they're just so prepared for this. They're so tanky. They can deal with it. They've got the damage, and right now, Zyme Senpai seems to be unkillable. It's a tank with 3 lives, and he's 1-0-2.
Yep. But remember, RSG MY have the stronger scaling at the end of the day. Kuza does scale now with Ling, especially after the new patch. Izanami is going to be one of the biggest threats that Team SMG has to deal with if it lasts any longer than 15 minutes. So Akim, he just has to hold on, live a little bit longer, don't give those free kills. He's only got 1 death so far, so that's not too bad. But now Iris on the opposite side of the map with the Heart Guard, he's trying to make sure he lives. Oh, pulls Harp is quite an interesting angle there, but Iris needs some help, and here comes Kuza. He sees Stormy, but it gets locked down by Smooth. He manages to get into his Bladed Tempest, but he's going to get chased down. Smooth does not care and will continue the oppression. Zakas ends up dying for his sins, and unfortunately, Izanami too.
What an absolute monster Smooth is. He's setting up kills again, and going to be in some trouble. The passive is going to be enough. There's going to be another kill in the hands of Smooth. 4-0-2 for Team SMG. What a fight here coming from him. RSG MY, just no way to respond to this at all.
No way. They should just back away from that fight. Don't dedicate your resources. There's nothing much they can really do about it until they hit the later stages of the game. They need at least 38k before they're even remotely strong. 36 to make sure the jungler can actually take on these fights, but 38k to make sure the team is ready for it too.
That was a very, very sick play as well. On top of it all, like SMG, they were just, you could see Stormy was just sitting in the bush, waiting for the right moment, baiting Kuza to commit all his spells, and as soon as that happens, Kuza had no way to run out of the situation. It was just perfect time for SMG to engage in fight.
Truly a perfect time here. Now notice that Harpus isn't opting to go for a Thunderbelt just yet. He's got the he's got the Chilling Retribution. He already has just tank items, and that's all he's stacking. He knows that he's not the biggest catalyst. He's waiting for the rest of his team to do the peeling. But notice Kuza on the bottom side of the map trying to cut that next Lord wave, and on bottom side, we are seeing a good defense coming out from RSG MY to make sure that they don't lose an inhibitor.
Very interesting play coming from RSG MY. They're going for the split push strategy, but SMG, they don't really care. They've got tank traders. As long as Kuza is not around, they're not afraid of the rest of RSG MY as well. And Izanami hasn't had a fantastic game as well with his Lunox, which is surprisingly, but at the same time understandable, considering that how much dive potential the SMG has.
Alright, I think it's time that we pull up the item list real quick. We need to know how close Izanami is to his full build, or at the very least 3 items. 2 items!
Not even close.
It's not enough. It's not enough. He needs to get at least...
Stormy is already 4 items in.
Exactly. I mean, you can't really do much about Stormy, but the fact is, his build doesn't hurt as much in comparison to Izanami, who's playing for scaling, right? The most important thing is that he gets a Holy Glaive at some point, because the Athena shields, it's tough to get through. Kuza, with the help of his buddy here, Zakas, making it easy for him to steal away buffs, but most importantly, keep him alive!
No.
Oh no! Zyme Senpai almost getting a good hit onto Kuza, putting him down to 30% of his HP.
What
he
is
lives.
that damage coming from Zyme Senpai? That's kind of scary, bro. But yeah, it seems like what you say is going to be true as well, because RSG MY, it seems like they have to play this split push potential. They have to buy time for Izanami, and while they're doing this, the one that's actually getting farm is actually Kuza, whereas Izanami is still trying to scrape off pieces because he's going to be sharing the goal with Akim most of the time.
Yeah, and you know, Akim, he's a level ahead of Izanami, mainly because Izanami has died 3 times, Akim has died 2. But here's the next situation I want to play. Iris in the middle, getting on top of Smooth so far. Bladed Tempest is already out, but they are losing focus, losing sight. Zakas gets on out of there, and Iris manages to walk away with a split. This is what you want to see. RSG MY forcing engagements, pulling backwards, making Team SMG utilize resources, and then cutting a wave and disappearing off the map. Wait, Kuza, wait, you gotta recall. There we go.
Okay, he was recalling. Just a little bit of animation issues, but at the same time, yeah, like you said as well, forcing the fights, buying a little bit more time is going to be the way to go, and it worked out in their favor because they bait out multiple spells coming from SMG, and currently SMG is in a position where how do we deal with this split push link? This is kind of annoying, and as you can see, SMG, they're desperately trying to set up fights, but Zyme's standpoint now, he might actually die, but it looks like he's going to go for challenge. He almost got the kill. It was Izanami, and you can see Harpes is trying desperately going for the kill, but RSG MY looks like they are going to bait him out. Wow, that's going to be happening as well. With Zyme out of the picture, Kuza is a little bit more confident, go crazy. As he goes in for the snipe, he kills him off, and the wave of the dragon coming from Sasa connects on the wrong hero as Isis blocks it for the team.
This is so perfect for RSG MY. This buys them that important 2 minutes. Team SMG can't just go on to Lord right now. They don't have enough damage with Sasa, Harpist, and Smooth alone. They need some kind of deterrent. They need Zyme Senpai to open up the map. They need Stormy to slow down the push coming in from RSG if they decide to dive. But RSG are just making the smarter macro decisions, right? Force out fights, get big spells, take away their initiation, play on the opposite side of the map, call somebody to go over there from Team SMG, punish that person, and then back away. Zakas with this Heart Guard is not being used defensively, but it is being used aggressively to allow RSG the time and the space to make aggressive plays without giving the gold over to Team SMG.
Now let's take a look at items real quick. It seems like Harpies and Zyme Senpai actually going for more defensive measures, and a little bit interesting as well, Zyme Senpai going for the Twilight Armor, a little bit rework on that items as well, gives him a little bit more magic damage per hit.
Yeah, and more importantly, it actually protects you with 20% of crits. Crits is going to be reduced in damage here, especially since Kuza is reliant on it. I think that's the important thing. But now it's about delaying this Lord. They're in that like last 30 seconds that they need. Akim, he's going to get hit by Zyme Senpai, who uses that Thunderclap early. Iris is going to get into the middle of that fight with the Heart Guard. See, this is what I'm talking about. Buying that precious time. And Team SMG really can't do anything about this because they've got burst, but they don't have the consistent DPS to take him out.
Boy, oh boy, we're looking for a long game. However, but Kuza now, he's going to try and bet Zyme Senpai out of position to make space for the rest of this fight as they try to secure the Lord for themselves. However, he's a little bit low in terms of health. Akim as well is going to be looking to farm up a little bit more to scale into his later stage of the game. But fortunately for them, with this place coming from RSG MY, they have managed to keep up in terms of goal by pulling back 2k a little bit. But SMG is still taking a very, very huge margin. But slowly but surely, you can see SMG, they're losing out in the macro gameplay in terms of split push. Kuza just so smart in these kind of decisions right now.
Yeah, and this is the beauty of RSG, right? Their macro decision making is really, really sound overall. But unfortunately, due to the way the lanes work and the early game disadvantages that they accumulated, it puts them slightly behind, but it doesn't mean that they can't get their plan off. Now Kuza, he's being covered over by the Heart Guard so far. Starting this, they want to bait out Smooth. That's what they got. The Black Dragon form. Iris, he still has split. He gets to the Heart Guard as well to buy that extra bit of time, and Smooth, he has to zone out the back with Zyme Senpai. Brilliant's already coming out, but unfortunately, that's going to be Sasa taking out Kuza. This is bad. Now Zakas, he needs to run away, but he can't. Monster kill achieved by Smooth with the Petrify. Necklace of Durance being purchased by Zakas, and this is ideal. SMG have adapted to this time bought by RSG MY.
Oh, that is exactly the right target they needed for a long, long time. Kuza just so annoying, but Izanami on the sides, he manages to pick up Sasa. That is huge in terms of 50-50s, but the jungler is still going to be Harpist. Can he steal it? I don't think so. Goes in for the KO punch, almost steals it off, but the retribution for Harpist will seal the deal, and that is going to be 4 men down from side RSG MY. The dragon chasing on the demon itself as Glue. Gonna be the only one left to defend against this.
Oh, the timing was slightly off by Akim. Ever so slightly off. Izanami was close, but not close enough to go exactly when Akim just went and got the KO strike on towards Harpist to push him away from the Lord and buy that with extra bit of knockup strike for the CC so he can't retribute it away. Very good idea, but didn't execute it perfectly.
Yeah, probably needed half a second before he actually jumped in. He could have gotten it, so it was a little bit unfortunate for him. However, the minions are going to be coming in. Team SMG is not going to waste this opportunity. As you can see, Stormy going to be throwing his body here, trying to force out Black Shoes. Black Dragon comes in and he's going to try and isolate RSG MY. The Lord knocking on the tier 3. He's already taking a little bit too much damage. Whereas the Hearts God is not going to come in. So he is going to be the one to fall. Akim has to go in for the KO punch to defend against this, but SMG full protection. But Sasa from the sides goes in for the flicker. Jeet Kundo catches his Izanami, takes him out, and this might be it. RSG MY on their last live, and SMG bounces back in game 2, tying the series against RSG MY.
Woo! Masha still maintaining that 100% win rate, but Smooth having a monster of a game this time. Once the team adapted to the extra bit of time that RSG was buying, Sasa knew all I gotta do is get a hell of a kick on Kuza.
Yeah, he was waiting for it for so long. He messed up so many kicks to a point that, oh, I just need that one kick. That one kick is all he needed. And he got it. So fortunately for them, SMG's life still bounced back. However, RSG MY, it seems like it's back to the drawing board here. Can they clutch out the final game? Because it seems like they were underestimating the Masha a little bit too much.
Well, yeah, I think, you know, Masha, especially with the disarm capabilities, make it really tough for people like Kuza to play, right? Because the moment you're disarmed, how do you get your energy back if you can't auto-attack, right? And the most that you can do is get a limited amount of Divine Swords after the Bladed Tempest and then just hope for the best.
Yes, I definitely agree. But all in all, well done coming from SMG, taking advantage here. But it seems like the meta shifts is gonna be messing up again here, because do you want to let the Selena slide or do you want to let the Masha slide? There's just too many variables coming into the meta picks right now, and it's so hard to deal with it as of yet.
Yeah, personally, it was tough. And I think, honestly, if that level 1 went in favor of RSG, this would be a very, very different game here. Unfortunately, just slight mechanical misplays ever so slightly in that level 1 interaction. But I think, you know, RSG is going to learn from this. Game number 3 is going to be exciting because both teams are looking at, oh, these are the mistakes that we made. It really came down to 1 or 2. They're going to continue to adapt, just like how we saw Team SMG change their playstyle once they figured out what RSG was trying to do.
Yeah, I definitely agree. In terms of playstyles, RSG was trying their best to buy it enough time, but like you said as well, they were struggling to actually catch the link. And the moment Kuza died, that was pretty much it for RSG MY. But before that, let's take a look at the itemizations real quick, coming from both these teams here. I like the Twilight Armor purchase coming from Sam Sandboy because it actually boosts up his overall damage output potential.
Yeah, it does, but I'm looking over at Kuza, and unfortunately, whenever you're up against a Masha, I think possibly going for a traditional Ling build might be better, because notice that he's already getting the Wind Talker, which is the new adaptation for Lings these days to make sure that, oh yeah, they reduce my cooldown, but they increase the damage, so I need to make sure that my auto attacks help me build up that energy to get out of tough situations rather than, oh, I just ran out of energy and I can't really do anything, right? And now with the auto attack build, it's nicer, it feels a lot smoother in terms of that transition, but I think at the end of the day, it's tough when Sasa is he sets his eyes very closely on Kuza.
Yeah, I think when it comes to this kind of situation here, even if he gotten the War Axe instead, I don't think
it's
he would have
enough.
I don't think it's gonna be enough in terms of damage. Like, he was banging on the fact, I think in terms of itemization wise, he was banging on the fact that if Harpist decides to go for a damage build Karina, maybe it's much more doable. He can still try and punish Harpist out of it, but seeing how Harpist went for a full tank build, and arguably they don't exactly have a lot of damage, but because they're so tanky, it kind of forces Kuza to not be able to do anything at all. So I think it's just more like the way how SMG just completely itemized against how RSG MY intended in their minds.
I mean, based on what I'm looking from Team SMG, yes, they are tanky, but I don't think this is anywhere out of the ordinary. Like, if this game was won by RSG MY, this would be the exact item build anyways. I don't think there's any much of a change in position. But let's look at the MVP of this game. Coming in from Team SMG, it is going over to Smooth on a perfect Yuzong game. 7-0-7. The Dragon lives on.
Yeah, well done coming from Smooth. He deserved it as well. by far the most consistent player in 2 games in a row, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not can he continue to move so, because he prolonged so many fights and set it up for a team. And oftentimes we usually take a look at Zyme Senpai, we oftentimes take a look at Stormy, but this is his moment to shine. This game, this series itself, Smooth has just stepped it up on a different level.
See, that's the thing, right? He's got everything you want in an EXP lane. He wins his 1v1s, he's attentive to the map, and he knows how to control the tempo on his side of the map. That's what makes him one of the best EXP laners, one of the more underrated ones. From his time of being a lord to being an absolute god in the EXP lane, this is your MVP.
I must say, he's really put on a good work here. Like, I'm sorry to say, he was really off my radar for a long time, and like you said as well, he was once upon a lord, now he's a god, and I'm really liking how he has adapted and learned so much valuable lessons from all his losses back then.
Yeah, he's coming into a new side of himself, a new form, but let's check out these highlights one more time just to see how he just rolls his opponents. This level 1, so unfortunate the way it went, mainly because 2 outs that you have. Either you play it perfectly level 1 to kite around that Masha, or you get your mage from the mid lane to eventually shove out and help out, get that extra bit of damage to take out the Masha. And now it's just that snowball effect, right? They try to go for these kills onto Sasa. Yes, very good idea. But as soon as that happened, Topside got that kill, and he bled his lead down into the mid lane.
Yeah, this was a huge catch coming from Smooth as well, because SMG, they needed a little bit more lead, and with this Smooth play coming in, it just completely shut RSG MY's confidence a little bit more, because economy was just balling on towards SMG's favor rather than SMG. And even in this play as well, he was able to just consistently bully out everyone from inside RSG all by himself.
So good. Mechanically played perfectly, activates the Dragon Tail, and then delays it for half a second, and then jumps in with a Furious Dive so you don't have enough time to react to the edge of the tail. So well done overall mechanically. But that's the thing, right? Smooth was able to guarantee Team SMG transitions into the mid lane perfectly by putting Izanami behind. Had Izanami gone 50-50 in the mid lane and scaled at the same pace as Kuza, oh boy, RSG would be in much better position. Because look, his damage is more than enough to kill Sasa, and this is where Zyme Senpai manages to get the catch just in time as soon as Akim flickers forward. It's just, if it was executed a little bit faster, but then again, it depends on the health of the Lord. So many factors involved.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And Izanami was pretty much their fallback strategy coming from RSG MY. They just could not get in with the ultra late stage game where he's gonna pop off and just completely shred people. So all in all, I would say it was a valiant attempt. I feel like this is as close as it gets, and I'm looking forward to see how game 3 is gonna go, because both teams, the champions, definitely pushed themselves towards the limit to actually experiment in drafts as well as their macro decisions.
Look, nobody is perfect here. The new patch, there was not a lot of time to adapt to it just yet, so they're still trying to make sure that they're coming to that polished state yet. Everyone's gonna look a little rusty for now. They're all trying to like, the numbers are a little weird, and especially how Zyme Senpai was able to walk away with the sprint. Nobody's used to that extra bit of movement speed. But with that being said, game number 3 is gonna be happening real soon. If you want to take a toilet break, now is a good time, as both teams will re-strategize and give you guys a game number 3.
Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
And we're already back. Game number 3 going to be happening very shortly. The score is 1-1 RSG versus Team SMG. You are watching the MPL MY English broadcast of Season 9. My name is GEEK. This is Icy Baby 12 here to accompany you and commentate throughout today. Now, we have to thank our sponsors for a beautiful audience, a beautiful stage behind us, and it is just a great day for Mobile Legends in general. So a quick thank you to our official gaming chair, Secret Labs, our partners in esports, TikTok, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and our co-organizer ESI for making it all happen.
Exactly. On top of it all, special thanks to you guys watching at home as well, because without you guys, we would not have such an amazing setup on top of it all. Because why? We can feel the energy, especially from the audience who's currently on stage as well, because that 2 matches was insane.
Yep, they are getting their money's worth here. A full 3 games, especially on a Sunday. Oh. Great day. Great way to spend your weekend. Now, speaking of which, game number 3 is about to be happening soon. We need to talk about potential adaptations. So far, Blue Side has been continuously winning after this new patch. Let's look at the recap one more time to keep you informed.
Yep. Now, speaking of the recap here, let's take a look at the damage output from both sides of the teams, right? Look at Zymes. Well, he's a tank. He's done 53,000 damage, more than smooth. Even though he was the MVP for the match, but he was consistently harassing everyone from side of RSG MY, just completely bullying them up the lane, as ever since that first level 1 fight where he 1v2 both Kusa and Zakos and still managed to come up on top.
Unfortunate. If only Zakos was able to get to pick up the fruit just in time, and then after that allow Kusa to jump back in and finish off Zyme Senpai. That would have been chef's kiss. But Smooth 52,000 damage. I'm more surprised that Stormy was able to get 65,000 overall. Because I mean, Harpus, he's the big finisher, right? He's looking for any low targets, look for that quick execute, and he's depending on Stormy to chunk people out. However, I didn't expect 65,000.
I think most of this damage is whenever Smooth goes in for the setup, and multiple times Smooth has set up so beautifully, it kind of allows him to just completely one-shot people. Like, I think Arcane Iris was pretty much the punching bag for him as well, considering that they need to get up close and personal before they can actually reach Stormy, and by then Stormy is going to be having them in their palms, because if he doesn't die, Black Shoes, you are within his range where you are going to be slowed by the Shadow Bombs all the way through.
I mean, overall, I would say that this is a pretty low kill count game. I mean, Smooth ended with a score of 7-0-7, so he was getting a majority of those kills, punishing both Zakas and Izanami every single time they were trying to get near that fight.
He's like you, right, Andy?
Huh?
He's like you, isn't he? He steals kills away from people when he's playing Savior, huh?
Yes! That's exactly what you're supposed to be doing, man. You don't want those assists, you want all the gold for yourself. And Smooth, he made sure that investment on him was worth it.
Yeah, definitely it was small. But RSG MY is back to the drawing board here. It seems like two different games, two different priorities in terms of bans, kind of messed them up. First game, it was letting the Hellcat through. Yeah, it was letting the Hellcat through against the composition. It wasn't exactly a meta pick, but sorry, it was letting the Selena through. Sorry. They let off the Selena in game number 1 and lost the game because Izanami just completely popped off. This game, however, they let the Masha slide. So I feel like the top tier bands just gotta be banned off completely.
So we know for a fact 100% get rid of Selena, 100% get rid of Masha here. And I think for RSG, now that they're going to be playing back on the blue side, there is a possibility that Zakas might get his hands on Masha himself. But, you know, Team SMG, they're smart enough. They get rid of Masha straight away. That's literally their first ban on red side.
Wait, is it definite already?
Yep.
I haven't seen the screen yet, but alright. Let's go into the draw because we're heading towards the deciders match between RSG MY versus SMG. And no, it's not yet. You're lying to me.
Wait, well, check it out right here, right there. Calling it now. They're gonna ban out Masha.
Okay, it's SMG, right? I'm pretty sure they want to pick it for themselves.
Look, I'm my only information that I'm going based on the fact that Team SMG banned out Masha game number 1. Oh, Selena got it! No, that is not fair. Darn it. Okay, fair enough. The fact is that Selena on Izanami was heavily
No. Now let's talk about the groupings for now. We know for a fact SMG is pretty much guaranteed for upper brackets. Win or lose, it doesn't really affect them too much. RSG MY, they want to secure the upper brackets. So would you say that this is prime opportunity for SMG to experiment playing against a Masha? Maybe, you know, let RSG get it and then see how they actually deal with it. So far, you brought up the Angela, but after seeing earlier game, it's like not exactly a very viable solution as well.
You still need your mid lane to push out.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You can't just win the 2v.
It's gonna be a 3v1, considering that Masha is like 3 life, so it's like 3 HP bars into 1 guy, or 3 heroes built into 1. How do you deal with that though?
That's the thing. You need to have someone who buys that extra bit of time for your jungler, and then getting your mid lane to push out. It helps. Demon Hunter Sword is good, but you're level 1, by the way. You're not gonna walk out of base with the Demon Hunter Sword of all things.
Yeah, no. Actually, Boxer is pretty good. Yeah, Boxer does a lot of damage if it goes toe to toe.
No,
not the best, but
it doesn't. Because as soon as Masha decides, oh, I'm just gonna, you know, empower myself, she's gonna deal more damage because you have a lot of HP.
Oh yeah.
Right. There's really no winning at level 1. I'll be honest with you.
Selena traps, no high loss. Okay.
I mean, kinda, yeah, but I don't think that really achieves the goal.
Yeah. Okay. As of now, they do not ban the Masha yet. Looks like. I might be right. SMG just wants to deal with it. Like, we want to experiment. Don't ban the Masha. Let them have it. We'll figure out. We'll learn as it goes. Like we said before, it's a learning process. It's a new patch. Why not experiment? It's okay to lose now because it doesn't affect their standings as well.
No.
Because they are going to be hitting those playoffs as well. So they are going to let the Masha in. So RSG, best time to pick it. Come on, Zakas. You know you want it.
I refuse. SMG, get your egos big. Take RSG's game 1 composition and play it for yourselves.
What, TODAK Geek Fam?
Yeah. Just flex it at this point. They're safe. They need to show off. If they want to show off that they're better than their opponents, might as well. Like, this is a good game to do so. It's a lot worse for RSG because they're so close to Team Caracal in the standings. But for SMG, if they want to show that they are the best and they still have it, this is a perfect game to do.
But that's the thing, you know, if RSG wins, our prediction's gone. Okay, Masha.
You know what? That's a good point. Team SMG,
let's believe in
go.
SMG, let's go.
I can't afford to let my predictions.
Oh, Valentina, yeah, we completely ignored that.
No, Valentina, I mean, it was going to get picked up some way or form.
Wait, I'm really curious. What does Valentina steal from Masha?
You just steal her ult. That's it.
No, okay, so I haven't experimented it. Like, okay, from what I know,
it's not a morph.
If you steal Yu Zhong, it becomes a morph.
Yes.
But if you steal... Oh no.
Masha is not a morph, it's an empower.
Yeah, but does he steal the healing thing with the shield?
It depends on what form he's in.
Because he's got 3 HP bar.
Yeah, you do get the 3 HP bars. But it depends on whether you're already empowered or not. That's the big difference.
Okay.
Lilia, oh, these are really good ultimates. These are really good ultimates to steal.
Hellcurt once again. I feel like the Digi pickup was going to be nice, but they actually open up with the group. Funny. But oh, this is going to be difficult for SMG.
I am literally waiting for Stormy to steal
Oh, Darkness Falls.
He Darkness Falls, and I'm like, counter engage. I'm gonna Darkness Falls too.
We got 2 Dark Crocodiles fighting against each other.
2 blind mice stabbing at each other. This is why I love Valentina, right? Valentina is just one of the most fun heroes to play, but more so, it makes the game really interesting when you have to think of it in a whole new dynamic of, hey, he has my ult, my auto attacks hurt, but he can turn into me, like, it's mind-boggling.
But that's the thing, right? If they both pass Darkness Fall, only both of them can see each other, right?
No, you basically don't see each other at all. You can't see the other Hellcurt. you literally Dark Knight Falls. You don't see. You see like everything. It looks good. Then the opponent does it, and then you just see yourself.
That's literally dining in the dark, bro. You know what I mean?
More like slow dancing in the dark. Hey. Now, we do see Glue get banned out for the side of SMG. It looks like Iris is still pretty effective, especially since Game 1. I mean, Game 2 maybe not so, but that's solely based on Smooth, able to get that double kill in the mid lane, and also actually engage and get the assist and kill Iris in the process, and that basically gives him a lead. RSG, on the other hand, what do they have to worry about here? Mid lane is already secured. I'm guessing
I know who they're going to be worried about here. They've got to be worried about Valentina stealing the outs, man.
But I don't think they're going to draft in a sense where they're trying to minimize the ults anymore, right? They've already given Black Shoes as well as Dark Knight Falls, right? At this stage of the game, it really doesn't matter what other ults you give.
Give them even more bigger outs. Give them a Yu Zhong.
You know what? Pick an Odette, right? Just give the best ult to the game.
Yeah, arguably, but I don't... It's surprising to see Odette kind of fall off, even though it's been buffed a little bit.
What are you talking about? She's so bad. Like, how is she supposed to lane against anybody?
You know, you have an ult that has a dash down.
Yeah, I mean, that's your only saving grace. That's literally your only saving grace, and people have counterplay against that. Compared to something as like, no matter what you do, once you scale, you don't have a lot of options left. Like Izanami playing Lunox. The moment he hits his items, that's like, okay, now you're a threat. Same goes for Odette, except you can cancel the ult.
Fair enough. Okay, now let's talk about Marksman real quick from Akim. What is he going to play? Is he going to play Clinton? I feel like the Paquito was a little bit of a force pick coming from game number 2. But considering now that he's got Masha, he's got a lot more space to farm with here. I feel like they can be a little bit more confident to actually play it. And I'm a little bit surprised as well. Beatrix completely ignored 2 games in a row.
Beatrix just relatively doesn't work well in the lane anymore with so many strong picks. Take, for example, Wanwan, Popo, and Clint.
Wanwan's got to go. But Wanwan. Wait, where's Wanwan?
Wanwan isn't here just yet, which I think RSG might actually pick up for themselves, to be honest. But let's see, Team SMG.
I think SMG... Oh, no, actually... Yeah, SMG might actually pick it because it actually counters the... Wait, does it counter the silence from second skill? Yeah, it does, right?
I mean...
If you get silence... Yeah. I think Wanwan is pretty good against the Hellcurt.
It doesn't counter the silence.
Wait, does it?
It doesn't, because you can't activate it. Because as soon as you get silence, you can't activate your Purify.
Wait, I'm so lost. Like, it's been so long. It's so long since I actually had a Hellcurt matchup.
What?
Valir?
Wait, that means...
Oh yeah, you talked about the Valir dealing with the Masha, right? Yeah, I think this is a good way, actually.
No. I mean, yes, I did. Sorry. I did mention that earlier, and yes, you're absolutely correct here. But that means that Grok
That's
is
a
going to
tank.
go
Wait, that's a
into the EXP lane?
double supports in the middle. So that's support Valentina? Support Valir?
No,
okay,
no.
we've seen tank Valir before, but
It's for sure. I guarantee you that this Valentina is going on Stormy into the mid lane. Valir is going to go over to Zyme Senpai. Smooth is going to play Grok.
okay. Yeah.
It's still wave
I
clear.
see where it goes.
Exactly, right? It's all about getting control of
They've
the
got a balance of magic as well as a single, but they go for the Yujong and Baleric. Oh, if they go for the 1-1, Baleric is going to have a fantastic time having fun just dishing out damage for his passive. So I like where this is going, but the Yujong coming for RSG MY, like I said as well, they're just giving him more ultimates for Valentina's steal, man.
Paquito. Sasa is looking at this and he's just like, do I really want to play anything here? Everything basically kills me, and everybody on the side of RSG is going to die me.
No. The Hellcurt. Carry is good against the Yujong and Baleric, but not the Hellcurt.
Give him the 1-1.
Yeah, I think 1-1 is pretty much the only solution.
No, it's not the only solution. You can still go for Popo and Koopa. You might not have as much mobility, but I think Sasa needs to play for himself. He's a solid player in 1-1. I mean, he can technically go for Clint as well for the true damage and burst, but it really depends.
Yeah, he goes for 1-1.
Oh, thank God. Okay.
Right.
Whew. I was sweating there for a moment.
I'm looking forward to see how the top tier picks are going to go as well, because if you think about it as well, Masha has increased in terms of win rate ever since his current meta. 1-1 as well, easily able to pop crossbow attacks compared to before. Instead of back then it was 5. Sorry, it was 6, and then 5, and then 4. Now it's 3 procs.
Yep, it's ridiculous. It's super easy, but we are also seeing that one of these heroes, either the Masha or the Valentina, are going to lose their 100% win rate in this game alone.
Oh, that is a big statement indeed here. So who's going to be the better team here? Because the picks and bans has been set, because we're heading towards the game number 3 as of now. Will the Valentina win? Or will the Masha prevail? As with Kuza starting off with the Hellcurt as well, winning the game number 1 against SMG. They're looking to recreate game number 1. Or will SMG bounce back and fight against the Hellcurt, this time with the newly improved drafts here, once again with the Baxia and a little bit of adaptations. Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading towards game number 3 towards this match here.
All right, here we go. Zakas is going to walk up into the lane. Valir needs to get these early fireballs down. RSG on the blue side and Team SMG on the red. Now let's us go back. Yes, there we go. Zakas is getting burnt down, and Stormy is here to help out with the extra bit of damage. Harpus, he's having the time of his life. He doesn't mind. Hit me. I don't care. I literally do not care. Give me first blood.
He's got to run, right? Like, he's trying to recreate what Zyme Senpai did, but this time they've got 3 members, and Zakas, he might actually die. He gets stunned and...
There we go! Smooth comes in with a flicker to give him no time to react. I love Zyme. That's so dirty. He fireballs him to 1 HP. He quickly recalls a couple of times before hitting that last fireball. That's first blood bounty achieved by Team SMG.
I like how Zakas is trying to recreate what Zyme Senpai did in game number 2, but nope, not this time, brother. Not this time.
Oh, that's so funny. That's so funny to see. Oh, Zyme, he's got the confidence to do so. You can appreciate what Zakas was trying to do.
You've been having fun the entire 3 weeks, haven't you? Ever since you've seen a Masha, you'll be like, all right. See who can outplay a Masha, right?
I will admit that Friday I didn't appreciate Masha very much, but now that we are seeing adaptations by teams picking up Angela, picking up Valir, now it's way more fun to see. But Stormy, more importantly, has an advantage against Izanami.
Oh no, Izanami, what are you thinking? Oh wait, he's gonna be fine. Who's gonna be popping the darkness ball? He's gonna help the team a little bit more, so he's gonna be A-okay. Izanami will be able to scotch free here as SMG completely retreats, afraid of what Kuza is gonna be doing to the fight.
Zyme Senpai messed up. He used the Searing Flames instead of the traditional Fireball. He should have thrown the Fireball first and then looked to Searing Torrents just to try to secure that kill, because unfortunately he ends up pushing away Izanami, creating more than enough space so that Harpus can't get on top of him.
Yeah, just a little bit unfortunate event, but it makes a lot of sense, right? He's a little bit afraid that Kuza might be coming from that direction, if that makes sense. But Harpus now going to be securing the turtle. This is going to be a recreation coming from game 1. Harpus going to be having a fantastic time as Kuza was forced out by baiting out the Darkness Force. Zyme Senpai going to be taunting Zakas, knowing that, hey, your Masha is not as good as mine. I have a way to deal with it.
Yep. More importantly so, Stormy is level 4. I'm waiting to see which ultimate he's going to steal. And he does take Impure Rage so he can maintain his lane a lot better and still try to trade against Izanami whenever he has those Shadow Bolts up. Now we're looking down towards the bottom lane. It's Smooth versus Iris, the biggest wet noodle fight you'll ever see in your life. But look at that damage coming out of Smooth. He gets, oh, doesn't get taunted just yet. He flickers out of the way, but that just means like Kuza has a free pass to dive.
Yeah, that's a big catch coming for RG. Smooth not going to be able to do too much. That is going to be a damage blow for him, perhaps. But Akim now going to be forcing the Black Dragon. Zyme going to be get caught out as well. He tries to go for Flicker, and he is going to be A-OK. Sasa going to be from the sides as well. But as you can see, Stormy does have the Masha out here as they go in for the chase. Akim now trying to survive for his life, but nope, he cannot. Zyme is going to shut him down.
You know what? I'm not going to lie. There's one SG caster that I know who's going to be very happy with this game right now. Oh my goodness, Smooth, you absolute genius. Using the wall to stop Iris because he doesn't have Flicker to walk away, so he has to take a long way around the Guardian's barrier.
Yeah, you were saying.
Oh yeah, I was saying that, you know, one of the, I know an SG caster who would be very happy with Valir right now, and current performance from Zyme Senpai, making sure that he can counter all these heroes. Oh, he might be in some trouble here. Ah, no! Akim does find him in an awkward spot, and he does not have Flicker to get on out of here. Sasa is going to get the energy shield, but at what cost?
Yeah, and RG finds a very, very nice pick as well. Kuza is going to be able to assassinate the annoying Zyme Senpai, and like I said as well, this is going to be a tank Valir, and I'm a little bit surprised that Smooth going for a little bit more damage here. High and Dry is hoping to win his 1v1 against Belleric, and Belleric, not gonna lie, is gonna have a pretty okay time. He's able to sustain his way through, and once he gets his Sky Guardian helmet or even his Blade Armor, he's gonna be a force to be reckoned with. But I'm a little bit more curious here. What items does he go for later on? Does he go for Concentrated Energy, or does he just stack up full defense and yada etc.? But now he's gonna try to open up the map for the team. Harpies Darkness Ball has been expanded. Kuza is gonna be blinded a little bit more. Can they secure his turtle? No, they cannot. That's gonna be Harpies stealing from right under the noses, and then he's gonna be making a run for it as well. Smooth gonna be paying the price, but he does get his Blade of Fantasies. Now here comes the try coming in from Stormy, but he's gonna be able to trade off as well. Valentina giving a taste of his own medicine. Belleric versus Belleric action. But the fake Belleric wins.
Oh, that's so funny. That gets me every time. Wrath of the Dryads in response. Stormy now taking a whole load of damage here against Izanami, but it's going to be that delayed attack from Izanami that secures that kill. Unfortunately for Stormy, he was not able, he did not have his ult to actually save him with the black shoes or anything or steal something. But now we see Sasa going with that 1v1 against Akim.
He's gonna run. I think he's dead. He's dead.
He's dead, right?
Oh, one more hit. Oh, Akim just on the River Harpies from the side. Retribution gets the kill and walks out of there scot-free. SMG with a big catch.
Oh man, I feel those are top 10 relatable moments as Yuzong. You're just running away, it's like, haha, 1 HP, and then you see Boxia come by and you're like, oh.
Surprise. But as of now, Smooth is gonna be running for his life, and he's gonna die. He's going for a full damage Grok, but not gonna be able to survive it all as RSG MY. Kuza gonna be chunking his way through. Here comes a Dryad coming in. He's gonna try and stall Asasa in his tracks, but Iris taking a little bit too much damage, and Harpies, he doesn't really care. He's tanking his way through. Zyme Senpai is gonna harass him out of the lane, and he's gonna get me fall.
Yep, right now Valir is just so good against RSG MY's composition. Their tanks get shredded down by Valir, especially if he gets like a magic wand at this point. He's just gonna keep on burning.
Yep, and as of now, Valentina just looks so good on Stormy as well. And every time, whatever ultimate he gets from RSG MY is just so good. In a sense where, if he gets a Belleric out, Robert Dryad, and if he's in the Belleric form, the passive does help him boost out so much damage overall because it's magic damage. So for him, he's not as tanky as a Belleric, but he's going to be able to utilize the passive way much more compared to Iris.
Yep, I agree. There's so much technicalities. Wait, I just realized that I called it Magic Wand instead of Glowing Wand, but right now Valir really needs one. Smooth is able, oh my goodness, man. Akim can't even get in a fight, gets hit by the Searing Torrents, gets shoved away, and loses out on his initial engagement. Team SMG are absolutely shutting down this aggression coming in from RSG MY. So right now, the only way for RSG to technically win a fight is if they can get Iris to to flicker in the middle of all 5 members of Team SMG.
Yeah, I feel like ZAKAS also needs to actually completely chunk out the backlines. In this case, either Sasa and Stormy before the fight begins. Because as of yet, the slows coming in from the Tortoise Persons as well as a potential Ice Queen's 1 later on is going to completely mess them up. Now, Kuza is going to make an attempt onto a smooth, but that's not going to be the right target here. Rafa Dryer comes in, connects on Stormy, and they will get the kill. So that is an important kill for them.
Oh!
Going to be going for a big wall charge. Catches on 4, but he's going to pay with his life. But the rest of RSG MY, they're taking a bit too much damage. Harpist is going to find the pickup onto his Helker as they slowly chunk away towards RSG MY. Look at this. Harpist is going to try and zone them out as well. Aris makes a run for his life, but Izanami, can he kite away Harpist?
Nope.
Absolutely not.
No, and see, that's the thing. Harpist, he's so unkillable right now. And even though RSG were able to take out a good number of members from the side of Team SMG, they were not able to win out on the trade. Notice how the fact that, tier 1s right now basically destroyed. They're currently even in terms of turrets, but all 3 turtles are in the hands of Team SMG.
Look at this interesting build as well. Seems like ZAKAS as well is going to be mirroring the same build, going for a Sky Guardian helmet first and then Molten Essence. And on top of it all, it's rare for us to see hybrid builds all the way through, but Harpist opted to go for the Dreadnought armor first. And also pairing up with Molten Essence just gives you that, he gives you a little bit more balance of damage and damage reduction.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. That's what you want. Harpist can be greedy because he's in the jungle. He's level 12 in comparison to Kuza, who's level 10. He's 2 levels ahead against this Hellcurrent, and it's a bit of a tough matchup. Akim, he's just so far behind at this point in time, and every single time he engages, Izanami now gets locked down here. Stormy able to steal Belleric's ultimate that counter-engages opponents, making it easy for Wamwa to finish him off.
Well, it seems like SMG has figured out how to deal with the Masha completely, because 1-1 is also left uncontested throughout this entire fight. RSG MY, they need to figure a way to do something, but it seems like they're just back to game number 2, where they focus on Kuza going for the split push to make space, whereas SMG is looking to jeopardize the middle tower to get a little bit more map control. Black Dragon has been expanded, coming for Arcade, but it's not doing anything good. But ZAKAS is going to go make a dive for the Zaza. Can he pop the crossbow attacks? No, he cannot. And he's going to die. That's going to be a good catch coming from RSG MY.
Yep, and that's why 1-1 may be good, but if you still can't proc those weakness points, you're not going to get your invulnerability with your ultimate. So Sasa's going to be extremely careful with his positioning, and if he wants to make a god tier play, he's got to make sure he hits all those weakness points.
Definitely here. Harpist already level 13, 9 minutes into this game here as a jungle. Guys, Jungle 10 works, man. This boxer is just built different, bro.
Yeah.
But as of now, Iris is going to go for the pull. He's not going to be able to set up a couple of fights, but he's pretty much blocked off on the rest of the teams. But SMG, they don't exactly want to overcommit for just a Belleric.
Yep, not yet. And especially since they have Lord already crashing down, they're just trying to time these waves. Notice how RSG MY are just waiting patiently in Tri-Brush. Oh, this is not good for Kuza.
Kuza. Is he going to go? Nope, he pops his Darkness Ball. He runs out of there. So that's going to be a major ultimate being expended. Whereas SMG, they are going to be very happy about this here. As you can see, Stormy already saving up to push with the Lord. But the rest of Team SMG, they're a little bit split off as ZAKAS is trying to make space for the team. So this is a momentary space coming for RSG MY. ZAKAS, can he buy a little more time? Steering Torrent keeps him in check, but he's a little bit too tanky. But he's down towards his last bar. This is where he hurts the most, but it seems like there's nothing much he can do. While that's going to be happening here on the top side, they do pick off Smooth instead. And now on the side as well, Zakim also going to be picked up by Stormy.
Oh, that's nice. That's really, really nice. They managed to get 2 kills, but unfortunately with the play that ZAKAS made, he was able to pull 3 members of Team SMG and put their eyes on him. They don't lose an inhibitor. They don't allow Team SMG to fight, to force fights under their own turns, which they could very much easily do. So I think RSG, despite having to sacrifice 2, made a good decision.
And now, SFG, they're continuing to apply a little more pressure. Middle tower is going to be the way to go. Zion Senpai going to be showing himself here to try and gather information. The rest of RSG MY, they are right by side, but Izanami, he's going to get caught off. He doesn't realize that there's people waiting for him. Gets stunned up, gets feared by Stormy, completely deleted before the Black Shoe is even able to cast.
And for now, Stormy just keeps stealing Iris's ult. Like he doesn't want anybody else's ult. He just wants the Wrath of the Dryads just to make that big team play. Now, Team SMG on the other hand, they are going to be able to chunk out their opponents. Look, Iris is getting burnt out to a crisp. with the help of Zyme Senpai. Akim is going to start things off with the Black Dragon form. Smooth holding the power
no, the
of
damage.
Still, but it's too late. Akim walks away with 1 HP, and they manage to defend the inhibitor turret.
You can see Sasa doesn't really care about proccing the crossbow tanks as well. He's just there. Hey, I'm going to push the minions. I'm going to focus on the Lord objective because it's going to be up in 15 seconds. Whereas Zakas, he's going to be split pushing on the other side of the lanes. And you can see Smooth also going to be clearing the minions as well, as he's got a blade of Half the Seas. But the Lord now going to be available. Can RSG MY respawn in time?
Yeah, honestly, what's really annoying is the new Sky Guardian's helmet works so well with Masha. The fact is, when you activate your first skill, which empowers you, you start draining HP. But with the new Sky Guardian's helmet,
yeah, you compensate it, right?
It compensates it. That's why you're seeing him get 191 health each time, even though he's supposed to be losing health at that stage of the game.
Agreed. But as of now, you can see SMG, they're starting on the Lord. Iris is in position to go for the right? He's going to start the fight, but the rest of the team is not in position to fight this. He's going to get scouted out. He taunts on the Sasa, but Darkness Falls comes in. They're looking good for the start. The Black Dragon comes in as well. Can they get the Lord? Who's going to get the retribution? No, it's going to be Harpist, and that's going to be SMG turning the tides against RSG MY. Zaka's a little bit late to the party as well, but here comes Sasa popping the crossbow attacks, completely shutting them all down. Double kill for Sasa. Is Nami going to be stranded on the side in the Lord pit as SMG completely rolls over them?
Yep, Smooth, smile on his face. Sasa playing with fire, waiting till the very last second to get his ult, even though he already procced the weakness points. And now Team SMG looking for the end here. Kuza the only one standing. He gets knocked out instantly. Mega kill coming out of Stormy, and Masha loses her 100% win rate.
And what a game coming from SMG. They bounce back 2-1. 2-0 sweep coming from them, and they take the entire series here. And like you said as well, Masha's win rate is out of the picture. SMG has the solution. However, Valentina still a strong contender, one of the strongest meta heroes coming into this current patch.
You know what they say, when they get those 2-1s or 2-0s, doesn't matter who. Team SMG, GG, well played. A good, hard-fought battle. RSG has a lot to learn, but it's time to hear the winning comms of Team SMG. Mic check.
Go. Dia tak ada skill 2 eh. Mantap, Bel. Boleh. Boleh backup. Backup. Nice. Lagi. Nice. Ni kat aku. Lo. Tengok lot. Tengok lot. Stand. Nice. Boleh. Backup pusat. Aku pergi. Kat situ. Nice. Dia fikir. Boleh. Nice. Matin. Enggak ada terbang.
Gua kagak bisa ya gua.
Nice.
Gua kagak bisa gua, Lip.
Aku boleh lagi. Nice.
Aku boleh lagi. Oi, sabar dulu.
Bagi aku atas. Tunggu saya settle atas. Kita start terus saya lot. Kita start je.
Ya.
Kita ada kalau masuk. Ambil Aris. Ini. Dulu aja. Aku bunuh anak-anak dia. Angela nanti.
Aku gas lunok tau.
Gas. Simpan. Ini. Nice.
Linglo. Angela Dalti.
Tengok Lunox oi. Gua lihat. Ha? Nice.
Hero dulu.
Dia turun. Boleh tak? Balik dia merah.
Sabar sek.
Dia kena slow. Nice.
Oh, sorry.
Buat lane.
Epic kalau mau geng bawah boleh ya?
Boleh.
Tapi tak ada dia Dalti.
Ke atas. Pak Sik, go je.
Ini Dalti ya.
Gua jauh ya. Ini Marsa di gua sih bisa sih perang. Nice saya.
Dia dah flicker.
Marsa jalan ini Kuja di atas Kuja. Lot aja.
Tengok ya, LK dia kena tutup tau.
Tuh, kena. Gua dapat Kuja, ngapain Kuja? Woi Kuja.
Game ketiga di antara pasukan SMG bertemu dengan RSG. Valentina dilepaskan, dan antara penyebab kenapa pasukan daripada SMG berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan anda sekarang bersama saya Sid selaku stage host, dan bersama saya dekat atas pentas ni antara pemain daripada pasukan SMG sendiri, iaitu Encik Harpis. Apa khabar?
Kabar baik.
Alright. Sekarang ni Hafiz, tahniah diucapkan kerana berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan di atas pasukan RSG, mengekalkan momentum. Okey, untuk soalan pertama, apa perasaan Hafiz selepas berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan sebentar tadi?
Perasaannya biasa aja sih.
Oh, biasa?
Iya.
So nak cakap RSG ni biasa?
Ya.
Alright, okey. Soalan yang kedua, game pertama kalah.
Ya.
Kenapa pasukan SMG tak boleh dapatkan kemenangan di dalam game yang pertama?
Ada miss call sedikit aja. Mistake.
Dan
Ya.
game yang kedua sampai game yang ketiga boleh dapatkan kemenangan.
Ya.
Mic tu dapat atas sikit. Orang tak dengar. Kan comel. Alright. Jadi game yang ketiga, apa yang berlaku kat situ? Kenapa pasukan daripada SMG melepaskan Masha?
Karena gampang sih di counternya.
Antara hero yang boleh di
Ya.
counter?
Rahasia lah.
Alright. Menjadi pemain terbaru untuk pasukan SMG, apa tips untuk orang kat luar untuk main secara profesional?
Main rank aja terus, sampai jadi top global.
Main rank terus jadi top global?
Iya.
Wah, gampang sangat jawapan kamu sih. Alright, sebelum kita melepaskan Harpies, ada tak kata-kata terakhir kepada peminat yang datang ke dalam MPL hari ini dan juga yang menonton secara live stream?
Nggak ada.
Nggak ada? Tak mau ucapkan terima kasih?
Terima kasih Nescafe yang udah jadi inilah.
Terima kasih kepada Nescafe. Alright, okay.
Yang udah support.
Alright, terima kasih diucapkan kepada Harpies. Jadi, kita tanpa membuang masa, kita akan pass kepada kita punya post show untuk analisis yang lebih dalam. Persilakan.
SMG masih mengekalkan dominasi mereka. Anda bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla dan juga analis kita Lavel.
Oh, tidak. Kali ini saya bukan analis.
Oh, bukan.
Saya adalah translator. Jadi dekat sini kamera fokuskan sebenarnya apa yang Harpies cuba cakapkan adalah di mana dia nak ucap terima kasih kepada semua orang yang menonton, tak kisah di Malaysia ataupun Indonesia ataupun Filipin. Pasukan SMG cuba sedaya upaya untuk jatuhkan pasukan RSG. Mereka sangat-sangat kuat tapi kami lagi kuat. Itu yang dia cuba sampaikan sebenarnya. Ya.
Terbaik. Kenapa Sid sangat comel dekat atas pentas tu tak translate untuk Harpies? Okey, kita berbalik-balik kepada game tadi di mana match yang pertama di mana 2-1 untuk SMG. Jadi macam kita tengok di fasa yang kedua ni, permainan grup A dengan grup B di match yang pertama tadi menunjukkan persaingan yang luar biasa berbanding dengan fasa 1.
Ya.
Jadi kalau kita tengok SMGP performance pun luar biasa.
Ya, sangat-sangat luar biasa. Tapi macam mana pun kita akan tengok itemization untuk kita kenal pasti apa rahsia untuk counter Masha dekat sini. Sememangnya kita tak boleh nak abaikan di mana Valentina juga adalah hero yang sangat-sangat kuat. Tetapi Valir sememangnya adalah jawapan yang paling bagus di mana dekat dalam game ni Zakus menggunakan Masha, kemudian dia menggunakan sprint. Di mana kita memang selalu nampak Masha menggunakan sprint, tapi dekat dalam game ni sebenarnya sangat-sangat susah. Zaim Sempoi juga 6-1-8. Pada bahagian awal game, dia berjaya untuk hit dia punya fireball. Kena 2 kali, Masha akan kena stun. Damage daripada Baxia early game pun not bad. Jadi dekat dalam game ni, pasukan RSG MY, mereka tak dapat nak adapt balik mereka punya draft untuk lawan dengan pasukan SMG. So dekat sini saya boleh cakap dua-dua pasukan draft mereka sangat-sangat cantik. Sangat-sangat cantik. Tetapi pasukan SMG tetap menang dekat sini. Lagi mereka mengambil risiko dan risiko tu menjadi.
Ya, dengan pelepasan Masha di game yang ketiga sebentar tadi, adakah dan SMG pun memenangi pertandingan tadi, adakah selepas ini mungkin Masha akan dilepaskan lebih daripada biasa?
Kita boleh tengok kalau pasukan tersebut boleh menggunakan Valir dengan sangat-sangat bagus dan kalau pasukan tu adalah second pick. Kalau mereka second pick, mereka boleh paksa enemy untuk ambil Masha first pick. Bila dah nampak, okay, confirm Masha ada, mereka boleh counter balik dengan ambil Valir pada pick yang kedua. Sebab tu ada advantage first pick dan juga second pick. Jadi ada perlawanan mental dekat situ. Dan kalau kita tengok untuk pasukan SMG juga, Smooth menggunakan Grok dengan sangat-sangat baik. Tapi Valentina daripada Stormy, still kita nampak kenapa Valentina ni 100% win rate, damage yang sangat-sangat besar daripada dia punya second skill. Yes, Valentina ultimate dia kena nerf. Tapi dekat dalam game ni, benda yang paling penting saya boleh dengar Sif kat dalam cakap, ya betul. Ya, sangat-sangat best apa yang dekat sini, diorang boleh dapat gift percuma. Tapi sekarang kita akan tengok kita punya post game stats. Tak apa, biar saya cakap. Saya, ya betul. Saya punya translation paling bagus. Kat sini pasukan SMG, kita boleh tengok di mana Stormy damage yang paling tinggi, 60,000. Sebab tu kenapa Valentina pun antara hero, walaupun dia kena nerf, dia tetap kuat. Tapi kalau kita tengok selebihnya, Zaim Sempoi dekat dalam game ni 38,000 damage yang dia berjaya keluarkan walaupun dia adalah roamer. Tapi dia punya apa yang dia lakukan kat dalam game adalah engagement daripada RSG MY. RSG MY nak cari kill, nak cari fight. tapi mereka akan gagal disebabkan ada Zaim Sempoi yang menggunakan valet yang boleh tolak sesiapa saja daripada pasukan RSG keluar. Dan kita boleh tengok bukti dia dekat damage Kuza, di mana Kuza sebenarnya kuat menggunakan Hellcat. Hellcat boleh burstkan ramai orang pada bahagian hadapan, tetapi kalau Hellcat tu sentiasa ditolak, dia tak boleh nak keluarkan damage. Itu yang menyebabkan pasukan RSG kalah. SMG, Zaim Sempoi dekat dalam game ni, pemilihan hero yang tepat, penggunaan hero yang tepat.
Tapi boleh tak saya nak cakap sedikit, bukan nak cakapkan, saya simpulkan bahawasanya yang SMG adalah satu pasukan yang inovatif daripada segi draft pick, manakala untuk RSG mereka menggunakan agresif, aggression. Tapi sekarang ni kita ada Sid. Jadi Sid,
Ya betul.
jadi boleh uraikan sedikit tentang merekanya post stakes?
Kalau kita melihat sekarang ni, dari segi kill, 20 kill yang dimiliki oleh pasukan SMG setara pasukan RSG MY 9 kill. Antara penyebab kenapa pasukan RSG kemungkinan tewas kat sini adalah dengan memilih Hellcat terlalu awal.
Ya.
Seperti menunjukkan apakah strategi mereka. Sebab apabila memilih Hellcat, kebanyakan kita tahu apa pihak lawan nak guna.
Ya betul. Dan kalau kita tengok pasukan SMG, perlawanan antara coach, kita boleh cakap bahawa sekarang ni James tetap menang.
Ya, sekarang kita saksikan MVP untuk game yang ketiga sebentar tadi jatuh kepada tim SMG Stormy, di mana match KDA 6-2, match KP 60%, manakala match GPM 707.
Dekat sini, ini sebenarnya buat kerja kita lagi susah. Sebab bila kita nak pilih best rookie, Stormy tunjuk performance kuat, Zaid tunjuk performance kuat, rookie pada season kali ni safe. Diorang punya prestasi out of this world. Veteran-veteran yang tengah tengok pun rasanya diorang risau dengan performance daripada Stormy kat sini.
Yes, bukan sebab dia guna hero yang OP ataupun
tapi membantu jugalah.
Tapi sebab kita lihat macam mana dia punya position apabila dia menggunakan Valentina berbeza apabila dia menggunakan hero mage yang lain. Apabila dia mendapatkan hero Valentina, dia berani untuk pergi ke depan dan dia tahu apabila dia pergi ke depan akan ada follow up daripada teammate. Ini menunjukkan bagaimana mereka punya chemistry, bagaimana kepercayaan antara satu sama lain menyebabkan persembahan yang tunjukkan Stormy sangat-sangat menyebabkan dia dinobat selaku MVP.
So kiranya rookie kali ini memberikan kompetitif antara satu sama lain dan menunjukkan walaupun experience tu penting, tetapi mereka membawakan satu trend yang terbaru di dalam gameplay MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 ini. Jadi kepada Lafel sendiri, kalau kita boleh tengok Stormy punya performance menggunakan Valentina, mungkinkah Valentina akan dilepaskan juga kali ini?
Tak payahlah. Valentina tu kekal ban dekat sini juga, di mana Asha sini cakap perbezaan play-play baru dengan play-play lama adalah experience. Tapi saya rasa kenapa Stormy tunjuk kenapa dia rookie yang bagus, kerana dia cepat belajar. Walaupun experience dia kurang, tapi dia cepat dapatkan balik experience tu. Dia macam orang lain level 10, dia level 12. Dia cepat sangat belajar. Dekat dalam game ni juga, kita tengok macam mana pasukan SMG dan juga RSG. RSG mereka berjaya untuk lakukan pergerakan yang lebih agresif. Mereka boleh gank, mereka boleh dapatkan kill. Tapi mereka boleh mendapatkan kill kalau sama ada Zaim Sempoi ada. Zaim Sempoi mati awal. Yang ni saya tak faham kenapa dia masuk balik dalam map. Kalau dia kekal kat luar, dia boleh hidup kat situ. Time tu nak marah, tapi
sabar.
Nak marah, tapi kena sabar.
Tapi apa yang kita boleh sabar dengan pasukan RSG, mereka masih lagi mampu untuk sustain dalam tempoh masa yang lama. Walaupun kalau kita lihat dari segi keadaan, nampak seperti pasukan SMG dah hampir menguasai ke semua map. Lihatlah bagaimana permainan smooth yang menggunakan grok cukup efektif, menyebabkan pasukan RSG setiap kali mereka nak serang ataupun nak keluar daripada serangan, damage burst yang dikeluarkan oleh pasukan SMG sangat-sangat besar. Apabila lagi-lagi Zaim Sempoi kali ni dia menunjukkan kenapa dia antara mage ataupun pengguna mage yang cukup tinggi.
Ya, Zaim Sempoi dia sangat-sangat fleksibel. Saya rasa kalau dia bukan pro player, dia boleh jadi gymnast, di mana dia boleh menggunakan mage, dia boleh menggunakan tanker. Saya rasa kalau tiba-tiba kita suruh dia main jungle pun mungkin dia boleh main.
Awak membuatkan saya punya fikiran luar biasa, saya rasa. Dan sekarang kita tengok kedudukan untuk kumpulan Group A dan juga Group B, di mana Red Esports dan juga tim SMG sama mata, 21 dengan 21, dan tidak banyak perubahan di bahagian bawah sebab kita masih lagi menunggu untuk match kedua dan ketiga pada hari ini.
Yang paling penting sebenarnya kita tengok untuk Group B, RSG MY kekal tempat ketiga dengan 15 point, pasukan Karakal 13 point, GFM sekarang 5. Jauh sangat perbezaan. Kalau kita tengok Group A, Homeboys dan juga Orange tak jauh beza, 8 dengan 9. MLBB Esports dengan SUHAZ pun tak jauh. 10 dengan 11. Yang nombor 1 tu kita dah tak tengok. Saya rasa SMG confirm lah. Bukan setakat apa bracket, tapi nombor 1 kat grup.
Ya, dan apabila kita bercakap tentang cross group, sebenarnya kalau melihat dari segi standing antara grup A dan juga grup B, perlawanan highlight semestinya di antara pasukan Red Esports bertemu dengan pasukan tim SMG. Pasukan manakah yang akan drop point dan pasukan manakah yang akan mengekalkan kedudukan mereka di tangga yang pertama, memandangkan TODAK hanya beza 3 poin. Hanya beza 4 poin yang membezakan mereka dengan pasukan Red Esports.
Wow, bila awak cakap tentang tim SMG dan juga Red Esports, mungkin dekat luar sana, sedangkan Red Esports sendiri pun tidak sabar untuk berjumpa dengan SMG, apatah lagi kita kan. Jadi Aisyah pun nak tanya lah, alang-alang kita dah dalam still in game tadi, antara Kuza dan juga Harpies, mana satu jungler yang adapt dengan meta yang terbaru?
Kalau kita nak cerita pasal adaptation antara kedua-dua jungler, kita sebenarnya kena cakap Harpies. Disebabkan kita nampak dia menggunakan tank kat bahagian jungle, dia menggunakan Baxia, yang kita boleh nampak dia punya effectiveness. Dia keras, dia sangat keras. Dia boleh duduk kat depan lama, membuatkan lagi senang untuk dia menggunakan retribution. Sebab tu kalau kita nampak banyak kali dekat kawasan Turtle dan juga Lord, sebenarnya Harpies yang menang retribution fight. Manakala Kuza still menggunakan assassin, susah nak burstkan tank.
Ya, lagi-lagi apabila dia menggunakan tank, apabila nyawa dia lebih banyak, lagi banyak damage dia boleh keluarkan apabila dia menggunakan dia punya retribution. Dan 2 kali sebenarnya Hafiz menggunakan Baxia, dan ini menunjukkan bagaimana kalau bercakap ataupun menjawab soalan yang ditujukan oleh Asha, menunjukkan Hafiz yang lebih adapt yang dilakukan ataupun dari segi meta yang dia dapat. Walaupun Kuza 2 kali juga menggunakan Hellcat.
Dekat sini saya rasa kita punya host dah tak payah pakai nama Sleepy Godzilla.
Habis tu?
Memang kita panggil dia Asha je. Panjang sangat Sleepy Godzilla tu. SG lah.
Tak ada, panggil
SG
Asha.
macam kita punya jiran.
Ya, jiran.
Okey, sebenarnya saya tak tahu nak cakap apa dah sebab tadi tiba-tiba dia tukar topik. Tapi Okey. So selepas ini match yang kedua, kita akan berjumpa GEEK Fam dan juga SUHAZ Esports. What is your guys punya expectation memandangkan GEEK Fam masih lagi di tangga yang paling bawah?
Dekat sini saya rasa sepatutnya kita nampak surprises daripada GEEK Fam. Sebab dia dalam situasi there's nothing to lose. Kan? Jadi time ni apa-apa yang diorang nak keluarkan, inilah masanya. Pasukan SUHAZ Esports juga, mereka nampak prestasi yang kuat tapi mereka still kalah. Jadi dekat dalam game ni, SUHAZ Esports mereka kena bring their best foot forward. Mereka kena buat yang terbaik kerana saya rasa banyak fans yang tengah tengok dan harapkan kemenangan daripada SUHAZ.
Ya, dan Asha sebentar tadi ada cakap bahawa pasukan GEEK Fam sebenarnya bukan saja di tangga yang ke bawah, malah poin mereka sangat-sangat rendah, dengan mengharapkan keajaiban sebenarnya untuk pasukan GEEK Fam untuk mara ke peringkat seterusnya. Tetapi kita bukan nak menidakkan keupayaan pasukan GEEK Fam. Apa yang akan membuktikan sampai mereka pasukan yang digeruni adalah apabila mereka berhadapan dengan pasukan SUHAZ. Apakah seperti yang dikatakan oleh Lafel, kejutan ataupun surprise yang akan digunakan oleh pasukan GEEK Fam berhadapan dengan pasukan SUHAZ?
Kita mungkin akan menunggu dulu, kita tunggu dulu untuk match yang kedua sebentar nanti. Tapi kita sekarang ni kita nak tahu siapakah pemenang untuk MPL Predictor. Di mana 3 pemenang iaitu Bob Dicong, Fayadah
Abdul Halim.
Abdul Halim dan juga Kill.
Salah. Kill.
Tahniah kepada anda bertiga kerana memenangi MPL Predictor. Bagaimana anda nak menang MPL Predictor ni? Mungkin Lafel boleh terangkan lebih lanjut.
Dia sebenarnya senang je. Bila kita tengok match tu, kita kena, dia predictor. Kita cakap, tulis kat bahagian komen siapa yang akan menang. Lepas tu bila dah tulis siapa menang, you guys nak skin. Jadi kita macam mana nak hantar, letak you guys punya game ID dan juga server ID. Tetapi bila group A, group B lawan, sebenarnya saya rasa susah untuk mereka nak kenal pasti siapa yang akan menang. Sebab tu, kalau saya lah, tengok game pertama, game kedua baru buat predictor.
Yes. Dan betul, sekali lagi saya nak ingatkan, kena letak in-game punya ID, bukan nama in-game.
Ya, bukan nama, nombor.
Ada letak.
Tapi jangan letak nombor phone.
Itu depends. Tapi tak boleh. Itu akan breach dia punya polisi lah.
Begitu saja. Di mana sebenarnya MPL ni banyak buat aktiviti kepada viewer kita. Bukan saja untuk saksikan game yang dimainkan oleh player kita. Tapi anda di rumah pun boleh join kita dan menangi sesuatu daripada kami. Tapi sekarang ni kita saksikan juga MPL Learning Shoutout. Siapakah hero paling baru? Garcia, Torres ataupun Xavier. Saya rasa macam saya tahu jawapan ni.
Tak.
Bukan saya tak tahu.
Sebab saya tengok macam banyak nama player bola sebenarnya.
Yes, tu ada Garcia dan juga Torres.
Ya.
Itu pemain Spanyol.
Ya, dia bukan hero ML.
Xavier pun sebenarnya nama pemain bola, tapi jawapan dia memang mengelirukan.
Tak, jawapan dia memang Xavier.
Tapi
Tak, sebab kita selalu main.
Tak, kita rasa ramai yang dah
Banyak
tahu
KS.
pun.
Gideon pakai.
Tapi
KS.
Tapi okey.
Sorry.
Sebab diorang ni suka tau main rank tiba-tiba diorang suka tinggalkan saya seorang. Tapi sekarang ni kalau anda tahu jawapan yang benar, scan QR code dan make sure tulisan huruf besar dan ejaan yang betul. Memang Xavier.
Ya,
memang Xavier.
Memang
Itu
Xavier.
jawapan yang betul iaitu Xavier.
Jangan tulis C tiba-tiba C tak pernah menang.
Si bukan hero baru, dia hero lama.
Okey, memang.
Kawasan umur ke ni?
Waktu.
Okey, tapi dari samping itu kita dah ada MPL Predator, kita ada MPL Learning, kita ada TikTok campaign di mana hanya record saja video yang kreatif dan menggunakan hashtag ini gaya kita daripada 14 Februari sehingga 29 April 2022. Sebabnya Lafel dengan Sid pun hari tu diorang dah tergoyang-goyang. Saya risau. Saya takut sebab dua-dua ketat, takut terkoyak.
Janganlah bagi tahu orang luar ketat.
Saya risau.
Yang saya suka hari tu ada fans datang. Lepas tu cakap, "Okay Fel, nak buat TikTok lah kan." Ini punyalah lama training dalam 4 5 6 kali jugalah buat untuk buat gini kan. Sebab dia punya trend yang 1 2
Ya.
Sebab copyright yang kena buat muzik tu sendiri. Copyright.
Tapi okey. At least ada orang yang datang nak buat video dengan TikTok. Saya tunggu kat depan.
Oh, dia menang. Baguslah kalau nak menang kan. Siapa yang ada kat sini buat TikTok and caster. Auto victory.
Yes.
Auto victory.
Saya akan tunggu dekat depan pintu.
Ya, sebab selalunya pun Aisyah selalu tengok juga penonton keluar je cari Lafel, cari scene, mereka akan buat TikTok tetapi kepada anda semua, kita akan saksikan match kedua sebentar saja lagi. Kita berehat terlebih dahulu.
Stand by, I'm coming in. I'm a winner. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Stand by, I'm coming in. I'm a winner. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my...
Baik, relax dulu, jangan skip lain dulu video ni. Sebab dalam video ni kan, aku akan custom brother ni, seorang pro player Mobile Legends yang dikenal sebagai Zone, pakai skin hero Chow. Sambil-sambil kamu layan tu, kalau boleh tolong like, komen dan share. Mention sekali MPL MY. Untuk peminat-peminat Zone, tag Zone sekali. Mention Zone dalam video ni. Bagi dia notice video ni, bagi dia menyirap. Tengok dia punya muka, aku custom pakai skin hero Chow. Okay, kita sekejap lah. Apapun orang bilang, enjoy the video and the final result lah. Speaking lah siap. Okay.
I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I love you, cutie, kitty, best party, happy journey. Hello, hello, we are bodies, cutie, friendly, we are bodies. It's kitty and bodies, be together, be forever. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, cutie, friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, happy cutie, happy journey. Heidi, Heidi, Bryce, Heidi, 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 come and do kitty. Higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, higher bodies. Then to the Heidi, Heidi, Bryce, Heidi, 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 come and do kitty. Higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, happy cutie, happy journey.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance. Crumble into dust. Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area. Pathetic. Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, mah. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very chase the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh orang kata istilah fat untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
guys just can't stop preaching. Super guys just can't stop. Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
Hi everyone, it's Angela here. Feeling a bit nervous now. It's my first time meeting you all like this, after all. But don't worry, I will try my best. I will not let you down. So, everybody, do you know about Mobile Legend Bang Bang's latest collaboration with Sanrio? 4 all-new collab skins featuring super cute Sanrio friends were released. They are... Ta-da! Here they are! Our 4 adorable friends. They're also the inspiration for this collab series. Let's take a closer look one by one. The first one is... Oh, it's me! What comes to your mind when you see this beautiful dress? I'd say it's lovely Kitty and her red bow tie. A classic school uniform gets a touch of playfulness combined with iconic Kitty accessories and patterns. Look at this metal Kitty brooch on my bow tie. Super lovely. On both sides of my dress, there are gilded Kitty patterns. Majestic. Do you think that's all we've got? Look carefully at my balloon sleeves. Next. Oh, let me show you my favorite part of this outfit. Yes, I got a limited edition Hello Kitty backpack. Take care and keep it away from Claude. His little friend might just grab it and take it away. Oh, speaking of Claude and his friend, they also got some pretty cool outfits this time. Why don't we take a look? Wow, they are just cool. Black and yellow just look perfect on Bats and Claude. Everything's just hip, from the white hair with dark highlights to the unique Batsmaru headset. That's exactly what Claude's all about. As for Bats, he's also showing us his coolness on Claude's t-shirt, shoes, and even the back of his holographic jacket. I can already picture Bats rolling his eyes at opponents. Let's see, anything else we've missed? Aha, look at Claude's belt. Right on the spray bottles are some cross and circle signs. They're also on his headset. I think we all know what they mean. Yeah, it's Batsmaru's name. Bats is on the side of Claude's gun as well, just like a little wingman. And Bats himself has a gun too. Watch out for this sharpshooter and his super cool bubble blaster. Next is Florin and Cinnamoroll, both dressed in blue and white, elegant and fresh at the same time. She wears a bonnet ornamented with a lace-over band. Its two ends hang at the sides of her face, resembling Cinnamoroll's long ears. And under it is her glistening hair cascading down her back, as curly as Cinnamoroll's tail. Also, look at the white lace and pink bow ties over her bonnet and sleeves. They just perfectly complete this sweet, fabulous Lolita dress. Wow, and the accessories! The plush Cinnamoroll bow tie, Cinnamoroll metal brooches, and the Cinnamoroll crossbody bag. Aww, the cuteness is killing me. Last but not least, the finishing touches of the collaboration. Chunga is here. This time she becomes the little artist, and the outfit is just right for her. The beret, exactly the same kind as Piran's. Her hair tied up with a Piran hairband. That's what a pro does. The painter apron has Piran's face on it, neat and cute. The fuzzy Piran slippers feel just cozy, and the Piran backpack big enough for all the brushes and even the board. Now, she's sitting under the Piran lights, hanging on the tree, taking a break. It seems that she has just finished an artwork on that Piran drawing board. What did she draw, you may ask? It's Piran with a pearl earring, of course! What a brilliant idea! Good job, our cutest artist ever. So, that wrapped up our introduction of the Sanrio collab skins. Hope you enjoyed my debut show. If you find any other details that I missed out on, please do let me know. My cute friends and I will be waiting for you in the game. Can't wait to play and fight together with you. Thanks for watching. See you next time. Bye-bye.
I love you, cutie, kitty, best party, happy journey. Hello, hello, we are bodies, cutie, friendly, we are bodies. It's kitty and bodies, be together, be forever. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, cutie, friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, happy cutie, happy journey. Heidi, Heidi, Bryce, Heidi, 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 come to kitty. Higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, higher bodies. Then to the Heidi, Heidi, Bryce, Heidi, Heidi, journey. Come to kitty. Higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, happy cutie, happy journey.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close.
Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita. Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Resme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very chase the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh orang kata istilah fat untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Saber guys just can't stop preaching. Saber guys just can't stop. Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar.
Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star.
GEEK Fam bangkit di match kedua ini. Assalamualaikum dan selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Montun dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita dan juga diraikan bersama Nescafe. Anda bersama saya, Sleepy Godzillas dan juga Lavel and Sid.
Yes. Sebentar tadi kita dapat saksikan game yang pertama di mana pasukan SMG dengan ada kena kuasa Valentina, mereka membuktikan hero ni masih lagi 100% win rate.
Ya, ini di mana kita punya bahasa pasal kita hero-hero rosak. Okay? Di mana Masha sangat kuat tapi bila dah boleh counter, jadi ini menunjukkan dekat dalam game Mobile Legends is actually quite balanced. Ada banyak cara nak counter hero tersebut. Seperti Masha boleh kena counter dengan Vale, Valentina boleh di counter dengan Ben.
Tapi berdasarkan game sebentar tadi kita dapat nampak yang SMG adalah satu grup yang sukar ditewaskan. Tapi move on, sekarang ni kita nak masuk ke match yang kedua di mana GEEK Fam akan berlawan dengan SUHAZ Esports. Di mana kalau kita tengok perlawanan semalam SUHAZ Esports tewas dengan RSG. Tapi apa yang menjadi pertanyaan besar sekarang ni, adakah GEEK Fam dapat bangkit balik daripada kekalahan mereka?
Ya, saya rasa ini adalah satu soalan yang sangat menarik yang saya rasa Sif tak sabar nak jawab.
Alright. Kenapa kedua pasukan sangat memerlukan kemenangan? Satu, untuk pasukan GEEK Fam untuk pastikan mereka boleh mendapatkan 3 mata penuh. Kali ini kita bercakap tentang kemenangan 2-0, bukan kemenangan 2-1. Untuk pastikan mereka mengejar slot low bracket. Berbeza dengan pasukan SUHAZ, di mana kalau mereka boleh mendapatkan kemenangan 2-0, mereka cuba untuk mendapatkan slot upper bracket. Jadi dua perkara yang sangat-sangat besar perbezaan dia.
Ya, betul.
Terima kasih. Rindu nak dengar ayat tu.
Tak, sebab ini topik yang boleh katakan sangat-sangat berat. Sebab, kamera tengok dekat sini di mana pasukan GEEK Fam nak tak nak kepada semua fans yang tengah tengok, mereka kena hadapi di mana sekarang ni mereka dalam keadaan yang sangat-sangat bahaya. Ada kemungkinan besar yang pasukan GEEK Fam tak boleh pergi kepada playoffs. Tapi macam mana pun, ini adalah rezeki. Rezeki adalah rahsia Tuhan di mana kita lepas atau tak lepas, itu kita tak boleh nak menjangkakan. Tetapi, usaha. Dia tak penting bila kita jatuh. Macam mana kita bangun balik. Sebab tu tidur penting. Tapi macam ni bangun tidur, tu lagi penting. Sebab kalau you bangun laju sangat, kepala pening. Hati-hati.
Dia macam Lavel ni, macam segmen satu ceramah dan juga motivasi.
Tapi kalau duduk macam ni, saya lagi serius tau.
Okay, let's go. Kita saksikan kita sukses untuk kedua-dua tim ini. Pertama sekali adalah tim SUHAZ Esports di mana nombor 1 punish zone aggression, 2 avoid overextending, ketiga create space for Z, 4 unleash box.
Ya, kerana kita tahu kotak boleh dibuka dan kalau kotak tu dibuka, dia akan jadi boxer yang kuat.
Yes.
Saya buat lawak tu sekali, kali kedua buat awak tak faham, tak apa.
Saya dah faham.
Saya rasa yang paling penting kat sini adalah nombor 1. Punish zones aggression. Sebab dia tak kisah pakai hero apa sekalipun, dia memang akan ke depan. Dan kalau dia ke depan seorang, yang selebihnya daripada pasukan GEEK Fam jauh, boleh punish and then SUHAZ Esports boleh pegang map bila dah tak ada roamer daripada pasukan GEEK Fam.
Alright, tapi kalau kita melihat untuk key to success, punish zone punya aggression, sebenarnya depends dengan apa hero yang digunakan oleh zone. Sebab sebelum ni, dia ada guna Martis sebagai tank. Kita tahu Martis bukan jenis yang suka pergi ke depan. Dia lebih suka untuk serap damage. Dan dia tak overextend, pasukan GEEK Fam boleh menang. Jadi kemungkinan Zon kena paksa diri dia guna hero seperti itu untuk pastikan pasukan GEEK Fam boleh menang. Tapi
maksudnya dekat sini, dia nak ke depan. Tapi kena sabar.
dia
nak ke depan.
Tapi kena sabar.
Betul.
Itu sukses sebenarnya. Satu lagi, kalau ada 5, saya rasa yang terakhir, Unleash Capture.
Tak. Kali ni tak.
Tak sampai lah.
Tak sampai.
Okey, jom kita tengok untuk GEEK Fam pula. Di mana poin yang pertama, win the mid lane at all cost. 2, discipline in early objective. Try a different strategy for Zorn. 4, get creative with rotation. Tapi saya suka untuk poin yang ketiga sebab kita masih lagi macam viewer di luar sana pun ingin menanti-nantikan performance daripada Zorn.
Ya, sebab dia boleh dikatakan senang nak baca. Sebab Zorn main daripada MPL 1 sampai ke sekarang. So bila dah semua sekali dah main, walaupun dia tukar style sekalipun, orang boleh agak apa yang dia cuba lakukan. So sebab tu kita cakap tadi, dia nak ke depan. Tapi kena sabar. Sekali cukup.
Yes, sebab satu lagi, dia bukan saja main daripada season 1 sampai season sekarang, dia pun stream. Jadi sebenarnya macam bak kata Lavel, dia boleh tukar dia punya playstyle, tetapi dia punya behavior orang tak nak tukar. Jadi orang dah tahu apa yang dia akan buat lepas dia dah buat perkara A, orang dah tahu perkara B tu dia nak buat apa.
Wow, itu agak sukar untuk pasukan GEEK Fam jika semua permainan yang Zorn simpan, kalau dia mainkan pun mungkin dibaca oleh pihak lawan. Jadi apa improvement ataupun perubahan yang boleh dibuat daripada GEEK Fam sendiri?
Dia punya perubahan dekat sini di mana pasukan GEEK Fam senang nak baca. Jadi dia macam buku teks. Sekarang apa yang mereka kena lakukan adalah mereka kena buat video. Video tak boleh baca, video boleh. Okey, saya tukar lawak. Diorang kena jadi majalah. Majalah boleh. Okey, itu tak boleh. Apa kata kita teruskan benda lain?
Saya stres dengan lawan.
Tak, saya nak cari penghujung dia, tapi dia punya punchline tak sampai.
Tak apa, saya nak marah tapi sabar. Jadi sekarang ni kita tahu kan, bila kita start MPL, macam tak seronok kalau tak ada kunyah-kunyah sesuatu. Jadi sekarang ni saya nak bagi you guys peluang untuk menggunakan MPL Rewards Voucher untuk order McDelivery. Hanya spend minimum RM50 untuk dapatkan 6 ketul nugget secara percuma dan juga skin eksklusif MLBB.
Paling bagus dekat sini kan.
Ya.
Di mana kalau anda dah kerja, dah penat, balik rumah, isteri pula masak sayur je. Order McDelivery, confirm hati rasa senang. Betul tak, Sif?
Ataupun kes yang berbeza.
Okey, apa kesnya?
Kita tak nak bagi isteri kita penat.
Betul.
Kita jangan bagi dia masak. Kita sebagai suami, kita order je McD.
Kita bukan setakat beli beras, kita beli burger.
Yes, kita bukan saja beli beras.
Saya yakin di luar sana nak suami macam sis sebab yelah penat masak kan. Jadi ya, McDelivery adalah salah
Kita
satu.
tak pandai masak sebab tu McDelivery je.
Salah satu cara untuk senang kenyang. Jadi sekarang ni kita akan saksikan coin toss untuk game yang pertama di match yang kedua ini antara SUHAZ Esports dan juga GEEK Fam.
Lawanan yang cukup penting untuk pasukan GEEK Fam terutamanya, di mana kali ini kita punya coin toss akan diketuai oleh Toh Yini selaku kita punya head marshal bersama-sama dengan Rex Vin dan juga Wang Lafel, di mana Rex Vin daripada pasukan SUHAZ akan memilih head, sementara Wang daripada GEEK Fam akan memilih tails. Jadi siapakah yang akan mendapatkan keputusan untuk memilih first pick ataupun second pick? Dan keputusannya pergi kepada GEEK Fam. Mereka memilih untuk melakukan first pick.
Wang. Hati kau keras Wang, dapatkan first pick. Kenapa kau gelak lah, Fel?
Sebab Wang. Itu tak, saya tak bersedia untuk joke tu.
Fel, janganlah.
Okey,
Roy.
Tak, saya tak gelak.
Roy.
Tapi sekarang kita nak saksikan game yang pertama untuk match yang kedua, di mana saya tahu di dalam pun dah dengar jeritan daripada penyokong GEEK Fam dan juga SUHAZ Esports. Sekarang ni kita throw to caster.
Bada bing, bada boom. Wang. Apparently. Thank you guys so much for that amazing segment there, as Sleepy Godzilla. So you guys are currently watching the English broadcast of MPL MY Season 9. My name is ICBaby12 and he is getting cute, as we are going to be your English commentators for today. GEEK Fam versus SUHAZ Esports. That is going to be an interesting team to really watch here, because there is going to be so much on the line, especially coming from GEEK Fam. But before that, I'd like to shout out our amazing sponsors here. Our official gaming channel, Secret Lab, Partner in Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, as well as co-organizers ESI for making all this happen. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Honestly, this matchup is going to be tough here, and especially for GEEK Fam in a very uncompromising position. Their only hope of staying anywhere close beyond relegation is if they 2-0 today's games, and then it's just up to fate whether or not they're going to make it past that stage. It's tough. It's really tough. But today, you guys at home have the hardest job. Use that hashtag, the MPL predictors, and predict what are the results of this match. Who's going to win? Who's going to lose? Only you can decide, or make a future, have some foresight, make a guess on it, and make sure when you do so, use your game ID as well as your server ID so we can identify and pass you the Go Ballistic Cho skin for all you Cho 1 tricks out there. Y'all know who you are, and that way we will be able to give you this skin for free, but make sure, use that hashtag, make sure you have both those identification codes, and that way it's easy for us to help you.
Exactly. So I'm looking forward to see who is going to be the lucky winners here, because we will be announcing it later on by the end of today's show. And I'm not exactly if you guys are know if you guys are picking this up or not, because the teams at the back are just screaming really loud, and you can see they're very excited and eager to show them what they've got, because the audience here seems to be really crazy as well, because early on we had a pretty stacked crowd here.
Yes, now the teams are ready to go. They've already pumped themselves up to go wild in this matchup with a lot on the line. Who's gonna take it away? It's time to bring out the teams.
SUHAZ Esports
even though SUHAZ Esports' performance hasn't been dominating, the team showed that they have a super high ceiling. Doesn't matter what position, what role, who are their players, they will force the results.
Exactly here. They have been experimenting for the past few weeks, and the meta certainly currently suits their meta as well, especially with DAs as being one of the most flexible tank players coming in towards the season itself. And to our surprise, the meta does fit his role, but can he bring it all the way to playoffs?
GEEK Fam! GEEK Fam, Maima is back in the lineup as the jungler for today. Is this the best lineup against SUHAZ?
Yes, and of course, Maima playing the jungler here. Can they actually take the 2-0, considering that they must be pushing it all the way because their remaining matches and also their survival in the tournament itself is going to be on the line if they want to actually qualify to playoffs.
There's no holding back anymore for GEEK Fam. They've got to put it all on the line here today to make sure they're able to get that 2-0 and stay within reach of playoffs.
Yes, indeed. And I'm looking forward to see it happens as well, because their manager Wing was stepping in, and it seems like the decision coming from GEEK Fam is still going to be remaining the same. Second pick priority. But before we get into the nitty-gritty, let's take a look at our player stats coming in from SUHAZ Esports. We have Eve, Box, DAs, HYDry, as well as Zed.
Yep, so far, I mean, SUHAZ, it looks like they're getting more creative with their compositions, and the fact is that HY, despite the fact that this week he is going to be replacing AJ for a little bit, he's been doing not too bad in these past couple of days.
Yeah, and on top of it all, I'm a little bit more curious to see how SUHAZ Esports is going to be adapting here, considering that they had a pretty long game yesterday.
Ooh,
and on top of it all, they brought in Zed because they needed a marksman to fit the meta. And recently, teams have adapted to have this fighter-ish playstyle on the sides instead. Would you say that Zed is going to have a little bit of a tough time right now?
Well, based on yesterday's game against RSG, which is one of the few forerunners coming in with that double A fighter strategies, Paquito or even Yuzong jumping and making sure that the marksman gets locked down, Zed has a little bit of adjusting to do. I think this is a little out of his comfort zone to have so much pressure on him, but I think it's good. It's pushing him in the right direction.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see whether or not how far they're going to go, because GEEK Fam, you know, they desperately need the 2-0, but I feel like SUHAZ Esports, they are just a force to be reckoned with. They have demonstrated they have an ability to adapt. And over the seasons as well, they have been very consistent throughout the entire matchup itself. And recently, I think they even had a segment with LaFell as well that SUHAZ Esports has been, you know, hiding up a little bit, saving their strategies a little bit more.
Yeah, let's have a look on over to GEEK Fam here. High stakes for this team. It looks like Nelby is going to be going in towards the gold lane section instead of Lilby this time. Maima once again with the roster. As you can tell, the stats are looking relatively okay in general, but they just can't seem to squeeze out the results.
I'm a little bit curious here to see what kind of role they are going to be fitting here, considering that last week Dominus didn't exactly play with us, and for them to actually bring in Nelby and Dominus, I'm a little bit curious here. What is Nelby going to be playing, and what is Zorn going to be playing as well?
I think Zorn at this point is most likely still going to be in that roamer position. Nelby, my guess is that he's going to go into the gold lane at this stage, but we won't know until we start getting in towards that draft. However, we need to talk about Maima because he was brought in during week number 4 after that transfer window. And so far, we haven't seen him play as much as we would like him to. And this definitely affected our talent predictions.
Yep, speaking of the talent predictions, it seems like there is kind of 50-50s, considering that 3 of us actually went for SUHAZ Esports, whereas Sif, Sleepy, Sunfrost, as well as Adin going up for GEEK Fam. What made them, you know, change that mind? Because I know for me, we are going to be going for SUHAZ Esports, LaFell as well, but what are your thoughts on this?
Well, personally for me, SUHAZ just has the better track record overall throughout the season. And I think even if they drop that game, GEEK Fam still has a very long journey ahead of them. But I think for Sunfrost, Adin, Sleepy Godzilla, and as well as Sith, it's one of those situations where it's do or die. When you know, an alpha gets pushed into that corner, we want to see them bite back. And even the fans from GEEK Fam believe that they have a solid chance of still making it to the playoffs.
Wow, that's going to be a very, very 50-50 odds considering this is happening here. But let's take a look at the screen here. What is that? What is that?
I'm guessing that's No, Hayabusa! Man's just flexing! Man's just flexing in the audience. 2,000 games on Hayabusa. God.
That's 2,200 matches 88% win rate on Hayabusa. That's pretty insane. And you know what's insane? An awesome gaming experience with the Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G.
Yep, if you want to be playing Mobile Legends Bang Bang using a brand new smartphone with a sleek design, have you considered the Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G, the official smartphone coming in from our sponsors. It is a great gaming experience, and I can almost certainly guarantee that you're going to be able to make it to Mythic, even Mythic Glory, to push your boundaries after the solo queue reset.
Exactly, I'm looking forward to see that here. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, here we are going to be jumping straight into the drafts between SUHAZ Esports as well as GEEK Fam, because this is going to be game one of the drafts.
Yep, GEEK Fam now taking first pick on towards the blue side, SUHAZ Esports on the red side. Instantly, we see a Cho ban for the side of GEEK Fam, which does kind of tell me that Zorn, most likely, I'm hoping and I am guessing that he's hovering over maybe Masha, maybe even Grok.
I guess so. It definitely sees his playstyle a lot as well, but seems like Masha is going to be banned once again. We have a very, very high win rate of Masha throughout the... It's ever since his pick rate, except for that one loss earlier today. So aside from that, I think the usuals gotta go, right? Selena is going to be something that they have got to focus on as well. Fanny is going to be something that SUHAZ Esports may need to respect, considering that now GEEK Fam pretty much brings in Zorn, Nelby, and Dominance, which kind of begs to differ. Where is Zorn going to be playing?
Yeah, I think Zorn's still going to be in the roamer position. I don't remember him playing gold lane too often, but then again, he's a very talented mechanical player. So going in thinking about these 1v1 matchups does seem very like Zorn. But notice the fact that GEEK Fam is making sure that they're taking away roamers that are hyper aggressive. The Hilda has been shown by SUHAZ before against RSG. Masha, definitely just relatively annoying in general. Now SUHAZ, on the other hand, what are they going to ban?
I really like the respect coming from GEEK Fam, considering that SUHAZ Esports definitely showed the Hilda even before the patch, and now with the patch coming in, Hilda has had a significant enough buff. So for them to actually take it out means that Selena is going to be up for grabs. Glue as well is something that both teams may or may not go for. I feel like Phoveus is something that they would also may consider on top of it.
Well, I mean, GEEK Fam generally was the team that banned out the Phoveus all the time, and I think a couple of other teams, like Team SMG, for an example, also highly prioritize getting rid of that Phoveus. It's just really devastating, especially when you have a lot of dashes, and giving him free resets, it's not a fun time once he gets Ice Queen Wand. He stacks it up with Holy Glaive, and then you just realize, wow, he's actually a lot harder to kill than I thought, despite not having too many defensive items. Speaking of which, SUHAZ Esports getting rid of Lilia.
Yeah, and on top of it, Lancelot is going to be in the pool as well. Does GEEK Fam want to pick the Lancelot early and risk the Phoveus being given away? But seems like they are going to be following the trend here, as Baxia jungle is going to be the way to go. Or potentially flexing the XP, but most likely going to be on the jungle role.
Look, it could be the jungle role, it could be the roamer role, it could be the EXP role. I think that Baxia in general, as a flex pick, is really good in this current patch because it deals with a lot of things. Esmeralda, Uranus, you're probably a little like, no, I'm not so sure whether this is going to be good, but SUHAZ, regardless of the Baxia, say, you know what, we're still going to play Esmeralda, but we're going to lock in that Paquito to add that extra factor of where exactly is Paquito going. Are they going to double down on the... Well, I don't know if Zed can actually play in the gold lane, but I'm guessing it is somewhere between the jungle or even...
Okay, that's the thing, right? I really like that SUHAZ Esports made the decision knowing that Zed has to be flexed in the sense where, hey, he's got to keep his options open, because if he locks down his Lancelot or even his Hayabusa right from the get-go, if GEEK Fam decides to go for the Phoveus, then they are going to struggle. But looks like SUHAZ Esports, they will pick it up for themselves, denying potentially the Lancelot or maybe even Hayabusa. However, need I remind you, 1-1's passive is going to be a very easy trigger point for Phoveus to actually take advantage of. So if whenever he attacks and he tries to move, he's going to be able to immediately proc his passive, which kind of allows the Phoveus to go crazy. So having a 1-1 stand still is not exactly a good thing for GEEK Fam right now.
Here's the thing, with HY in the lineup, it does kind of change up SUHAZ Esports' draft. We've seen him play Tro multiple times against RSG during his time in the mid lane. We see the Valir get banned out, which does tell us that, you know, SUHAZ 3 melees, Valir generally good against melee heroes, and the fact that GEEK Fam have already locked in the 1-1 means that Melissa isn't going to show up either. So as of yet, I'm guessing that Paquito is going to go into the jungle. Esmeralda will just have to tank as much damage as she can, but it really depends on where exactly no, not where exactly, but more so if Geek Fam shows their EXP lane right now.
Yeah, I really like the Phoveus pickup, but at the same time, they are in a situation where SUHAZ Esports may or may not force the Phoveus to be in mid lane. And I think over the weeks before the patch as well, SUHAZ Esports has showed the Phoveus down mid, but didn't exactly work out in their favor. However, due to the fact that Geek Fam has a very strong frontliner, in this case, tanky heroes, the carry isn't exactly too bad for SUHAZ Esports to actually deal with it. The only threat would most probably be the 1-1, but they have the Phoveus to actually kind of keep him in check, I guess.
See, that's the thing. There's too many flex picks going around. It's pretty hard to determine. And I think for Geek Fam, their understanding is like, okay, we can't look for lane matchups at this point in time. We don't have enough information to work off of, so we're getting rid of things that generally disrupt our composition. Ruby being one of them. Hey, Boxia wants to engage. Ruby purposefully walks in front of the shield unity and buys like 3 to 4 seconds worth of time before actually getting punished by the Tortoise Poissons. And that's just precious time that Geek Fam don't want to waste.
Yeah, they don't exactly want to deal with heroes with high sustainabilities. Like, Ruby can still kind of cope with the Tortoise Poissons, but Esmeralda completely not going to be able to do too much until towards the mid to later stage of the game, which is going to take a little bit of a long time. I don't expect to see SUHAZ Esports get a little bit aggressive, but like you said as well, it might be a jungle Paquito, which is most likely going to be, but that's the thing. With SUHAZ, they tend to flex it out a little bit too much. But seems like Geek Fam, they are going to respect the fact that they need some sort of tanks. They are going to remove it away from them. And
I mean, I don't know about you. When you're talking about tanks, I'm seeing just tanks everywhere here. The fact that Phoveus is hard to kill, Esmeralda,
know, right?
natural tank. I mean, Paquito can go into that direction if we want to. Boxia and Grok already being shown by Geek Fam.
I think Matilda is really good. Is it bad? No, it's not. I think never mind. Never mind. Like, Matilda would be really nice for SUHAZ Esports, but at the same time, they can still opt to go for the Estes. But if they decide to go for that, that means they are going to lose out in terms of macro rotations overall due to the mobility. So they're hoping to steamroll their way through, but okay, they are forcing the issue. They are going to go for the Franco as a tank, and Phoveus is going to be playing on the mage road. This is super frontline coming from SUHAZ Esports, whereas Geek Fam, I don't know, this seems like a dream for carry. But the Phoveus completely messes up their composition as well.
Look, carry, they already have the 1-1. Where is carry going to go? Into the jungle?
Jungle carry.
I don't think she clears as fast compared to someone like Boxia. I think SUHAZ right now with the Franco is forcing Geek Fam's hand, saying you have to predetermine that Grok is going to protect as the roamer, because if it's anybody else, it will be punished. Dyroth gets picked up for the side of Geek Fam as a counter pick towards Esmeralda. Last pick for the side of Geek Fam here. What else do they have to buy space and time for the 1-1? Selena finally gets locked in.
Yeah, Selena managed to sneak all the way towards the second phase, being picked up by Nelby. So that is most likely going to be a support Selena. But I like the adaptation. They needed some sort of armor penetration to actually deal with all this tankiness here. I was thinking carry, but yes, Dyroth completely shreds them apart. So this is a okay-ish draft from Geek Fam, but I'm a little bit worried for Zorn because that 1-1 is not going to have a good time against Phoveus at all.
I mean, yes, but I guess it's the question about the changes to 1-1, right? From 4 weakness points to 3 weakness points, will you have your ultimate ready when Phoveus decides to get on top of you and start spamming it away, right? So we'll see how this is going to play out, but SUHAZ Esports with the final pick to finish off their composition. In terms of scaling, it looks all right for now, but there we go. Kimmy, just to make sure they have some dedicated damage.
Yeah, looks like they don't exactly have a lot of physical damage except coming in from the Paquito. The Kimi is going to be able to consistently dish out and force them out of position. The tanks from the side Geek Fam is not going to have a very good time. But if the Boxia manages to dive on the Kimi is most likely dead pre-4.
Wait, hold on. Zorn is playing Boxia. Maima is playing on 1-1. Wait, so Zorn is going
to jungle.
Oh, all right. So they're changing it up based on who is proficient at the heroes. Hopefully they're aware of what they need to get done in the role. This is going to be a tough one, but I think, you know, for Geek Fam to pull off all the stops, this is the match to do so.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to the tunnels as well. The audience are going crazy for this match in game number 1. The drafts has been set. Zorn going to be playing in the jungle role, representing for Geek Fam. It's been a while since we've seen him play the core role, but when push comes to shove, he will need to step up for the team. However, the gatekeepers, for their potential chance of making the playoffs is going to be SUHAZ Esports, stopping them in the trap. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 1 between SUHAZ Esports as well as GEEK Fam.
Welcome to Land of Dawn once again. GEEK Fam on the blue side with SUHAZ Esports on the red. And immediately Nelby is just trying to make sure that the ace doesn't get the initial hook on towards that purple buff. He's getting right in front of his face and will not allow him, but it does mean that he's going to lose a little bit of pressure and clear speed for Zorn to ensure that he has both the Abyssal Traps, almost getting the hook, but Nelby, good sidestep.
I was thinking whether or not Nelby wants to decide to go for it, the kill, but looks like it's just not worth it enough. But that's going to be a well worth it trade in the hands of GEEK Fam, as they will bully him out for now. But it's not that much of a big threat because SUHAZ Esports, they are rather tanky, and I don't think GEEK Fam wants to go in for the early jeopardy. As you can see, Zorn goes for the wrap-around, tries to go for the stun, but HYHY doesn't seem to be able to connect, but he's left all by himself and he flickers out of there. So it's going to be A-okay. The hook comes in and Zorn sidesteps it. Very nicely done.
Yep, he's got to use his mechanics now, earlier rather than later here. Zorn instantly being very aggressive, looking to take the beetle away from that Paquito. Kimmy can actually back him up at this stage because 1-1 is already shoved in. So they need to make a choice right now, but no, they're not going to get into the middle of that fight. They're going to let Paquito go to the core ball and rotate towards the bottom side of the map.
Yep, seems like Zorn is going to completely skip a couple jungles here, as he's going to be rotating down Bob to actually clear off the buffs for himself and potentially set up for a turtle, which is going to be up in 20 seconds. So that's going to be nice enough time. But Arrow connects on HYHY. He doesn't have the flicker. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble. But looks like he's going to be A-okay. But oh, the damage though, a little bit. But Nilby will finally make the attempt and he gets first blood.
Good play coming in from Nilby, following up nicely and waiting patiently for the Astaros Eye. But now Nilby is caught out of position, wanting to go for more. Unfortunately, the wall from Dominus is unable to save him. Box is here to change the pace of the game. Arts and Zorn are going to get on top of Turtle for now, but this is what we're talking about, right? It's about side lane pressure and helping to control the rest of this jungle. And Dominus, he's walking up, but notice in the backline, Arts trying his very best to actually get something offline, but it's not working out. HYHY going to start chasing him, realizes in the middle of 3, not worth it, but Arts flickering in place.
I like the patience coming from GEEK Fam as well, knowing that they don't exactly want to allow this Phobius to go super crazy from HYHY, and they're pretty much, I would say the only one who's going to have a really rough time is going to be Mayma, because right now he's going to get caught out by the Ace as well as Zed. That's going to be a freebie, and that's exactly the kill they needed coming from SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting the Ace to flicker on top of him so quickly, and Kimmy has more than enough damage in the earlier stages of the game to actually follow up nicely and secure that kill. First blood bounty already achieved here by GEEK Fam, but SUHAZ still winning out on the trades.
And meanwhile, Nelby, he is gonna clear out the minions a little bit here. That means Mayma is gonna lose out a couple of creep waves up top, and hopefully he's gonna be able to recover because he is gonna be the true carry. Meanwhile, HYHY left uncontested despite dying once as of yet. GEEK Fam, it's gonna be a slow approach for now, but I'm looking forward to see how Zorn is gonna pull in the picture because he's very far ahead in terms of jungling as a tank, but he needs to set something for the team because Box can't exactly keep up as quickly as they can, but the Ace seems like he's going to be making sure that his jungle doesn't get invaded. So I don't think this is actually helping GEEK Fam at all.
Well, I think, let's remember, GEEK Fam's general game plan is to play for this goal lane, and that's what they want to do. That's why they have Grok here to help clear up these waves. SUHAZ is taking full advantage of Dominus being, hey, you're here to clear the waves. Don't worry, I'm going to be playing a hero that requires a lot of farm before it is relevant, and they are just taking their time. As long as GEEK Fam isn't getting ahead, SUHAZ Esports technically will outscale and win in the later stages.
I think 2 games in a row right now, we've seen a Grok going Assassin Emblem, and this used to be a meme thing back then, and for them to actually incorporate right now just shows you how much the meta has shifted. And it's interesting to see Dominus playing it as well, knowing that he is a strong mage contender.
Yep, speaking of which, Arts ends up dying here as Box able to find... Wait, no, they find another one on towards Zorn. This is not a good target, but now HYHY is going to get on top of him. The Toys Poissons is dropped instantaneously. Zorn will not be able to contest for this turtle.
Yeah, the power of the Toys Poissons just brings so much value in terms of tankiness from the get-go. It just is not a lot of tank heroes that can actually utilize this without even going for an early Dreadnought armor or even Dominance Eyes for reduction. But for him to actually force out Sky Guardian helmet early on is going to help him later on if, and I mean if, he goes for that build.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Sky Guardian's helmet super early into the game makes you so unkillable because nobody's going to have a Dominance Ice at this point. Like the Ace, for an example, right? He's probably going to go for the Dreadnought armor first before thinking about anything else, and that's already a good amount of gold invested building towards the anti-cuirass.
But as of now, Arts is gonna say hello to the Esmeralda. The ace is gonna be caught all by himself, and that is gonna be him stranded. But he forces a flicker, but on the contrary, he does force out the Toys Basalt. That means Zorn is not gonna be able to do too much. Zed gonna be in some trouble. War Charge comes in, almost connects, and Zed just stands still, looks dominant in his eye, forces a couple of flicker, whereas the rest of SUHAZ Esports will look to contest, but seems like they will back out.
Yeah, SUHAZ, they're just playing hyper defensively. They're just playing off of the ace as of right now with those iron hooks, and now they're setting up for a potential dive. Now they're jumping straight onto it, and they find it. Maima now in some trouble. Here comes HY to try to secure the kill, but it's too late. Maima able to get the crossbow of Tang. Nelby ends up dying, but they're all so low. HY is going to be the next to fall as the ace is giving over that first kill. Dominus needs to clear that wave as soon as possible, but it's too late. Zed has collapsed that first tier 1 top side.
Very nicely done coming from Maima, knowing that HY is going to dive in. Instead of giving him more procs to go in for the out there, he saved up his crossbow attacks for the right moment, forces out in a very awkward situation for them to capitalize. So that's a little bit of redemption points for GEEK fam, but still, SUHAZ was still in the lead overall in terms of economy.
Yep, and that's how SUHAZ wants to play, right? It doesn't matter how much they trade as long as they don't lose their normal objectives like their turrets and don't fall behind in terms of farm. Eventually, they will outscale GEEK fam. So playing defensively or even hyper defensively is optimal for SUHAZ.
Yep, seems like there is going to be a lane swap coming from GEEK fam, sending Maima down bottom. So SUHAZ is not going to be able to react in time as their lanes up top was shoved in by Art. So that means no Esmeralda for a couple of seconds, but seems like they are going to force the issue because they managed to catch Nelby, and the contrary, Zorn is going to be there to try and capitalize the situation. Dominus gets a big fat hit, but unfortunately will lose his life for it. However, Art will be able to redeem himself. Likewise, coming from Maima with the crossbow attacks. HY is doing his best to actually prolong his life, but seems like Zorn and Art is going to try and shut HY just so damn tanky. Zed for the finish, and HY gets a very nice proc, surviving with 1 HP, taking Arts down with him.
Wow, the patience from HY until the very last second, saving that demonic force to jump and dodge abilities to allow the space and time for Zed to finish off those kills was superb. But that does mean that GEEK fam will be able to take the turtle for themselves. But notice topside, EV starting to take full control of his lane and making sure that Arts is not having a fun time. The ace gets hit by the arrow. There should be a kill. Calamity Reaper already built on Nelby is more than enough damage to take him out.
That is a big catch coming from GEEK fam. SUHAZ Esports weren't expecting that as well. They've committed a little bit too much for this, and now Box is going to be stranded as well because the rest of GEEK fam, they're swarming in. Box will get chucked away, and that is going to be him taken out. And the crossbow attacks as well for Maima gets chained on towards Zed, and that's going to be his downfall. HY now going to be trying to do something about this, but Maima knows he doesn't want to give him his free demonic force, so he's going to be able to walk out of there scot-free. GEEK fam having the experience to deal with this Phobius.
Oh my goodness, now they managed to crack open topside by that
bottom side.
Oh wait, hold on. Maima, he might be in some trouble, but he's calling in the cavalry here. Zorn gets pulled all the way backwards, and that's also going to be the bloody hunt. Zorn's trying to run away. Maima needs to help out right now. Eevee still trying to survive. Maima, target priority was wrong. Unable to pick up Eevee, but he will take the ace's head as a consolation prize.
Oh, Maima, he tried to chain his crossbow attacks, but he did not connect Eevee. Almost going to be paying life, but Zed, he gets caught up by Nelby from the side. Zed. He thought he got a free kill, but no. Nelby was waiting for him. That was big coming from GEEK fam, and now Eevee still refused to go home. Finally, will eventually throw in the towels and go back. However, will Dominus stop him in his track? No, he will not. But SUHAZ, they still managed to defend this tier 1 down bottom.
I mean, this is quite an interesting game. GEEK fam has decided to slug it out against SUHAZ Esports to get their carries ahead. And Maima, he's in a very good position right now. It's going to be tough later into the game, but it seems like he's got the mechanics to dodge a lot of the damage coming in from HY.
Exactly. Maima is just doing fantastically well. His decisions has been really spot on. However, this next Lord fight, if it happens, GEEK fam cannot afford to lose it at all, because that is going to boost SUHAZ Esports' overall itemization into a couple of fights. But as of now, let's take a quick look at the items right quick here. Zed here going for Genius 1 and Ice Squeeze 1. So more of a utilitarian rather than a killer. But seems like killer, nope. I speak of the devil. Nelby gets caught out instead. And also, they will trade HY on the sides.
Yeah, remember, HY is very close to his third item. The moment he gets that Ice Queen wand, he might be a problem. But Dominus, he's taking damage coming in from Eevee. I don't think anybody can really deal with Eevee except for Maima and Zorn. Arts, I would make an argument for, but he's kind of falling behind. Eevee, now he's running away, but look at that damage coming in from Maima. Weakness finder procs, and that's going to be the crossbow with Tang already procced up. Maima getting almost back up to a full, but he can't afford to get hit by anything else. That does mean that GEEK fam have full control over the Lord so far. Selena's on her way here to Ace, tries to move on forward, but the damage from Dominus is more than enough. Arts secures the kill. Box looking to try and seal. He goes for it, misses it, and now he's caught in the fire. That's going to be a full 3 kills going over to GEEK fam.
Well done coming from GEEK fam, because where was this GEEK fam over the weeks? Because they look so confident, and Maima finally showing that he knows his timings to actually pop up, and knowing that HY was completely out of the fight throughout the entirety of it all. For him to be this confident to start the fight for the team, this is huge for GEEK fam, because this Lord is going to help them accelerate the push.
Yep, this is going to help them speed up this game, which is what they want. SUHAZ unfortunately falling behind by 3.6. It doesn't mean they're out of the deep end just yet for GEEK fam. They still need to crack open and start affecting the jungle economy. Box, he's eventually going to get his full build, but Zed on the other hand, and as well as HY are 1 item off from completing their 3 core items, and that's where you're going to see a change of pace for SUHAZ.
Exactly, Arrow coming from Nobi is going to open up a little bit more. SUHAZ Esports, however, leaving Box all by himself is going to get annoyed. But meanwhile, Maima, oh no, he's going to get a freebie right here. He does have the crossbow tags, and that's going to be monster kill from Maima. And SUHAZ Esports not going to be able to do anything with this 1-1 at all. Zed going to try his best to actually clear off the minions with the Kimmy, but there is only so much a Kimmy can do, which can be easily countered with an Radiant Armor. And now the arrow connects on the Ace. Here comes the Swamp coming from GEEK fam. They completely take him out. Wall don't even need as well. Zed trying his best to zone them all out, but here comes HY, but he doesn't have the procs. Wall Charge sacrificing his life, but he won't be able to trade off Zed in the process. Zord now gonna go for the challenge against HY, and they will take him out on top of it all. GEEK fam just completely shut them out.
3-for-1 trade, and unfortunately SUHAZ, they can't afford to lose an inhibitor. They can sacrifice everything else except those inhibitors. 33k compared to 40k coming in from GEEK fam. It's starting to become very heavily GEEK fam favorite right now, but one team fight could change the pace for SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, Maima seems to be the biggest threat coming from SUHAZ Esports. They need a way to shut him down, and they were hoping the HY is going to be able to do that. However, it's just very, very difficult, because Maima, whenever he sees HY on the map, he will run the other side of the map, hoping that he does not proc. He will not review himself as well, trusting his teammates to be able to deal with him himself.
Let's not forget, he's taken magic resist boots on top of getting an Athena shield. So I think at this point, even HY realizes that yes, he could try to go for Maima, but he doesn't have enough damage just yet. He's going to need a Holy Glaive of some sort to boost up that extra bit of magic damage.
Yep, and on top of it all, Maima's got the Athena shield, so that's not going to be an easy thing to do. Arts, he's going to get caught out, but he's still relatively tanky and somehow still manages to survive. Maximum charge comes in. Jordan is going to try to save the day. A big claw comes in. HY is going to get caught out, and arrow is down. That means Maima is going to be green light for him. The rest of SUHAZ Esports, they're running for their lives, but Maima is nowhere to be found at all from the side of GEEK fam. He's finally going to be joining the fight towards the jungle pit, but as of now, he will get one-shotter from Box as he was waiting for him in the bush. Zord going to be left stranded by the team, as the rest of GEEK fam not even there to help him at all, as they all get caught out into pieces. As SUHAZ Esports, they will retaliate. It is going to be Dominus, but I don't think SUHAZ Esports cares, as they are going to be focusing on the Lord instead.
Yep, this is working out perfectly. Eevee is way too tanky and has outscaled Dominus at this stage of the game. He's coming in, oh, so close. One more auto attack might have been able to do it, but Nelby, you can see him, he's still cheery. He has hope for his team. 19-15 so far. GEEK fam has lost their 6k goal lead and now dumbed down to 2k, and that might not be enough. SUHAZ have even up the score and hit the 42k mark, which means they've gotten the 3rd to 4th item.
Oh, that's just so unfortunate for GEEK fam. Like, they could have won that fight hands down, but that's the thing, right? The patience coming from Boss, setting up an ambush, knowing that Maima is going to be cutting from the back lines and gets one-shotted, that was huge. That was exactly what they needed for now. But as of yet, this is going to be a little bit of comeback for them, but it's not over yet because Meima is back in action once again.
Notice that HY is pushing on the bottom side of the map while SUHAZ is maintaining their attention here by Lord, right? Meima, he doesn't have too many issues with dealing with the Lord, but he can't afford to die. If Box gets on top of him, it's basically over. He better have Crossbow of Tank ready to pop off.
Yep, definitely indeed. But now here comes the hook coming in. Dominus will sidestep his way through GEEK Fam. Gonna be having the minions pushed off, but so far nothing crazy yet. As SUHAZ Esports, they do have triple immortality, so this is gonna be a prolonged fight that may or may not favor SUHAZ Esports once the Crossbow of Tanks is down.
Yep. Now it's all about that shred, right? I mean, SUHAZ Esports, this is a comfortable position for them. They've been able to hit their power spikes even out in terms of how many turns. It's 6-6 right now, so it's going to come down to the 95 seconds in which Lord is about to spawn. Eevee, he can tank the damage. He doesn't mind. If we pull up the item list, I'm fairly confident he's already gotten at least 3 items, if not 4. Yep, he's gotten 4 full items, and now is going for his last, which is probably going to be a Genius Wand.
I think it's going to be Ice Queen's one, but yeah.
Oh yeah, Ice Queen's one,
yeah.
My bad.
But as of now, they are very, very confident in just taking these fights here. Like, as of now, GEEK Fam, the only way they win a couple engagements right now is they need to burn out those immortalities first before completing this fight. And currently, SUHAZ Esports, they are smart. They know that they do not need to waste time. They don't need to take the risk here because 60 seconds in the Lord, that is where everything goes out. If they lose their immortalities right now, they are risking a potential losing fight into the Lord Pit later on.
Yeah, I don't know. The timing of the fight might be a little risky for SUHAZ Esports. If they do it, I think their main target is going to be Meima, but I think as long as Meima is playing very passive-aggressively, it's totally fine, right? You're seeing Zorn, he's building Winter Truncheon. He knows that he can engage and buy that extra bit of time by utilizing that Winter Truncheon, that stasis, to keep him alive. Eevee, he doesn't mind as long as he doesn't get hit by the arrow, and his Purify is going to be coming up in about 15 seconds, so he's generally all right.
Yep, you can see Eevee is just so confident against going up against Zorn right now, and the Lord Pit is going to be on the top side as well, 10 seconds away. Eevee looking to set up for a couple of baits. HY willingly using his life once again. He's got the immortality, but his HP is already down towards health. He forces up a Toy Poison from Zorn. That is huge. However, what's the move right here? GEEK Fam, they are going to be heading way into the Lord, and you can see SUHAZ Esports setting up an ambush. They're hoping that Meima is going to be coming in. But GEEK Fam, they're just opening up the map. They don't exactly see anyone, and I don't know, this is going to be risky because the rest of the members are not here. It's going to be 2 people, but seems like they won't get scouted out. This is going to be a disaster for them. They need to make a run. The Ace will voluntarily flicker out of there, but seems like he's going to be A-okay. The arrow from the side from Nelby will catch on towards Box, but he's going to run for his life. His immortality is going to get chucked out. The arrow doesn't connect. The burn will be enough to burn him down. Meanwhile, 1-1 will get a freebie on towards the Franco, whereas Box needs to run for his dear life, and that is going to be the full disengage coming from Box.
So the Ace ends up dying, and this gives the green light for GEEK Fam to get right on top. Wait, hold on, Meima. He wants to kill Eevee. He's locked in and forcing him to use the Falling Star Moon. This is perfect situation for GEEK Fam. Just start the Lord. They can't do anything about this. Rush it down.
Yep, Box is a little bit too far off to actually contest this round. Will he go for the Retribution? Absolutely not. There's nothing he can do, and that's going to be a free lot in the hands of GEEK Fam, even though they're 50-50. Maximum charge connects onto his Nelby, and he's going to respect this and back off.
Yep, Dominus continuing to clear these waves early on in the mid lane. With that Luminous Lord, they should be able to crack open the mid lane, no problem. And I think they should escort it at this point in time before considering going into the side lane. SUHAZ on the opposite side need to clear up the waves that are currently at the side wave, then run back mid.
Yep, very, very cheeky plays coming from SUHAZ Esports. Seems to be backfiring on them once again. But with this Lord pushing in, do they have the damage coming in to clear this off? Because Zed is going to be the sore main DPS with magical damage on this Kimi, but I don't think he can clear the Lord in time because Zorn now, he's going to try and jeopardize Box on the side, and he's going to be forced to back out as of yet.
Yep, but you can see the side lanes getting shoved in at the exact same time.
Oh, the hook.
Oh, they find the hook initially onto Dominus. That's not exactly the best target, but they do secure that kill. Meima, he's got the space and time to go for the crossbow tang, but he doesn't utilize it just yet. He's holding on and waiting for HY to dive on him.
Oh, well, nicely done. But at the same time, GEEK Fam, they don't exactly want to take the risk losing Dominus in this fight. It's going to be a 4v5. And they are going to respect this and back out for now. And momentarily as well, SUHAZ Esports holding one of the highest record in terms of overall longest match per game thus far in MPL MY Season 9, which is yesterday's game, which is about 30 minutes. And seems like this is going to be a repeating trend coming from SUHAZ Esports.
Yep. I mean, at this stage, SUHAZ have come to a point where they can actually scale, but it's waiting for the right conditions, right? Dominus, obviously he can open up the map, but he doesn't scale as hard in comparison to like EV, Box, or even HY in this particular case. And Zed, he knows for a fact that he will get chased down by Zorn, Dominus, and arguably be targeted by all the arrows by Nelby. So it's important for SUHAZ, when they open up the map, they need somebody to check, and they need to check it the safe way. Not face checking it, throw your Iron Hook, throw an ability, throw anything.
Yep, seems to be HY once again going to be caught in the crosshairs of GEEK fam once again, but they do manage to bait out the Tortoise Person, so that is going to be a little bit of a trade-off from Zed. But meanwhile, from behind, Eve looking to scare GEEK fam off, and GEEK fam, they are definitely scared about this fight. Ars is going to get focused up, the Iron Hook doesn't connect, so that's going to be the full disengage coming from SUHAZ Esports, and GEEK fam respecting the time because they know they have a better late game compared to SUHAZ Esports.
Yep, mid lane under their control with 27 seconds on the clock for this upcoming Lord. The gold is basically as good as even. SUHAZ, though, just 4 kills away to evening up the kill score against GEEK fam, 20-16, and 13 more seconds. That's when we're going to see an uphill battle.
Yep, it's so difficult to actually wipe SUHAZ Esports as of yet. They're so tanky, and they only have Meima, and currently, even though it's 8-2 and 5, there's only so much he can do. HY is pretty much the checklist for GEEK fam, and you can see time and time again, GEEK fam, whenever they say HY out of position, they are looking to chunk him out. Currently, Sword opening up the map. He's going to be A-OK EV as well, but there's nothing much they're going to do. But Tortoise Person gets baited out. Zorn says, you know what, I'm just going to force the Lord right here, right now.
Yeah, might as well bait them into a fight. Now SUHAZ Esports has to respond. In terms of wave clearing, they don't mind doing it, but it's pretty neutral, and I would make an argument that it is kind of GEEK fam favorite now. SUHAZ with the conceal, looking for Maima. They find Maima. Maima tries to flicker away, but unfortunately he gets hit. He gets killed by Zed, and now they lost a major damage dealer. Zed ends up dying too. It's going to be an all-out brawl, and Eevee, he's taking no damage. HY is doing a good job at buying that extra bit of time, but Zorn gets pulled by the Iron Hook. Box finds the kill on Selena, and that's going to be the rest of the GEEK fam members falling one by one.
Oh, that was a very sick play, and SUHAZ Esports, they're running for their little lives. Winter Drunken comes in. Eevee will still survive. He still has the immortality, and GEEK fam can't seem to finish him off. What a clutch from SUHAZ Esports.
Oh!
He gets the hook. The Arts is going to fly away here, but the rest of SUHAZ Esports looks like they are not going to continue with the pursuit, as they will secure the lot and push back. What a sick concealed play coming from SUHAZ Esports. Catching Meima in the action. What a play coming from SUHAZ Esports.
Huge by the ace. He had to expand his flicker to make sure that it's secure, but the Bloody Hunt cannot be purified. You cannot get out of that ultimate. The suppression is too good. Zorn, unfortunately, could not get that space that he needed, and that just means that Nelby is going to be wide open for the kills for SUHAZ Esports, where Box, good target prioritization.
Yep, Zed was just completely shredding Meima from the get-go. As long as Zed is on top of Meima, there's nothing Meima can do unless Meima is, you know, free hitting all the way through. However, now, GEEK fam, they've lost this slot, but they still have the potential to defend this. But the question here is, can SUHAZ Esports take advantage of this Lord? Because in terms of high ground defense, GEEK fam is just very, very strong right now.
Yeah, they are strong, and even though Zed has been dying, the rest of the team can actually follow up, and that's something that GEEK fam don't have. They've got pick off and they've got stable DPS damage, but as soon as they lose Meima, it's a tough game.
Exactly.
Even Arts, he's getting these like really good armor shreds, but it really doesn't matter with people with so much HP.
Agreed, and on top of it all, they have high sustainabilities. But now, once again, here comes the Lord. It is going to push and break the inhibitor down bottom. Eve going to be syncing up the lanes as they want to get more out of this. SUHAZ Esports wants to go in for the GG push, but GEEK fam, they're just not letting him yet. And on the top side as well, we can see Dominus trying his best to clear the minions, but the Lord, they're pushing onto his crystal. No, they're completely conceding too much, and SUHAZ Esports takes this opportunity and takes the crystal right under the noses of GEEK fam, as if they completely forgotten about the Lord.
The ace, the man's going fishing, and they fished up a win for game number 1 against GEEK fam. There was nothing more that they can do there. GG, well played to SUHAZ Esports.
Oh, what a game, what a game. Who would have thought they could have won that? What a catch coming from the A's, because without that play, they would not have won at all.
Yep, it was brutal for GEEK fam. They had good win conditions, but they could not end it on SUHAZ. Well done.
Well done indeed. But all in all, there was still a very, very long and gruesome game for either team. So, and hopefully GEEK fam is going to be able to bounce back for game number 2. But as of yet, SUHAZ Esports very comfortable with that win for now. Even if they lose the series, it's all good for them.
Yeah, but that's the thing. I mean, they had the late game basically secured. They had better scaling overall in comparison to GEEK fam, and that's the major issue. MyMA is getting targeted time and time again. There's only so much that you can hope for in a situation like that.
Yeah, MyMA was having a very, very rough time here because the only guy that he cannot afford to mess around is none other than HYHY. And you can see exactly why. Because as long as HYHY is alive, it makes it very, very difficult for the team from coming to GEEK fam to actually deal with him. And look at how much sustains he's been able to bring impact for his teams.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, just the lockdown coming in from DAs is really the game changer here, especially in these 5v5 engagements, and they take out MyMA so early on. Like, in comparison to Zed, who still, even after that initial kill, was able to give off enough DPS before he dies to say, yeah, my team has basically got this in the bag.
Yep, all in all, Franco seems to be still in the meta despite the meta changes coming into this recent patch. But before that, let's take a look at the itemizations real quick before we jump into the analyst segment here. Everyone is pretty much maxed out as well. Dominus going for a DPS build. What are your thoughts on this? I don't think we did see too much fancy damage coming from Grok. Is Grok really that in the meta now?
Well, I think, you know, Grok is pretty good. Despite the fact that he built full damage except for the Radiant Armor, he was able to chunk out people like Zed and as well as Box, especially when they decided to overextend, right? And I think that's the big thing. With the changes to Grok, the fact that his attack damage also helps out with how tanky he is going to be, really takes him to the next level. His only issue, he doesn't have any MR, gets the Radiant Armor to correct that.
Yep, it seems like the tank Grok, the damage Grok is going to be kind of ish in the meta for now, but so far I'm still not convinced yet. But all in all, what I'm definitely convinced is going to be this Baxia pickup coming from Son. It seems like he is not going to be following the trend of Harpist going for the Sky Guardian's helmet, and looks like he's going to go for Curse Helmet, Radiant Armor, Thunder Belt, a little bit different from the usual playstyle ever since the new patch hit in. So I don't know. Do you think Sky Guardian helmet is the better pickup on the Boxer instead?
I don't think it matters too much, because at the end of the day, even if he does have the Sky Guardian's helmet, what is it going to mean for him, right? The Ace already has the Dominance Ice. We are also seeing, is there anybody else? Yeah, 3 Dominance Ices built by Eevee, the Ace, and as well as HYHY. That healing isn't going to make any difference for him.
Alright, but let's take a look at the MVP for match number 1. It is going to be none other than Box with an 8-3 and 5 on his Paquito early on. And okay, it makes a lot of sense because he was the one to actually shut down MyMA on his Rex, especially when GEEK fam could have closed out the game. He was the guy that sneakily killed MyMA off the map.
And that's why Paquito's so good, especially with this raw damage build. The fact that you can build a War Axe, Hunter Strike, and as well as a Malefic Roar, you have more than enough armor penetration to say any marksman shows up, I don't even need the Bloodlust Axe, I can one-shot you, no problem.
Yeah, that definitely as well, because GEEK fam, they were just struggling against him, but especially for MyMA, because for him, the only one that can actually kill him is none other than Box as well as Zed on the Kimi, but Kimi doesn't exactly prove to be a problem. But let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series for the match. As you can see early on in the game, GEEK fam, they're just completely having full control of the situation, taking the wins, taking W, and they understand that HYHY is the only threat. And multiple times, HYHY was used to overextend and heavily punished because of this.
Yeah, and you can see that GEEK fam had full control over the earlier stages of the game, and that's to be expected. But once we start getting rotating towards the mid-game, right, MyMA has this incredibly large lead, and GEEK fam really need to play around him as the overall damage dealer. And these small moments, right? These very, very small moments where they give these openings to get on top of MyMA, that's when it becomes a struggle. Nelby was doing a good job covering these side angles so that people like MyMA doesn't get secretly flanked.
Agreed, and on top of it all, like you could see Zed's focus wasn't exactly in front of Nelby. He was more focused on taking down Mayma, which kind of distracted him a little bit, which allowed Nelby to completely shut him out. And as the game progresses as well, you can see that GEEK was just completely snowballing their way through. But this was the turning point for SUHAZ Esports, right? Prior to this, Mayma was picked off by Box on the bush, and because of that, it resulted on entire GEEK almost getting team wide, which allowed SUHAZ Esports to regain their economy and fight back.
Yeah, and I think in looking back at that replay, it looks like Maima accidentally dashed towards the ace, assuming that he didn't have the ult, but instead he did and punished him for it. So mechanical mistake coming out of Maima, costing them a big team fight there.
It was so unfortunate for them, but hopefully GEEK is going to be able to bounce back. But like we said as well, fighting for their lives, they needed all their matches in 2-0. And with this first game ending with a with an L, that's...
Well, it just
quite worrisome.
At this point, even if they do win 2-1, it means that basically for GEEK Fam, it's out of their control whether or not they make it in towards playoffs or not. But we'll see for this upcoming game. Hopefully they're able to show us something, because SUHAZ as of yet really are understanding the patch and understanding their team compositions a little bit better. Because when it comes down to that scaling in the way that GEEK Fam drafted, I really like the fact, oh, we have a Phoveus, it's great, and more importantly, you're going to prioritize getting that Selena, no wave clear. So how do they compensate? Grok wave clears, I wave clear, I get the farm, and I don't have to do anything. Not bad.
Yeah, honestly, I think the draft was actually okay from both teams here. It was more like it could have gone either 50-50s, and it was just it just takes one mistake and costs you the entire game itself. And I feel like SUHAZ Esports, they played a very smart play, and we didn't get to see the highlights of it of that reel early on, but the call to make the concealed play in the final match here from the ace was brilliant. Flicker over the wall and catching Mayma was brilliant.
Yeah, it was a great idea, great initiation, and you, the audience, are great as well. And to reward you for all the shares that you've done, we've hit our first milestone. Here is that first code. Remember, we still have the 800 and 1,000. If you're able to hit the 1,000, then the lucky draw, oh my goodness, it is going to happen. And remember, all this by McDelivery.
Yep, thank you guys so much here, and be sure to keep sharing as well. And of course, we do have tickets selling on site as well if you guys want to join us here at the venue. And of course, we are going to have a 6 picks nuggets as well. Be sure to use the MPL rewards code while ordering your nuggets.
Yeah, make sure if you spend more than 50 and you already got a family of loved ones, how about treat yourself a little bit, you know? Cheat on that diet. Just a wee bit with 6 nuggets and get a skin on top of it all, just to add some sweet spice to that meal. But don't forget to celebrate with Nescafe here. Scan the QR code down below and get yourself 30% off from some of your favorite flavors. They have some new ones. They've also got the regular coffee ones. It's up to you. They've got the variety.
Yep, and of course, you know, we have actually tasted a couple of new flavors coming from Nescafe as well, which was very nice. My personal favorite here, the brand new Gula Melaka, seems really nice. You should actually try it out for these guys who are enjoying yourself some really good cafe.
I'm more of a Bandung boy, unfortunately. I've been drinking it, you know, in Mamax now. It's in a can. It's like, wow, that's just convenient.
Yeah, it's pretty good. We actually have a lot as well, because right behind this camera, there's like I think about 6.
200 boxes. 200, wait, no, sorry, not 200 boxes, 200 cans worth of Nescafe. let me scale that down a little bit. 200 boxes might be a little bit much there, but let's look at
I count somewhere around 200 cans, but 200 boxes, that's... I feel like that's like about 6-8 there.
I have missaid. I definitely missaid. Now, previous match recapping, just in case you are joining us here today, between GEEK Fam versus SUHAZ. SUHAZ up by 1 point, and you can see the general draft is just the thickest Big Daddy comps we've seen so far.
Yeah, HY just played so well in that game as a Phoveus, despite losing out a lot. But when he is about to be taken out, he tries his best to prolong his fight as long as he can for his team to actually compensate for his mistakes, which kind of allowed Box to kind of shine a little bit more, despite we haven't seen too much of his action. But he's definitely the guy to be watching out for in the jungle, because him on objectives has been top notch ever since.
I mean, to be fair, like GEEK fam, look at the amount of damage they were able to kind of cough up here, right? 63,000 on Nelby, 67,000 on Zorn. Even Dominus was able to get 47,000 overall. And if we compare it to SUHAZ, right, they are just roughly hitting the 50,000s and 60,000s. HY only getting a lot of that damage towards the later half of the game.
You know, personally, if Meima and Zed gets taken out into the fight and they go on a 4v4, that is literally 4v4 wet noodle fight. And we did kind of see an all-out brawl early on, which was pretty interesting. It was pretty fun to watch.
It is pretty fun to watch, but SUHAZ unfortunately just has the upper hand when it comes down to that 4v4.
Yes.
They're so, unfortunately for GEEK fam, they're so dependent on Meima, and with Nelby to help them through the early to mid stages of the game, his problem is that once you have this many tanks, his burst damage isn't going to matter too much unless he gets it on box.
On top of it all, they actually had like 4 immortalities as well, so the crossbow tanks is not going to be able to finish like one click skill and the whole team gets wiped out by him. So it's way past the timing. But of course, all in all, great response coming from SUHAZ Esports. They deserved game 1, but will GEEK fam actually bounce back? Because based on their mood right now, they're still smiling, and it's really rare. I'm not gonna lie, like I was expecting them to be a little bit down usually.
I mean, the pressure is off of them for that first game. It's like, okay, warm-ups was over. Let's give it our best shot towards the end here. And I think GEEK fam, in terms of their adaptations, really need to start considering whether or not they can punish HY because he's getting away with these mid laners when really he shouldn't be.
What? You know, it's I don't know, like Nelby smiling there, it's really rare to see him super happy, and Nelby's got a really nice smile right there.
He does. And a matter of fact, taking off the jackets looks like it's getting hot in here as GEEK fam is now all warmed up, and hopefully if Meima is going to get his hands on 1-1 again, he's going to be a little bit more careful against a Franco.
Yep, and hopefully GEEK fam will be able to bounce back, because the crowds here, whenever GEEK fam wins a fight, their crowds went crazy. But of course, coming into the second game's draft, let's see how the adaptation comes in. Once again, GEEK fam, they will ban off the Cho. Valentina will be the response coming from SUHAZ Esports. But that's the thing right now. I've seen GEEK fam play this roster before. They tentatively want Zorn to play on the jungle. I think this was like, what, Season 8, Season 7? And they do want to try and bring the Fanny out for GEEK fam. Unfortunately to say, he hasn't been given the opportunity to do so.
It's a little,
oh, never mind, he's gone.
Yeah, I don't think it's ever going to come out, especially if you are on the red side. I mean, blue side, you're just hoping for the best, and red side is just like, no, I'm just not letting you touch all these OP heroes. More so, I'm surprised that SUHAZ decided, you know what, I want to stick on the red side, and GEEK fam will still be on the blue side. Unfortunately for them, hopefully they get a composition that scales a little bit better towards the later half of the game, but we're seeing the exact same bans once more.
Nothing much has changed, but this time they will ban out the Phobias coming from SUHAZ Esports. 1-1, gonna be up for grab for both these teams, but GEEK fam, do they want to prioritize on their box here, or do they want to prioritize on that 1-1?
Tough call here, tough call. Because if 1-1 gets shown off first, that means Zed has an opportunity to start playing things like Popo and Koopa. He didn't mind that matchup with Kimmy again, because he knows that the rest of his team is going to back him up.
It seems really interesting, right? Like, considering that Lancelot was completely ignored in all the games, and you know, Tank being the relevant jungle right now, which is, I'm happy, man. Like I really like playing tanks, and I'm a tank player, and for me to see this here, finally I get to flex that, hey, I can go jungle too.
But now we do see Yves get picked up for the side of GEEK fam, something that can kind of control the battlefield. However, with so many tanks, and especially with Grok in particular, being a very effective way of kind of just stopping the real war manipulation, either with, you know, the Guardian's Barrier or using the Wild Charge, not even against the wall, just knocking her up once is more than enough to stop the real war manipulation.
Now, is Nelby going to be playing the Yves, or is going to be back on Dom once again? Because I don't know. Yeah, I feel like it's not exactly the best, but SUHAZ is what they have the option right now. Franco, Baxia. Are they going to go for it? Nope, they are going to go for Grok and 1-1 instead. All right.
I can respect it. And, you know, SUHAZ, they have been playing for Zed a lot of the time, right? They're putting all the eggs in one basket, saying, Zed, you're going to be the carry here, box. You can have a secondary carry role that dishes out damage just in case, because they don't have that dedicated mage. Like HY, what we've seen in play so far, either scaling fighters or just Cho.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And Fovis is something he's extremely comfortable. I think there was one game he played a Lunox as a mage. It didn't exactly work out too well for him. But I'm a little bit more curious on how Zap is going to be able to adapt, right? I think game 1 I kind of brought up as well what marksman is going to play. They forcefully played Kimi on him, but I feel like it's still a little bit lacking. And I don't know, but this time for him to play the 1-1, I think it's a little bit more comfortable for him compared to before.
Speaking of which, this is an interesting matchup here. Brody into 1-1. Generally, I would say that Wanwa has a bit of an advantage because Brody is going to struggle to land his first ability on a consistently moving target. And I'm guessing that most of the time Zed doesn't go for boots level 1 and decides to go for the dagger to get increased attack speed, it's going to be a tough target to hit.
No, that's the thing, right? Like, if this was previous patch, I would say Brody hands down wins the matchup against 1-1 because the only win condition for 1-1 is pretty much propping the crossbow tanks, right? Which having 4 hits ridiculously hard to do against a marksman. But this time with 3 hits, I feel like it's much easier for him to actually shut him down.
Actually, it depends on what battle spell he has. If he decides to go defensively with Aegis, he still will lose the matchup. If he has Inspire plus Weakness Finder as an emblem, 1-1 can win level 1, and the moment you get that first kill, it's basically over for this Brody. Ling gets picked up for the side of SUHAZ Esports, and it looks like, yeah, their composition scales really nicely. The same can be said about GEEK Fam for now. However, now that we are seeing potential counter picks, right? Uranus, all right, what beats it? Boxia, for an example, is pretty good. SUHAZ Esports, they get rid of Karina so to keep 1-1 alive longer in fights.
What is Zorn going to play? Is this going to be a Brody jungle? I don't think so, right? We haven't seen Brody jungle for like 2 seasons now.
No. Brody has a really slow clear speed. They're better off with
terrible.
They're better off with the Boxia at this point of time. And I feel like Zorn has a wide hero pool enough to say he can play whatever he wants as a roamer.
Hylos jungle.
Yeah, Hylos jungle. Kufra jungle.
Kufra jungle is it's possible, but I don't like it because what's the point of having an early 4?
That's the thing, right? And that's why I definitely prefer Hylos, where he's essentially unkillable. Now, GEEK Fam, ban out the Paquito. Ban out the Paquito. I guess they just don't want HY to have comfort picks, I guess.
I think HY is going to be playing on the side. No, he's probably going to play the... Yeah, he's going to play the mage role. So I'm a little bit curious here what kind of mage he's going to play.
His traditional Cho is already taken off. For all we know, he could just play Grok to clear the wave.
It might be the Ace playing Grok as a tank instead as well.
I mean, it's interchangeable between the two, right? The most important thing is that the Ace has plenty of options. HY is the one that's limited in the mid lane. Natalia gets banned out by the side of SUHAZ.
I feel bad for Zorn. Like, he's not going to play any of his signature heroes at all this game.
That's a bummer.
But I'm also surprised they actually banned it, considering that based on how they played in game number 1, Zorn is most likely going to be a jungle. Is Natalia jungle viable?
Personally for me, I don't think so. Generally just weak, and especially if you have a tank, you just walk into the jungle, it's like, what's Natalia going to do? Steal this away from me? No, you just basically bully her out of the lane.
Yep, and on top of it all, I think Helker is pretty good here. Think about it. If Zorn decides to go for it, I think it's okay. It's not the best, but
I don't think so. I feel at this stage of the game, like if you get Hayabusa, Lancelot, both are very viable. In terms of tanks, Hylos jungle isn't too bad. I would make an argument for Boxia and Belleric too. But now, with Esmeralda, that changes my mind. Boxia just went up in the priority list.
Yeah, Boxia is pretty good now. You can also jump over the wall, actually knocking down the Ling. So that's maybe something that Zorn is very capable of as well. I think Season 6, Season 7, we've seen like tank Boxia being used to actually mess around with the Ling. So, I don't know. I feel like GEEK Fam, they can go for it again, but looks like they're not. They are going to be bringing in the Akai and Kagura. So this is going to be a jungle Akai coming from GEEK Fam.
Yeah, jungle Akai, and it looks like it's going to be gold lane Brody. Mid lane is going... Wait,
if you land your second skill and go for an auto attack, you hurt a lot.
Look, I'm just going to assume that Arts is the one playing. Arts is going to be the one playing it, right? That's all I can assume, that Arts is playing Kagura. If not, where does Kagura go? Unless it's Uranus going into the EXP lane, and then after that...
Wait. Yeah, you're right. Hey, So who's gonna jungle? Brody jungle?
Look, I don't know. We'll just wait until they shuffle it up, right? SUHAZ Esports, they finish off the composition with Hylos in the mid lane. Yep, HY is the one that's going to be playing the sorry, not the Roman position, the Grok, while the Ace is going to have his hands on Hylos. And now, let's see. Okay, so Nelby Kagura, Akai jungle, Arts is going to be Uranus. All right. Dominus and Nelby, who is the support between the two of them?
I don't know. It's so confusing. GEEK fam is just flexing in their rosters right from the get-go, but I'm looking forward to see how they are going to be fishing this out, because this is going to be the draft set here for this match. Will GEEK fam redeem themselves and bounce back, or will SUHAZ Esports completely snowball their game in towards this entire series?
All right, let's find out here. Both compositions are looking kind of juicy. That early game is going to predetermine how they set the tempo for the rest of the match. Looking at GEEK fam, they're bringing the Akai jungle once more. They've got good CC, good ways to set up the real-world manipulation, but that's if the real-world manipulation is able to go through, as HY is immune to CC, and Box can jump straight into that backline. If Zed can just hold on for a couple of seconds, this could be his day.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2 between GEEK fam versus SUHAZ Esports, and I'm looking forward to see how the jungle Akai is going to match up. But as of yet, you can see the Ace, he's looking to invade rather early, stealing the purple buff away from Zorn, and it seems like GEEK fam, they're mirroring each other.
Yeah, this is...
Is this a gentleman's agreement?
I don't know, but it looks like the vertical jungling is coming into play. HY is going to dish some good damage to Zorn. If worse comes to worse, all he has to do is use that retribution. He uses it early on. HY forced to flicker, but notice that purple buff is gone no matter what.
That was very quick reactions here, knowing that Invades is coming in. Box is not going to be able to hold out his hold against Zorn, so a great response as well, because DA is clearing the jungle for him to secure it. So that's going to be a quick jungling coming from SUHAZ Esports.
Wait, how did he get level 3 so fast? Wait,
okay,
did he get lane EXP?
So what happened was, Box started out with the orange buff, and then knowing that his purple buff is getting invaded,
goes over to the purple, yes.
And then DAs went in to start for Zorn's purple.
Okay.
And then during the last hit, he just came in and got the level.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the fact that he's level 3 in comparison to Zorn, who just hit his level 3.
Yeah, because he is 1 minion ahead of Zorn, because Zorn had to go back to take his orange buff.
Do you get level 3 off of two buffs? I thought that would just put you at like close to 85%.
2 buffs, 1 minion.
One minion. So we got 1 minion as he was hopping over. Okay, that makes a lot more sense here. All right, let's see how they play this out now, because with Box at level 4, they can start making plays. Zorn recently just hit level 4 himself, so now they're on an even footing. Notice that on the top side, Maima just taking his time against Zed.
But as of now, Turtle's going to be up contest as well. Zorn is going to be there, but seems like Box can't exactly get too close against this, because the Hurricane Dance is going to completely mess him up. And Akai on Zorn is going to be trying to start things off. The Turtle, you know, not going to be attacking on Zorn, as Nelby is going to be the nearer target to focus on, as Zorn slowly hits his way through, and seems like SUHAZ Esports, they just don't want to fight it. They are going to have Arts completely annoying Box throughout this entire
oh no, Maima's in trouble. Maima's in so much trouble. Forced to flicker out of there. They can set up for a potential dive. And Box, he's ready to go. He's just going to dive straight ahead. He doesn't care. He still has his ultimate here. But unfortunately, Maima able to play out the situation. Oh, he wasn't able to get another auto attack, but still, it does mean that the Ace pays for the sins of the fathers.
Nicely done there coming from GEEK fam. Maima, what a mechanically gifted player himself. He's been opening up so much opportunities for the team. However, First Blood Bounty is going to be on its way.
Oh man, if he was able to weave one more auto attack in to get an extra proc from his Torn Apart Memories, Box would have been able to give First Blood over to Maima, which is going to help his lane so much. Because right now it's a bit of a struggle to walk up against Zed. He does have Inspire as well as Weakness Finder, so if he takes a bad trade, that lane is done for him. Now, if we look down on bot side, that's where we see HY and HY Box trying to get control over the river.
Yep, Rapid Boots up on HY as well means he's going to be able to join the team fights very quickly. Arts now going to harass his way through, but Zorn is going to be securing the crab here with the courtesy of Arts zoning EV out. So as of yet, they're going to be A-okay. I feel like GEEK fam, they're just playing for their timing as much as they can, but they just need a good fight where they can catch out Box using the Hurricane Dance coming from Zorn, and that will be it for Box.
Yeah, We'll see whether or not it's going to be a good catch or not. It's a little tough because Box is very maneuverable, as we'd like to call Ling these days. But the Ace, so far, it looks like he's been generally quite passive after the initial failure on that top side. And I guess they're waiting for their first item power spikes before anything. Speaking of which, here we go. Zorn trying to get on out of there, tries to steal the purple buff in the meantime. Arts is trying to buy that, slow them down with the Ionic Edge. Hurricane Dance is going to come out, but Box is going to patiently wait until it's done and then come in for the kill. EV secures it though. A little sad, but now that does mean they get a free turtle.
A little bit of a greed there coming from Zorn, knowing that Dominus is not going to be able to help him out. That is going to be him paying the downfall. Wow, it's happening. Maima is going to have a little bit space up top to contest, but that's the thing. If they want to make space for Maima, SUHAZ Esports is doing exactly the same. Late game wise, Zed and Maima is going to be the ones to carry the game. So I don't think it's that wise for Zorn to get a little bit greedy for that sense?
I think it's about slowing down Box, and it's worth risking it because Zorn knows that he doesn't scale, so it's better to do it now rather than later. But speaking of which, they're going to go straight into the middle of that fight. Blade of Tempest is already out, and they find Dominus here. A great engagement by HY. Box unfortunately gets stunned here. No Tonopart memories just yet. Oh, Corrosive Strike does connect him off the wall. Maima finds a double.
Oh, that was over commitments coming from SUHAZ Esports, and GEEK was able to get a freebie out of that. Not sure exactly what SUHAZ Esports they were thinking. They thought they had a glorious pathway up on the Ace to actually help him out, but nope, he gets completely chunked out. That means Maima is going to have a little bit more of an edge over Zed later on in terms of economy-wise. He's got the Blade of Despair. His next item is going to help shred through the armors of SUHAZ Esports very, very soon.
Yeah, I think in terms of kill pressure, Maima is ahead of Zed by 1 level, and he's got a more powerful first item compared to the Corrosive Sight.
Yep.
It's tough. If Zed gets hit by literally any one of Maima's abilities, if he full sends it on him, Zed will lose unless he is able to kind of proc his crossbow of tank, which may be a little hard because Maima, he's going to play at max range.
Exactly, and Zed needs one more item before he actually can go crazy. So the Demon Hunter Ice Sword most probably going to be the next item for him. But that's how the Ace, he is going to be a little bit stranded as well. Forces the Glorious Spray. And he gets shut down, and that's going to be Maima getting another free B. But no, back to your question as well, it's for Zed.
Ah, yeah, no, that makes sense. And I think Maima at this point of time, considering what the composition is going to be for the side of SUHAZ, he's probably going to get a Malefic Roar, and he's going to need it because he wants to get out of this lane. He's got so many people babysitting him. If he can't crack open that tier 1, then what is the point sitting here for so long?
But Zed doing a fantastic job just scaring them off as well. GEEK, they don't exactly want to overextend, knowing that if he pops the crossbow tanks, things are going to get south. Here comes the real one division to zone them up. Zed immediately backs out, means that it's going to be timing for GEEK to actually contest the tier 1 up top.
Really smart idea. They wanted Dominus to chunk out 1-1 and Maima just to get close, so he doesn't need too many procs from the torn apart memories to finish him off. However, I think they should just focus on the turret here. They need Maima to snowball out of control. This is one easy way of doing so. He's got the torn apart memories again. HY ends up dying. Another kill for free here. Oh, wait, no. Maima, he wasn't close enough for the auto attack on the Ace.
Oh, no. That was so unfortunate. But as of now, SUHAZ Esports, they threw their bodies out there to delay that push all the way through. Means Box gets a free turtle as a consolation. So overall, they're training very, very efficiently. However, Maima is just so far ahead, and he's got a winter nature to deal with the crossbow tanks. That means the crossbow tanks will not affect Maima in the next upcoming fight.
Okay, let's not forget that HY is building full damage too. He's got a Blade of Heptases. It wouldn't be too surprising to see him have a BOD, but Nelby, he's getting chunked out hard. He finds Zed, and with the Yin Yang Overturn, sacrifices his life, forcing the Ace to flicker away from the real world manipulation. But Maima still finds the kill. Eevee trying to get on top of it, but it's HY who shuts him down. A flicker and Wild Charge sends him to the next dimension.
Oh my goodness, what a catch coming from HY. And now Eevee is super confident. He's looking to try challenges as well. Resets the turret, tries to zone out. Can he survive this? No, he's gonna sidestep his way through. Zorn is struggling his way. He doesn't have his Hurricane Dance, but eventually gets chunked out by SUHAZ Esports. What a catch. What got that catch. Ars now going to be clearing the minions. They do not concede the tier 1, but Ars taking a little bit too much damage. Here comes a flame shot from Nelby. He's looking for the chunk. Box needs to run, and he's going to be okay. Eve, however, is he going to survive the burst from Nelby? But Nelby preemptively pre-shot that way, that direction, and misses, and Eve will be able to escape it all.
Good movement coming in from Eevee, making it look super obvious. Nelby confidently throws out the yin-yang overturn at the edge of the brush, but unfortunately, Eevee, he times the Frost Moon Shield well to get that burst of movement speed, go in the opposite direction. Whew, he wasn't ready for the strafe.
Oh, Nelby, you know, pre-shot, the idea of pre-firing was smart, but, you know, he just did not have the vision, and knowing that that's going to happen, Eve just played it patiently, so that was very nicely done from Eve. Actually sidestepped that.
Cool, calm, and collected. But again, GEEK fam need to play for the win condition, which is Maima right now. He's 5-1. So the win condition is there. He's got more than enough, but unfortunately, it's going to be Arts who's getting caught out here by Eevee, and as well as Box, the worst to find in the brushes. Nelby tries for another attempt onto Box's life. That yin-yang overturn and flame shot is not enough. Bot side is going to get attacked here. Maima, Zed doesn't stand a chance against Maima.
Yeah, not at all. Like, if Box was half a second late, he would have just been one-shotted by Nelby. However, now Zorn, he's looking good for the catch, but he knows that he cannot. Box is just taunting his way through in this fight. And so as Esports, they're looking to close out this game, but the problem here is that Zed is being outmatched by Maima completely in this game.
The problem is that it's not even Zed's fault. Maima has been farming the other members of SUHAZ Esports, which catapulted him ahead in terms of economy. Zed technically is doing okay, but he gets bullied out of lane because Maima, for some reason, is a full level ahead because of his team, as well as a full item on top of it all.
Agreed. He's got the Inspire for Zed, so probably once he gets another item, this is where we'll probably see the crossbow tanks. But as of now, Zed is just patiently farming as much as he can. As you can see, GFM looking to go for the one shot. Nelby, almost hits Zed right there. But Flame Shot also trying to chunk him down, scaring Zed away.
Yep, BOD purchased by HYHY. Maima's life is going to be targeted every single time. Lithic Roar is going to be a quick purchase, but I think Zed might have to delay for one more item. He's got the Demon Hunter Sword. He doesn't even have Swift Boots just yet, but he really desperately needs to get that Winds of Nature.
Yeah. I don't know. It feels like Zed needs it for now, but at the same time, he's looking for a little bit more mobility because he's got the shoe. He went to go for the Windtalker instead. But mid-side, kick Nelby, he's going to get caught out. But SUHAZ, do they want to catch him off? But looks like they will just concede it. They want to focus on the turtle instead, but looks like they will call in Box to seal the deal. Gets him a kill. Zorn now going to be focused on from the other side of the Real manipulation, going to chunk Zed off. Does he get the crossbow attacks in time? No, he does not. He's going to get forced out. And that is going to be SUHAZ calling on the retreat. Eve is going to be there, but the Tornaport memories from Maima will catch the Hylos in action. It's going to be next, and Maima, he still survives it all, but eventually gets caught out by Box. That was a very, very tough one here, but it's not over yet. Eve wants to go in for the catch, but Zorn is going to be scaring him off.
Yep, that's more enough of a trade. 2 for 3 in favor of GEEK fam. Maima is playing this perfectly. Unfortunately, oh boy, Dominus might be in a little bit of trouble here. Eevee could potentially set it up, but Nelby is going to be the one who zones the rest away. GEEK fam are in perfect position to take this game against SUHAZ Esports. It's going to come down to this upcoming fight for the Lord, and Zed, so unlucky. He just needed one more proc to allow him to use that crossbow of Tang.
Yeah, Maima just out-positioning it completely. He knows exactly what's with the conditions to actually proc the crossbow attacks, and he completely positioned himself to not deny him that opportunity. So that was a very, very nice play there coming from Maima.
And this is why I really hope that Zed itemized for the Winds of Nature instead of the Windtalker. Yes, the Windtalker gives him so much more of an advantage in terms of the bigger team fights, but he's got Inspire already. It feels like he's just greeding out.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But now, here comes the zoning coming from SUHAZ Esports. Ars is a little bit too afraid as well. Likewise, coming from Eve to scare Nelby off. So they are in the choke position, but SUHAZ Esports, they are going to try and focus Zorn because Zorn, he's all by himself. He tries to cut off the creep base, but he's going to get caught off instead. That is going to be a mistake by GEEK fam. Conceal comes in from SUHAZ Esports. We've seen this action coming in. They want to force the fight, but GEEK fam will not be able to fall prey to this as the minions will scout them out.
Yep, now they're going to get right on top of the Lord, knowing that Zorn is dead. No retribution. It's going to be an easy coin flip for SUHAZ Esports. But you notice, Box getting the Berserker's Fury. This is good, but nobody can really contest this. Even Arts, he's trying to push in and make that space, but it really doesn't matter. It's going to be torn apart, and memories already being used. HY forced the flicker away. They can't afford to die right now because SUHAZ Esports, this is their moment to turn things around. They've got a 3.7k lead in their pocket. They need to extend it to a 7k.
Agreed, but now Arts gonna try and cut the minions again. The Ace as Box is gonna be there to defend. GEEK fam, can they catch Box without Zorn? Zorn is gonna be out from base as he's gonna be clearing the mid lane, but GEEK fam will settle with the tier 1 instead as the Lord is gonna be pushing from the top side instead. And Eve gonna slow them in his track.
I mean, if they wanted to kill Eevee, they definitely could have. Maima just has to walk up, get one corrosive strike down, and I think that's basically donezo for him. But with the Lord pushing in, and as well as Zed pushing the opposite side, they've got two strong pushing waves, and mid is going to get cleared up. Now they have to make some choices.
Yeah, they have to play this very, very safely. But now, the Lord is going to be coming from the top side. What is SUHAZ Esports going to do? Eve, he's just completely zoning out with this Esmeralda. Now, Athena shield up on Zed. That's going to be a little bit of helpfulness for him to deal with Dominus as well as Nelby. But like I said as well, we haven't seen that big, massive crossbow tanks coming from Zed yet.
Yep, they crack open all the outer turrets here, and this is a good situation. They're going to look for Zorn. They get on top of him. Zorn hops on out. Eevee is patiently waiting with a falling star move, but notice on the bottom side of the map, they're going to crack open another inhibitor for themselves. Yep, there we go. Box able to find it. Arts cannot defend himself against it. Nelby, ooh, almost getting it, but Yin Yang overturn coming right at the last second. Good moves from both sides.
Yep, second time Box completely dodging that fight, so well done indeed. However, the GEEK fam, they're doing a fantastic job defending this here. Zorn, he's looking for Hurricane Dance. Can he isolate the fight? He will isolate Zed on the contrary, but the crossbow attacks is available. Zed is looking for Poppy Rock. He's going for a retreat, and now here he comes. Zorn is going to be able to escape this, and that is going to be the full cancel coming from Zed as GEEK fam will survive this. Maima! Box. Ooh, almost catching on Maima.
Woo, Winds of Nature saves his life once again, and they finally find a kill for GEEK fam. After all of that, managed to kill the Ace.
Well done indeed, but Box now, he's going to struggle a bit. He catch him off guard, he's going to be in trouble. He doesn't have the buff, and he's going to try and make an escape here. Zorn not going to be in time to actually catch him off guard. So that's going to be the retreat coming in, and my goodness, Mima just chunking him out. My goodness.
Yeah, I think Mima could have chased him down. I don't know. Visually, that was strange. He was on the wall, then he was on the other wall all of a sudden as he came back to life. I guess Mima wouldn't want to go any further knowing that Eevee is nearby.
But as of now, Lord is going to be up in 20 seconds. HY, he's going to get caught up, and that's huge for GEEK fam. The tier 1 in the middle still standing, but it's only a fraction of HP. That's pretty much a done deal for now. But it does give them the additional buff to actually tank a couple of hits in terms of defense for SUHAZ Esports. But seems like Lord is going to be the objectives here. Box not going to be showing signs of connecting anytime soon. HY, 20 seconds on the clock. Eve is going to zone them out.
Yeah, I mean, Eevee's doing a really good job. And Zorn, he's continuing to be a tank despite being the jungler, right? It's important for him to make sure that he's still opening up the map. He is still one of the more tankier members from the side of GEEK fam. Arts, yes, he's got sustainability, but he's not as tanky as Zorn. But notice that he's proxying the waves as much as he can, top and mid, and we're seeing that HY looking to match.
This is HY. He needs to catch Maima for sure. Like, Maima is going to be the target coming from SUHAZ, but if Maima goes down, everything is good. And Arts, however, doing a fantastic job just cutting the creep waves as well. Tries to go into the base of SUHAZ Esports, forcing them back so that they open up the map for GEEK fam for them to actually contest the Lord. However, before we talk a little bit more on the next fight here, let's take a look at the items real quick.
Yeah, Arts has plenty of health. He hasn't used his consecration as well. Nothing too out of the ordinary. Zed refusing to purchase a Winds of Nature just yet, even though he needs to be able to deal with Maima on top of the torn apart memories. So let's keep that in mind. If he does get punished for it, then, well, you know, he's been greeting out. The Athena shield is always good because even Nelby is gutting out for Zed.
But Eve is going to catch the backlines, Dominus, and they'll be a little bit too afraid because if they get caught out, SUHAZ Esports is looking to jump on towards them. Meanwhile, the Lord Baits are coming in. They do scout out Arts. Arts going to be forcing on early Purify coming in. No, early out coming in from him. So he does still have the Purify, but he's going to try and zone out Box as much as he can. Zorn also looking for that big Hurricane dance. We haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, both teams doing the exact same thing. The EXP laners continue to be annoying, and Eevee, he might be in some trouble. Yin Yang Overturn does come out. He does manage to get on out of there, but it's too late. Maima has taken him out. On the opposite end, Arts actually able to handle all 4 members from the side of SUHAZ as they split their focus away from Arts.
Yep, and as of now, HY going for a wall block to try and slow them down. Zorn, however, going to be starting the Lord for themselves. This time, they still have Box, so they have to be a little bit scared, worried about this. But Box is looking to chunk onto Dominus. Can he go for the fight? They'll be almost chunk him down again. Arts now going to be going for the focus here, but looks like they will set up with Nelby instead, setting up by HY as they try to zone them out. HY taking a little bit too much damage, will not be able to escape. The Ace now forced to go to the defensive Growers rather to run for his life, but he will eventually fall as Maima will get a double kill out of this Box now. Looking for the right moment to strike as well. He's looking for the kill. Can he get the Dominus as well? The real woman division keeps him alive momentarily. Alive, but Box, is he gonna burn? Yes, he will. That's gonna be his downfall. And Zack is gonna be the next one to fall as GEEK fan looks to bounce back and takes the Lord.
Oh, the winds of nature on Zed was good, but unfortunately he had no crossbow of tank. It's all up to Eevee to slow this down for the time being. They've got 2 pushing waves. He just needs to live and slow down this Lord. Torn apart memories already been used. Shove out that mid lane. There's no time to waste.
Eevee is just pressuring their way through. GEEK fam looking to contest the Lord, and they won't get it for the team. Fantastic defense coming from GEEK fam, but what a catch coming from Maima. What an absolute monster.
Woo, Maima's doing good. He's snowballing well for GEEK fam. 19 minutes into the game, he has scaled super nicely, and he's been able to secure all the kills that he wants. Eevee is going to get free shields for now, but that means that HY going for the Windtalker.
That's...
Steal.
That's I don't know. It feels like he needs a little bit more damage burst potential, but at the same time, I understand where he's going for. He's looking to one-shot Maima, but currently Maima is just so good. His positioning has been really, really top-notch, and who do you focus? If you want to go for Maima, Dominus and Nelby is going to be there to actually chunk out your back lines. But if you do not go for the mages, Maima is going to the free hit all the way through.
Okay, let's pull up the item list. I want to see where Nelby is in comparison to Dominus. We're expecting dire hit coming out of Nelby, and oh no, this looks like we might not have the time for this. The Lord is already pressing on. Eevee in trouble, has to use the Winter Truncheon. Zorn finds the initial pick. The real woman manipulation has done its job, and now it's going to be the Maima show as he blows through every single one of the tags from SUHAZ. Zed is the last hope here. They dive right into the back line here with the Truncheon already procced, but they muscle their way through. GEEK fam bring it 1-1.
What a comeback coming from GEEK fam. They close out that game very convincingly. Maima completely outplaying Zed in the matchup. That is some really, really mad skills coming from Maima for him to sidestep his way through. 1-1 didn't exactly fit too well for him, but this time on the Broly, he completely shut him out.
Oh, brutally long game coming in from SUHAZ Esports, but GG well played to GEEK fam.
Yeah, GG indeed. And my goodness, that was a pretty insane match. Like you can see the crowd's energy just completely chanting here. GEEK fam making the win means they are going to be able to come back a little bit more. But like we said as well, it all comes down to the fate of the rest of the teams coming in the group. If GEEK fam consistently win all their games, they still might have a shot to make it to the playoffs.
I think they still have a shot here, and I think, honestly, if they can beat SUHAZ, that is the first step. However, SUHAZ is not making it easy. These games are really starting to push the limits in terms of time. They're getting closer to 20 minutes every single time. They're playing off of their one win condition, and by the time you start investing in your secondary win conditions, you see Nelby, you see Dominus on Yves start scaling up. That's when you see the impact.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like Dominus and also Nelby, them playing early on, it wasn't really much of a big threat, right? They were just constantly poking the way through. But when towards the later stage game, we do see a huge margin of poking damage. And you wanted to take a look into those itemizations here. You can see here up on screen, you can see Dominus is all maxed out as well. Likewise, coming from Nelby, left out with one particular item, but that's a lot of damage coming in.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is that Nelby is still doing the job of a roamer where you're looking to zone out priority key targets. If you can kill them, that's great, but zoning them out is important, and that's where Zed really struggled to get forward, right? He died once to Nelby, just one-shotting him. The fact that he has Dire hit on top of the traditional Clock of Destinies as well as Lightning Truncheon, it basically sends Wanwan to the other realm.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like, Zed is just not having a good time at all. Like, having both Dominus and Nelby in constantly making sure his life is really, really tough, it just puts him in a very difficult spot. And for him to actually finally get the Athena shield, it felt like a sigh of relief, like, hey, maybe I can deal with this. But multiple times, he just could not pop his crossbow attacks. And by the time when you need it the most, the damage has been done because everyone from GeekFam is already built so tanky to the point that the crossbow tanks means nothing. I
mean, yeah, it's really rough. Like, Wanwan wasn't even able to complete her final item despite the fact that it's been 20 minutes into the game. 11k gold compared to Maima, who's at 15k. He's only made enough. Oh no, he's actually made the least. He doesn't even beat Nelby in terms of gold.
Yeah, that's just so unfortunate. It feels like Zed is just completely off in both games. He's just struggling to adapt to the new meta. Yes, arguably 1-1 is great, but I don't know. It seems like GeekFam just had the better game in game number 2. But without further ado, let's take a look at the MVP for game number 2 and how it goes out. And it's going to be none other than Maima himself with an 11-2-4 KDA match. The kill participation of 75% and fully maxed out items.
An electrifying performance coming in from Brody himself. Maima has piloted him well, and more importantly, he never misses on that torn apart memories. Every single time it procs, if it finds the target, it will kill his targets.
Exactly. And 2 games in a row, he's been very, very consistent as a marksman. This is by far one of his very strong performance. It's been a while we've seen him perform ever since he stepped back into his MPL after the roster change. But is it too late for GeekFam? That's the question right now.
Well, short-term goals first, right? Win this game against SUHAZ, and then we'll see how it goes from there. And honestly, if they can kind of set themselves up nicely for the last few remaining games of the season, they might actually be able to at least try and tie for getting in towards, well, not the upper brackets at the very least, but get into playoffs.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see if it happens. But as of now, the game will continue. We are going to be heading towards game number 3 very, very shortly. But Maima just, I don't know, man. Like, it's so difficult to actually outmaneuver a 1-1 who's trying to set up for crossbow tanks, which later on you will see in the highlights. Hopefully, we will get to see it. But as of now, as you can see, the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series. You can see Maima has been very, very smart in just positioning and forcing SUHAZ Esports in positions where you don't normally see. Zorn just doing his usual things, which is just trying to zone out for the team, but all in all, I feel like he was struggling to actually set up for his team.
Yeah, when Maima was able to get this kill here, this is when Wanwan's lane was over. Maima was able to farm so much off of this, right? Gets 2 kills, and he was going even against Zed. But at this stage of the game, like, what can you really do? Maima just snowballs out of control. Zed is unable to keep him in lane despite having the initial advantage, but those 2 kills set him apart. HY has been getting some really good flicker wild charges that really catches people off guard, because it is a 1.7 second stun.
Yeah, and here Zed, when he popped the win on nature, it just meant absolutely nothing. Maima was positioning himself where the rest of SUHAZ was just so afraid of him. It's just getting free hits after free hits over here. And even in this fight as well, even though he died, he was able to take multiple heroes with him before actually dying, which kind of enabled GeekFam to actually snowball and kind of come back from that fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's been rough overall for SUHAZ Esports, especially with the lead, but they still tried. I think I really like the attempts and the ideas SUHAZ Esports initially had in terms of how to split up the map and keep GeekFam's attention away from the gold lane. But once GeekFam doubled down on playing for their win condition, that's when SUHAZ really started to struggle because they can't keep up, and more importantly, so just the constant disruption coming in from Zorn and a win condition in Dominus with the control of his real-world manipulation, it really changes the tempo of a fight.
Agreed, but that's pretty much it for this series. But of course, it is not over. They are pretty much tied up as of yet. This is going to be a very difficult situation for GeekFam.
Yeah.
If they win, is it the biggest victory? Maybe. It's a small win for now. But for SUHAZ Esports, if they win this, GeekFam's journey into its MPL might be, just as we say, over.
The stakes are very, very high. We're going to be coming back and going to a short break as both teams will strategize for the final time in this best of 3. Who is going to be moving on and who is going to get knocked out? With that being said, we'll come back with more action right after this.
Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
Ay, ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. This is a make it or break it for either one of these teams. One is looking to get a higher standing in Group B, while the other is going to be making sure that they can hold on to their place. This is tough. It really is for both GEEK Fam as well as SUHAZ Esports. My name is GEEK. This is ICBB. You're currently watching the MPL MY English broadcast for Season 9. We've got a beautiful audience here cheering for both of these teams. Pumping up this crowd is great, but with a stage like this behind us, how can you not be excited? All thanks to our sponsors, the official gaming chair, Secret Lab, our partners in Esports, TikTok, Esports Charts, EGG Network, as well as our co-organizers, ESI, for making it happen.
Exactly, and I can feel the energy coming from the audience and coming from the teams themselves as well. And it's been a while since I feel all this energy, and ever since the audience came in, the teams has been really riled out to showcase who and what they're made of.
Have you seen the durations of these games? Both teams are not giving each other an inch. They would pull every trick in the book despite having a difficult composition is what I'm trying to get at here. But it's tough. It really is tough for either side.
Yeah, it's no surprises as well, considering that the meta has shifted here. A lot of these teams has trying to adapt to the new meta, which forces a little bit of shaky plays all the time. But all in all, I wouldn't say it's their fault, but you can see that they're giving all they can to win those points to actually stay in towards the MPL playoffs.
And even just, but wait, hold on, wait, is that who I think it is? The player swap is coming through. Zed is getting pulled out here, and AJ is coming in?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a roster change, but considering how 2 games in a row Zed has been underperforming, it's no surprises they will call in AJ to actually play the game. And this time, that means with this roster drop, HY is going to be playing on the gold lane perhaps.
I mean, Maima has been playing a strong game overall for the past 2, and unfortunately he made one mistake in game number 1, which cost him that game, but game number 2 he refused to make it again and dominated with the rest of his team, getting 100,000 damage, being the main carry for the team on top of Dominus.
Yep, and based on the damage here, considering that Zed has done 29,000 damage overall, just shows you that he was very struggling, and you can't blame him as well. Like you said as well, Maima is just completely popping off, getting an early kill on towards, I believe it was 1 on Zed and 1 on Box, completely skyrocketed his farm and allowing him to just consistently dish out damage. 100k, and that's crazy for a marksman. Oftentimes we would expect maybe mages to do that kind of numbers, but for him to do that, that just shows you how much of an impact it was in that game.
He is the driving force. He is the impact after you hear the clanking sounds of the hammers and nails. And unfortunately for SUHAZ Esports, they were on the receiving end of that. I think the draft is going to change up quite a bit for SUHAZ Esports. I think we're going to get a more meta draft and probably a mage, a dedicated mage in the mid lane with this time, with AJ coming back in. Ooh, that does mean that somehow HY needs to outdo himself in the gold lane, especially up against Maima, who's been looking real solid.
Oh, that's going to be a very difficult task here. But at the same time, you know, calling in the Ace to actually provide him a little bit of assistance can be very doable.
Yep.
But I'm looking forward to see how it goes. But you can see Amos going to be looking in camera. He's looking and staring onto SUHAZ Esports. No, wait, he's not. He's actually talking to Maima. I thought he's staring across the stage, but all right.
All right, with that being said, we got a minute before the draft is about to begin. Things are about to get shaken up between SUHAZ and as well as GEEK Fam. What do you think the adaptations are going to be? We can kind of guess for SUHAZ in terms of their mid lane, but GEEK Fam, you think they're still going to make sure your Zorn stay in that jungle?
I think having Zorn playing the jungle was actually okay. Going for tank jungle is something that actually suits their current meta, and I feel like having Dominus on the mage role is still much more comforting to watch compared to him playing on the side lane. So I feel like if they stick with their current rotation on game number 2, all is good.
I mean, you can see that Almox is dapping up his boys, making sure that they are ready and pumped. And even before the show was about to start coming back from the break, they were screaming, GEEK Fam, they are ready to put everything on this stage. And unfortunately for SUHAZ, it's either a make it or break it for their dreams.
Yep, we are going to be heading in towards the drafts here for the final game of this series here with SUHAZ Esports as well as GEEK Fam. This is going to be their third games draft. And now, opening up with the bans here, Cho is going to be banned once again, showing respects to both HY as the ace, who potentially flexes out the Cho a lot. And with the Valentina also being banned, Masha is still completely ignored. GEEK Fam knowing that they have banned off most of the tanks now, based on 2 games drafting experience.
Yeah, I mean, I think GEEK Fam, are they going to readjust what they are going to ban, or are they going to stick to it? All right, they get rid of Hilda first. They're going to question whether SUHAZ Esports is going to do them the honors of banning Masha or Fanny for them. Either or would be fine for GEEK Fam to pick up later into the game. Fanny gets banned out first. Now GEEK Fam is looking to reply, do you ban out the Masha?
Yeah, I think Masha is something that GEEK Fam wants to first pick it. So it's the question here would be that, do they not ban it or do they pick it themselves? But it seems like, haha, not going to be happening. They are going to be banning it 3 games in a row. They do not want to pick it at all.
Absolutely do not care this time. They are not letting Hilda or Masha see the land of dawn for now. SUHAZ Esports, what are they going to ban out? The last time they got rid of Selena, they could be doing it again. But then things could change. They could still throw Maima back into the jungle if they have to.
I think Selena ban is a pretty good shout. Nailby was a kind of annoying game number 1. Even though they didn't exactly win, it's something that I don't think SUHAZ Esports wants to play. But that's the thing, right? That was pretty much game 1 and game 2 when when AJ wasn't playing. AJ really likes that Selena, so I wouldn't be surprised if he actually picks it from himself. But looks like Selena will be respected and banned off, and they don't exactly want to deal with it. So that means, first pick here, what's it going to be? Boxia again for GEEK Fam, maybe?
I don't know. I think, based on their previous drafts here, I don't know if they want to consider taking away Grok from SUHAZ Esports.
Do they want to first pick Eve? Like game 2, they definitely first pick Eve for Dominus, but like you said as well, the Grok is something that has appeared 2 games in a row now, so it might be a contested hero coming game number 3.
I wouldn't be too surprised if GEEK Fam go for either Yves or Grok at this stage of the game. If they decide to go elsewhere, they probably have some kind of plan or trap set for either one of these picks. I think having the Grok into Yves is a pretty good matchup in general. Yves generally is going to scale, but here we go. It's going to be Yves first picked for the side of GEEK Fam.
Yep, they are going to replicate their drafts here from game number 2. Seems like, why do you need to fix something that works for them for now? And game 2, even though it wasn't the smoothest game, they still won it because of the fact that Yves was able to isolate Zed completely. So I think they're just banging on the fact that punishing HY is going to be the way to go. Grok now going to be selected from SUHAZ Esports.
Well, let's find out if they're going to get that punishment. Grok is going to get picked up. If Beatrix gets picked up for the side of SUHAZ Esports, that's pretty good for GEEK Fam overall, because then you can actually immediately look for the counter matchup.
Yeah, I like the Beatrix pickup as well, considering that how squishy GEEK Fam were. A tanky frontal wouldn't be actually good against the mage, but if the Beatrix steps in, they can actually literally one-shot the mages if they get caught out. So it's going to be a vice versa thing for them, but HY does excel on that. However, are they going to stick to their roots here, going triple X fighters on the side, like side as well as the mid? We've seen this happen before, and Phovis is also going to be up for grabs. Do they want to pick it now?
Tough call. Ooh, I don't think so, because the fact is, Box has, it depends on what Box is playing, right? That's when GEEK Fam should be considering, okay, should I start picking up the Phoveus very early on? Am I willing to give a terrible matchup to my EXP laner Arts, especially when he has to deal with Eevee on Esmeralda? That is the worst. It feels the worst. You basically can't do anything in lane.
I think the Phoveus is something that SUHAZ Esports wants to pick themselves. Like, they don't want to show it yet. They want to see how the first 3 heroes first from the side of GEEK Fam.
I mean, not against Esmeralda. I don't think so. I think GEEK Fam will straight.
No, I mean SUHAZ Esports picks it for himself. We've seen it in game 1.
True, but they already have AJ, and I feel like you're wasting potential picking up things like Lilia, for an example, which is going to be relevant throughout the game. GEEK Fam, on the other hand, interesting enough, we do see Thamus get picked up by Arts. It is very much a comfort pick. He has been taking
when was the last time we saw Thamus Arts?
Thamus Arts, I think it was week 3 of the MPL season 9.
Oh, okay.
1-1 gets banned out for the side of SUHAZ, something that HY really does not want to go up against.
Alright, I see where this is going, but at the same time, Beatrix is also available. Brody coming from Mimo is something that he was able to demonstrate really well. Since this time, this is going to be making it to this stage of the phase, I feel like SUHAZ Esports is pretty much a no-brainer for them not to ban out Brody, respecting how well Mima played both games.
No, I think if he picks Brody, that's whatever for Geek Fam, because at the end of the day, Mima, if he knows how to play Popo and Koopa, Brody is basically a non-factor at that point. So it really is about, for SUHAZ, they want to
banning
make sure,
it off.
Banning out the Brody?
Yeah, respecting Mima.
No, I think it doesn't matter. I honestly think it doesn't matter because I think Mima has a bigger pool in comparison to HY. So far,
Alright, fair
HY
enough.
has only been able to perform on the Beatrix, and even then, there are ups and downs.
Alright, I see where you're getting at, but now it looks like they are going to be banning up the Matilda from the side of SUHAZ Esports. They are going to be limiting Nelby's hero pools, and so far Nelby has excelled on his Rafaela as well as Matilda, so that's going to put him in a very, very awkward position. Kagura is also going to be available. They can still go for the dual mage if they want to, but Geek Fam, they are going to back the box here. They don't want to see it at all, and I'm a little bit surprised. I'm surprised. They expect that Box is going to be playing it.
Boxia? Why do Boxia now? What is the purpose of this?
Jungle. But still, I don't know. I feel like maybe it's something that Tamos is a little bit afraid in terms of sustainabilities. Likewise, coming from Eve, Karina is okay as well. Like Jungle Boxia going up as a matchup against Karina is not bad, but it puts SUHAZ Esports in a very tanky composition instead. So don't really like it, but they are gonna force the Huh?
Yep, that does mean that HY is going to go going either Yuzong or Esmeralda for the gold lane. For the gold lane.
Who's jungling?
Box, and I think, you know, they're just waiting for this last pick to see what Geek Fam wants. And after looking at a lineup like that, it's like, okay, Mima does have a good matchup at the end of the day. I think even for Nelby, even if they want to put Mima in the jungle as well and Zorn back to his traditional tanker role, it's very doable.
Yeah, and now that you're mentioning it, I'm actually a little bit lost here. Sorry, not lost. I was a little bit confused just now. It seems like, yeah, the Grok is going to be a tank role, so that is going to be the traditional tank instead of the DPS tank, which we kind of seen for a couple of games now. They do have tendency to actually flex out the jungle role, but Geek Fam, they are going to go for the Alice as well as the Rafaela for sustainability. So now it makes sense why they don't want to deal with the box here. They just want to go full-on kills.
I respect that. I respect that.
Now it makes sense.
I'm expecting... wait a minute. So Raf is the one that's going to get picked up here. Okay, so SUHAZ Esports, they lock in the Roger. They got plenty of peel on their side. So once they get low enough, that's when Box is going to be jumping in and finish off the rest. It's very doable. Nelby is going to be the one playing the Raf. Mima is going to be the one playing the Alice. Wow, we got a little bit of an anti-mage on our side here.
all right. I'm looking forward to see how it goes here because the drops has been set, and I like SUHAZ Esports a little bit more because it's a little bit more traditional, but Geek Fam, they are just going to be forcing the healing strat here. And considering that Favor has been nerfed, I hope that it's going to work out, but with the Alice, hopefully it is going to be able to compensate here. Mima not going to be going for his traditional marksman. This is something that I'm not expecting, but of course, it's all about try and errors in the new patch, and Geek Fam has set their marks.
Yep, this is going to be an exciting game number 3. The snowballs aren't going to happen as quickly as you would have expected. It's all about scaling and bigger team fights. Oh, before they even get into the game, it's going to be a game pause here. Oh, good thing they caught it early.
Yeah, but as of now, I like the idea coming from Geek Fam, but in terms of execution, it's going to be extremely difficult to do so. As compared to SUHAZ Esports, is a little bit more traditional into its meta rankings, and it's very recent as well. So the chances of messing up is relatively lower compared to experimenting with their drafts.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even say that. I mean, there is no guarantee with the composition with this, right?
Yep.
Yes, you can scale for the later stages of the game, but if you snowball out of control in the mid game, it's going to be hard to do that scaling. It's like, yeah, you got all that damage and whatnot, but if you're oppressed from early to mid, there's no way you make it into that later stage of the game if you get completely targeted. For an example, if Mima is going to get dove 24/7, how is he going to be able to stack up to the point of no return?
Exactly. So it's all about making space for Mima to actually get it in farm, and based on his position, he's been A-okay, but I'm a little bit more curious on towards SUHAZ Esports side, because for them to actually going for something traditional like this, and on top of it all, for them to actually pick a Roger, which arguably has been fallen out of meta throughout this entire season, except for when Chico plays it.
Well, I mean, this is Box that we were talking about. He knows when to get in and out of fights. I think if he decided to go for Ling, it would still be difficult. He's very dependent. At the end of the day, he's still dependent on Eevee kind of starting the engagement, Grok starting the engagement, canceling that real-world manipulation as soon as it comes out before he starts walking through, right? If you are Ling, you still have to jump so deep into the fight, and then you have this Alice that refuses to die, then it's like, I might as well not be in the fight. So with Roger, at least you can play that perfect balance of I can stay back, wait for the right time to come back in, turn into Lycan form and jump in for kills.
Alright, I can see where you're coming in terms of rotations as well, but I'm a little bit more worried in the sense where can he pull off the same effect? Because we've known Box to be a very objective-driven player, whereas Roger is a hero which demonstrates himself as well that you need to be very aggressive and snowball from the early game stage of the game. And we kind of saw it coming from Chico. And if you try to play to the later stage of the game, you will eventually get punished. But that's the thing, right? That is if your opponent does not have a marksman. So I can see where you're getting at as well. So maybe GEEK Fam, they do have the capabilities to actually punish this, but it could immediately backfire as well if Box gets super out of control.
Look, if I were to sum up SUHAZ Esports' composition, basically it's a Big Daddy composition. It's all about engaging, it's all about getting deep into the enemy lines and start off strong. And if you can make that initial blitz tactic work out, that's when you see members of GEEK Fam fall before they're able to recuperate, regroup, and then look for that counter engagement. GEEK Fam on the other side, they want to... Wait.
What? Got pikir.
Rupanya, okay.
What? I don't know.
You think you're hard, but you're just paper. Wait. Hold on, wait. There's more messages in the crowd here. Oh man, I missed the first part.
I'm in MPL. He says, I'm in MPL. Oh, Mom, I'm in MPL. Oh, Mom, yeah.
I'm in...
What about the one on the left?
The one on the left, no feeks, no party.
No fix, no party. All right, that's pretty good. I like this.
I love the fact that the audience is abusing these teleprompters to make sure that they let their loved ones. You know, yesterday someone else was putting their friends on blast. They were literally showing like just the worst pictures of their friends. It's like, hey, by the way, this is my friend. Hey, look here.
And most of the audience as well is going to be supporting GEEK Fam. But what is this message? Wake
Bangun,
up, bro.
I can't see the rest of it. No, focus. It's focusing.
Focus. Oh. Wake up, bro. Your is too high. Just beat GEEK Fam. Oh! Wow. Whoa. He's dreaming.
Honestly, GEEK Fam has built quite the fan base. No matter how disappointing their performances can be, the fans still believe that they can ignite higher than these Pillars of Flames. Oh boy. I'm just seeing everybody at this point just looking at phones, typing out their messages.
Oh, everybody's pausing a message. Oh, whoa. Flexing Benavir. Wait, what?
I can't. Everybody's just flexing at this point, man.
They're just flexing, man. All the fans, they just want to demonstrate they are the better players. This is a place to actually flex themselves. But without further ado, enough of the fan service. Let us just head off and towards the game, because this is going to be the decider match between GEEK Fam as well as SUHAZ Esports.
GEEK Fam on the blue side, SUHAZ Esports on the red. It's really up to these Romas how they're going to play it out. Grok will be able to get some good damage onto Nelby early on, and these Grok changes are making it a lot easier, but Nelby must control this space and maintain his health so that the ace doesn't disrupt Zorn here on this Karina for now. As we can see, both the lane matchups are going to be very steady, very even, and I think for Maima, he doesn't mind being just passive the entire game.
I guess, but the ace going for the traditional tank Grok here. AJ is going to get harassed pretty hard, so that's going to be the defense coming in. But SUHAZ Esports, he's looking to go to invade. Zorn, sneaky, steals it from under Box. He's got the level ahead of Box and looks to punish the way through, but he's getting surrounded and he might actually die. Can he escape? The wall block comes in, stops him in the track, and he's going to get taken down. First blood goes in the hands of SUHAZ Esports, and Box, he still survives. His down's really low, but GEEK Fam, do they want to let him off the hook? Seems like they will, and he's going to recall back out of base. The ace will throw his body a little bit here to jeopardize his team, but looks like the rest of SUHAZ Esports, they will back out safely.
You know what? Fair enough. Fair enough. Purify's being utilized. AJ even flickering to try to save himself from Nelby. First blood bounty achieved by SUHAZ Esports. A very aggressive play coming in from Zorn. He knows that his win con is going to be Maima, so he's trying to be as disruptive as possible. Unfortunately for HY, this is going to be an epically boring lane. I mean, at the end of the day, Maima, all he has to do is just wait for his stacks, wait for the wave to crash into him, and unfortunately for HY, unless Maima steps a little too far out of his boundaries, that's when he can actually punish.
Well, DH is now going to have his dart hit and a very early rapid boost for him to actually rotate between lanes. So that's going to help him a little bit more. But the turtle is going to be the point of contention here coming from SUHAZ Esports. As you can see, they are going to try and force this out. The Ace will deny the rotation win away. Nelby is going to get caught out potentially. The rest of SUHAZ Esports coming in. Arts is going to zone out AJ. Forces out early. Black Show, but AJ, he needs to run for his near-dead life. Real One Malaysia comes in. He's going to be trapped and he's going to pay the price. That's going to be his downfall. Box will come in for the finish.
Oh,
and
no!
He get it. But no, he gets chunked up pretty low. He gets the kill, but can he escape? No, he cannot. The retribution from Zorn will be enough to kill him off.
Man, this is one of the few times where Raf's passive actually makes the difference. And it worked out nicely, but Zorn did utilize his retribution. It wouldn't been, I don't think it should have been able to kill Box if Raf didn't get the extra bit of damage in. But for now, works out well. GEEK Fam even the score, 2-2.
Nicely done there coming from GEEK Fam. And Eve now, he's gonna try and zone them out for now, but he's not gonna do too much. But the Roger coming from Box here, he's had a really rough time. Not exactly sure what the overextension from Zorn early on meant, but it definitely delayed Box a little bit more for them to scale for this. Arts now popping out here. Eve is gonna get dived in and Zorn gets a kill, and that's huge for GEEK Fam.
Yep, baits Eevee into a fight. Arts knowing that Eevee knowing that Arts doesn't have his vengeance means that he can actually take aggressive trades. Zorn a full level ahead of Box right now. Oh, Zorn playing that perfectly.
Yep, Zorn just consistently harassing Box, knowing that there's nothing he can do about it. This is a tank jungle Karina, and he's gonna be able to outscale Box in terms of just dodging all his physical damage.
Yeah, and especially with the Shadow Dance, his auto attacks basically don't touch him, and that's the frustrating thing for Box, that even if he wants to punish, Karina has to be a particular HP so he can actually get the execute with the Lycan Pounce. Speaking of which, the Ace has been pretty active on the map, and hopefully he's able to disrupt, but no, Zorn continues to farm and get ahead.
Agreed. Wow, SUHAZ Esports, they're looking for a couple of setups, but it seems like they're just completely ignoring. They don't exactly know where they are because bottom side, HY is going to be in some trouble. Looks like he's going to try and set up for a team. Black Dragon comes in, is going to try and stall him back. The Ace will try to follow up his way through, but GEEK Fam, they have to back out. But here comes the wall charge aggressively coming from the Ace. Gets a big fat hit, but GEEK Fam, do they get the dive? Yes, they will. Box will go in for the finish, and he's looking to finish Dominus, but he's overextended and gets killed. That's going to be a double kill for Dominus, and AJ, he needs to run for his life, and Zorn is just taunting him. Look at him, he's taunting, he knows he's dead. He's gonna delay the inevitable, and AJ, there's nothing he can do. AJ just run to the tower, he knows he's dead, he's playing with food. Oh no, Zorn.
AJ, just take the death. Take the death early so you can respawn faster. Now he's losing way more EXP because of all the taunting here. At the end of the day, it's unfortunate for AJ, but he needs to be efficient with his moves. Arts is gonna start things off for Zorn as he quickly rotates over towards Turtle side, and nothing can that SUHAZ can do at this stage of the game.
Oh my goodness, that was so unfortunate. He delayed his death, however, AJ with it, knowing that he's gonna die, with that taunt coming from Zorn, it definitely bought a little bit time for Box to actually redeem himself, but all in all, it is still, the balls is on GEEK Fam's side right now.
Yeah, unfortunately for Box, he did kind of troll there a little bit. He went in for the first kill, yes, that was great, but he ran out of the Howl buff, and he could, oh no, he lost his orange buff too! The continuous oppression coming in from GEEK Fam on Orthodox style. Arts is in the middle, he pops out that vengeance as well as his ult. AJ is finally here to start peeling the back. Box wants kills, but he can't go further.
Oh my goodness, now GEEK Fam, they are gonna get an outer tier 1 on top of it all. SUHAZ Esports, they're trying their best to do a little bit on the sides here, but HY, there's only so much he can do. They've lost the initial turtle fight. They probably need to farm a little bit more before actually fighting off.
Yeah, and now AJ, he's trying to hold this lane by himself. The Ace can only do so much proactively, and HY is now getting attacked by Maima, who rotated in time. Oh, flowing blood. Maima finds another kill. This is going to accelerate his own game.
Yep, he's got the impure rage on top of it all. This Alice. Alice is farming pretty okay. He's got a pretty decent amount of farm. Arts, however, he's gonna get caught out a little bit too far. He doesn't have the vengeance for himself, but he's able to sustain his try, but eventually will fall. Looks pretty strong, but they need some way to deal with it. The dominance ice pickup is a must now from the hands of SUHAZ Esports.
Arts honestly was about to 2v1 that. Straight up 2v1 that, my guy. And Box, if he wasn't there, different story, but Zorn now looking for the kill on towards HY. Black Dragon forms early on as Box wants to finish off this kill. Unfortunately for him, he has to deal with Nelby as well. And the Ace coming in from the back with a conceal, turns it around. They find the kill on towards Zorn, and now Nelby might be next. He heals himself up. Box, he could go further as he gets to AJ, gets him low, but notice that Arts is finally back in the fray.
Yeah, but wow, that was a good offense coming from SUHAZ Esports. Like, for Box to almost losing his life here was a near call, but they still managed to get a couple of tiers here. But now this turtle coming in is going to be very important. Real motivation zoning up. This is big for GEEK Fam. This is going to be go time for Arts. But as of now, he's going to bait them out of position. The Ace, however, will be picked up from the sides as killing spree for Meima to shut him out. And look at this, Meima just completely flexing his dominance right now, asserting dominance all the way through. And Arts on the middle side as well, completely pushing SUHAZ Esports out.
HY, he's in trouble. Furious Dive as well as Petrify does come on through. Can't get the Black Dragon form off. Zorn executes him real quick. Goes in with the combo on towards EV side. He's got one more dash, but unfortunately, it's not going to be able to close the distance onto EV. He backs away, focuses on the objectives. What a snowball coming out of GEEK Fam. 4.3k ahead of SUHAZ. This is looking to be a fast game.
Yeah, but seems like the Rafaela as well as the Karina is just a force to be reckoned with right now, and they don't exactly have an answer to deal with. And now with the Winter Trunket as well as the Holy Crystal purchase on Meima and Zorn, that is just gonna accelerate their farm even more and assert their dominance.
Goodness, yo, Maima's got 3 items here, and he's already got the Clock of Destiny's Calamity Reaper on top of the Holy Crystal. This man can basically 1v4 if he tried.
Yep, and it seems like SUHAZ Esports, they have the respective Meima going for the push as well. You can see the burst is coming in, but he's going to be okay. He's got to win the trunket. Can he pop in time? No, he gets shut down. He misjudged his timing, and he's going to get punished for this. So that's going to be a huge comeback from SUHAZ Esports as they get the comeback gold coming in from that kill.
Yeah, and talk about Castus Curse there. I think Maima at this point now going for a Winter Trunket to actually buy that little bit of time so he doesn't get CC by the Ace. Now, the Ace, finally, he's able to get the ice, the Dominance Ice to try and reduce some form of healing from Maima.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate, right? Based on his HP percentage, he thought he was able to survive a little bit more before popping the Winter Trunket, but what he didn't expect was the delayed Shadow Bombs coming from AJ just completely chunking him down and catching him off guard. So a little bit of mistakes coming in from Meima, but all in all, that's going to be a comeback coming from SUHAZ Esports. But now, what do you think right now?
I think at this point of time, Box, it's just about the timing of the like and pounce, right? I think for especially for Alice, if she is below 25% HP, she should definitely look to try and delay and top up her health before Box gets into the middle of the fray, right? Because that's going to be a free execute. Wait, the Ace actually finds all 3. He might be able to do something here. Holy Baptism has already been used. He still has a wild charge, but no, he flickers on out of there. Real War Manipulation is going to finish the job. Box walks away, not able to get the trade so far, but Zorn's doing good, but he goes down. Oh no, he manages to get the Winter Treasure off. He's dead. It's too late. HY in the middle of the fight, but Maima is here to change the course of action. Maima is trying to get on top of Box, but he takes the Flowing Blood back on towards the Cobalt to heal back up to full. HY, the Sha residue is working out well. Box looking for any kill, sees Dominus, and will take out Dominus. Nelby, Holy Baptism to buy the time. Arts trying to peel, but Nelby, he's running circles around the poor guy.
Oh my goodness, Box trying his best to salvage the situation, but it's not over yet because Arts, he doesn't want to give him off the hook, but he's going to be A-okay for now. But as of yet, great trade so far coming from GEEK Fam and SUHAZ Esports, but GEEK Fam just showing that they have the better team fight potential. But I was really surprised that SUHAZ Esports was able to fight back that hard.
Yeah, Suha is doing a really good job at kind of delaying the fights and dodging key abilities. Zorn unable to find any executes. Maima was a little late onto the fight, but when he did, he managed to find one. But unfortunately, HY actually coming up huge there, being able to sustain against 3 members of GEEK Fam, not allowing them to finish off Box.
Yep, for them to actually isolate the fight, allowing Box to pick off all the low HP ones, just allowed him to just completely shred the way through, especially when it comes down to their cooldown timings as well. When Geek Fam just used up everything that fight. But as of yet, Arts is going to be caught out. He's going to be stranded as well. He can't exactly back up. He's going to get chunked away through. Will he survive? No, he will not. But at the same time, Geek Fam, they do pick up the ace on the side. And Eve needs to run for his near life. As Meima is looking to go for the finish. HY will force the Black Dragon to buy time for the team to retreat. So that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade-off. A XP laner for a tank.
Yep, but they will lose the Lord, unfortunately. Nothing much they can do about that. And Maima going to zone away as many people as possible as Eevee wants to get into the middle of this. Flowing Blood does come out. I do think he should have shown his presence way earlier, but now AJ all by himself, boxing the backline, trying to pick up dominance. He finds that kill. The flank works out. Oh, the Petrify! Holy Baptist, it came out too late. It stuns too, but now it is going to be Maima all by himself. He ain't anti-mage this time as SUHAZ turned this fight around.
Oh, that was huge. The baits coming in from Geek Fam. You can see Meima a little bit stranded from the rest of the team, but the flanks from Box to find dominance and take him out rather early just completely won them that fight. A beautiful, beautiful play. However, Arts is not giving up the middle turret yet, but SUHAZ Esports, they want to pressure a little bit more, but the Lord will be pushing out from the top side.
Run it down. Honestly, I think they should run it down all the way up till tier 2, but then again, Nelby and as well as Arts with the Molten Sights will be able to clear that relatively easy and safe, but a fat triple kill for SUHAZ to bounce back from the devastating early game from Geek Fam.
Yeah, that's huge coming in from them, but as of now, what is going to be the game plan for Geek Fam? Because Zorn, he is going to be the ones to actually try and shut down Box, but at this stage of the game, it seems like I don't think he has enough damage to do so.
Now, unfortunately for Alice, she is a 4-core item spike hero. And yes, you do have the Winter Truncheon. That buys you a little bit of time, but you still need something important. Now, the situational item is going to matter here. Ice Queen's Wand is pretty good, but notice that Eevee is getting on top of Art so far. They're taking all the outer turrets here as SUHAZ want to make sure that they don't let Maima get to that stage of the game.
I guess if you put it that way, but once Maima gets that Ice Queen Wand, it's going to be a little bit problematic from SUHAZ Esports to actually get away. They are going to be forcing on multiple spams, and look at how Eve is getting slowed really hard by just dominance himself, so he's not having a great time. However, the top side, the Lord is going to be focused down from the side of Geek Fam. As you can see, SUHAZ Esports is slowly chipping away and peeling at the defense of Geek Fam.
Yep. I don't know whether he's going to purchase the Ice Queen's Wand. For all we know, he could go for the Blood Wings. There's so many different items that he could take. He could take a Holy Glaive. He wants a little bit more burst damage with the Flowing Blood. But so far, the way that his playstyle has been showing is that these Flowing Bloods don't necessarily do as much damage as he wants to, so he's throwing it a little offset.
Yeah, I think the Divine Glaive is a good shout as well if he decides to go for the burst, considering that they don't exactly have a late game marksman, and Box is already hit his 15, so this is pretty much go time for SUHAZ Esports. And Geek Fam, they need to figure a way to actually shut him down, and the moment they kill him off, this is where it's go time for Geek Fam to close out the game.
Yeah, but remember that Dominus is still a factor here, right?
Yeah.
If Dominus is able to get a good real-world manipulation to set things up for Maima to jump right into the middle, and both of them happen to have an Ice Queen's Wand, it's the perfect, literally godsend situation for Maima.
Agreed, agreed. But as of yet, seems like they are going to play this a little bit slow. They want to farm a couple more items. As of yet, only Box has Immortality. Geek Fam as well, most likely going to be trying to farm up Maima's final items before this next T-fight. About 30 seconds left before the Lord come up. And Geek Fam, they have to sync up the waves first before pushing towards the Lord.
AJ going to continue pushing out that mid-wave so far. We're 15 minutes into the game. It looks like Maima went for the Holy Glaive, knowing that there's plenty of Radiant Armor just being purchased by SUHAZ Esports. So now he's doubling down on that damage, and hopefully they can set up that 5v5 of a lifetime.
Yeah, that was very, very nice pickup as well. Like, they need that damage coming from the Divine Glaive. And as of yet, the Lord is going to be up. Do they want to force a fight? Zorn taking a little bit too much damage. He's going to be in some trouble. Winter Trucker comes in. Box looking for the pitch as well, as Maima will try and bully him out. He will chip away the first Immortality, but will he be able to survive? He tries to make a run for it. Yes, he will be A-okay, but it takes Zorn with him. The rest of SUHAZ Esports tries to redeem their fight, but looks like Nelby will be the sacrificial instead.
Oh, that's a lot of ultimates coming out from the side of SUHAZ Esports. If Geek Fam want to re-engage, Maima has to get on top of both AJ and as well as Box with the Flowing Blood. Manage to slime both of them. He will be able to take them out, no problems whatsoever. But I think at this point, Geek Fam is just going to play defensively. Let this one go. It is the Luminous Lord. They will lose an inhibitor, but if they play their cards right, they might be able to turn this on SUHAZ Esports' head.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what Box did. I think he sold off his Immortality, and this time he's opted to go for a Radiant Armor just to actually deal with the burst coming from Mema. You saw how Mema was able to just completely 1v1 box out of the fight.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as your immortality has already been used, if you got the spare money, you might as well look for something else to make sure that you're using your gold efficiently. If not, it's just going to stagnate, it's going to inflame, and then it's just not going to be as valuable.
Agreed, but as of yet here, the Lord is going to be pushing in. SUHAZ Esports, they are banging on this play. Will Box be able to push his way through? The Lord looking to push out the middle inhibitor, and that's going to be a done deal, and there's no way GEEK Fam can force this. They need Mema to drop their body onto a SUHAZ Esports, but it looks like they are slowly chipping away, but here he comes. Nope, he is not going to commit to it yet, as they want to focus on the Lord yet. Box going to be chipping on inhibitors for now. Likewise, coming from the rest as well. Here comes the Black Dragon to try and isolate the final inhibitor from GEEK Fam. Can they chip it away? No, they cannot, but the Ace, what are you thinking? Why are you all the way to the back? He's going to try and deny Dominance, but it looks like they are going to try and drop it to the crystal, but they're throwing bodies at the crystals. Is it worth it? It is going to be enough, and that is going to be SUHAZ Esports closing out the game by diving their bodies.
There we go, a 2-1 victory for SUHAZ, and that's going to be closing a chapter for GEEK Fam. Now, with SUHAZ getting a 2-1, they are going to continue to contest to make it up into the upper brackets.
Oh, that was an all-in or nothing push coming from SUHAZ Esports. That was totally worth it. I'm curious to see what they have to say in their mic chat in that final moments. However, GG, well played to GEEK Fam.
Nice! 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 Woi! Mid ada minit, tak apa, santai, gas buat, gas buat. Boleh. Dah blok ni. Kena dapat gerak, aku gigit dia. Pelan-pelan eh. Dia nak masuk Wawan, tengok Wawan. Dah pasti. Pelan-pelan. Beda. Aku flicker, aku gigit dia. Dia dah ni Afrika. Hati-hati. Aku dah dah. Wah. Gerak, hati-hati.
Aku kena tu, bro.
Boleh.
Tak apa. Boleh santai.
Boleh. Tengok, careful. Gerak, flicker. Do it. Santai. Boleh dapat. Nice.
Box!
Link.
Aku ulti. Aku ulti untuk Link.
Link on dia.
Kan? Careful.
Link.
Tak apa.
Link on dia. Sakit. Boleh ulti. Mati. Link belakang.
Kasih dia dah.
Buat dia. Boleh tak? Santai.
Nice, box. Lagi satu, box.
Lari bot.
Nice, box.
Santai. Masuk. Dia beri. Aku kejar. Pelan. Nanti.
Aku bantu. Boleh,
Aku dah. Aku kasi Eve.
Mati dia. Mati dia ni.
Aku belum ada. Nice!
Mati dia ni.
Ini satu tu.
Selepas mereka tewas pada hari semalam, kini pasukan daripada SUHAZ Esports berjaya bangkit menewaskan pasukan GEEK Fam dengan kemenangan 2-1. Anda bersama saya, Sid, dan juga salah seorang pemenang daripada game sebentar tadi, iaitu Box, bersama-sama dengan saya. First of all, Box, tanya how diucapkan.
Thank you.
Alright. Apakah, kita dengar sekarang, kalau anda dekat sini, sokongan daripada mereka sangat-sangat besar. Alright, Box, soalan pertama, apa perasaan selepas menang terhadap pasukan GEEK Fam?
Alhamdulillah. Syukur.
Alhamdulillah. Itu je perasaan. Okay, alright. Soalan saya yang kedua. Kali ni sedikit unik dan berbeza. Masuk game yang ketiga, ada pertukaran player. Dan AG dibawa masuk. Adakah itu salah satu penyebab kenapa pasukan SUHAZ boleh menewaskan pasukan GEEK Fam, ataupun itu merupakan strategi daripada pasukan SUHAZ sendiri?
Itu sebenarnya kita orang dah plan dari awal, memang kita orang nak bawa game ketiga lah. So nak bagi AJ main, macam itu.
Oh, so jadi GEEK Fam macam tak tentu arah lah nak buat apa?
Ya.
Alright. Untuk pasukan SUHAZ sekarang ni, kedudukan semakin selesa dekat dalam grup A. Apakah planning pasukan SUHAZ selepas ini untuk mengharungi lagi 2 minggu sebelum masuk ke playoff? Apa yang SUHAZ plan untuk mengharungi lagi baki 2 minggu?
Kita orang akan buat benda sama je kot. Training macam biasa untuk secure upper bracket.
Adakah AJ akan main kembali?
Mungkin kena tengok nantilah.
Alright. Okay, sebelum saya lepaskan awak kepada pasukan SUHAZ yang sedang meraihkan, mungkin ada kata-kata terakhir kepada penyokong-penyokong pasukan SUHAZ yang menyokong SUHAZ pada hari ini dengan sokongan mereka yang tak berbelah bagi dan juga penyokong yang sedang menyaksikan secara langsung.
Terima kasih kepada yang menyokong SUHAZ, terutamanya yang datang daripada jauh ni, sana-sananya semua. Tak kisahlah penyokong SUHAZ ataupun GEEK fan, terima kasih sebab datang jauh-jauh. Terima kasih.
Alright, terima kasih ucapkan tahniah kepada pasukan SUHAZ Esports menang terhadap pasukan GEEK fan 2-1. Jadi, mari kita terus saja berikan kepada Lafel dan juga CP Godzilla untuk segmen post show mereka.
2-1 untuk SUHAZ Esports. Anda masih lagi bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla dan juga analis kita Lafel. Jadi permainan tadi, ya, SUHAZ Esports menang daripada GEEK fan.
Macam mana pun dekat sini, saya memang kena tepuk tangan sebab kedua-dua pasukan main dengan sangat-sangat baik. Saya rasa pada penyokong GEEK fan bila mereka tengok tadi, mereka punya harapan untuk tengok GEEK fan menang sangat-sangat tinggi. Tetapi again, rezeki tak ada kat situ. Tapi bila saya tengok tadi, saya pun sedih sikit. Nampak macam GEEK fan nak menang tu.
Saya sebenarnya tak haru. Sebab berdasarkan gameplay yang ditunjukkan daripada GEEK fan hari ini lebih confident berbanding dengan match-match yang lain. Tapi sekarang ini kita saksikan item build untuk kedua-dua pasukan.
Ya, dekat sini kalau kita tengok daripada segi itemization dan kalau kita tengok daripada segi draft, pasukan SUHAZ Esports dekat sini, mereka punya composition, mereka punya line up jauh lebih traditional. Ini adalah mereka punya comfort pick juga di mana Box menggunakan Roger. Sememangnya sangat-sangat menakutkan. DA sebelum ni terkenal dengan dia punya grok, dekat dalam game ni dia open map dengan sangat-sangat bagus. HY kekal bermain fighter dan AJ bawa masuk dekat dalam game ni sebagai seorang mage Lilia. Sebab sebelum ni kalau kita tengok SUHAZ Esports, mereka tak ada mage. Bila AJ masuk, baru ada dia fit kekosongan dekat situ. Itemization pun fokus untuk keluarkan damage. Tetapi yang paling penting, kalau kita guna Lilia, kita nak slowkan pasukan lawan.
Macam sebelum ni kalau kita tahu, kita tengok daripada video daripada SUHAZ Esports, mereka katakan mereka kekurangan sesuatu dan Z dimasuki ke dalam grup. Tapi sekarang ni mereka membawa original team mereka dan mereka perform.
Disebabkan bila patch bertukar, hero keutamaan akan ditukar. Sebelum ni, marksman sangat-sangat penting. Dekat situ kita boleh tengok di mana Z shine dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Dekat dalam game ni, ataupun specifically untuk lawan dengan GEEK fan, SUHAZ Esports mereka merasakan kalau ada mage, mereka boleh counter apa yang GEEK fan cuba lakukan. Dekat dalam game ni juga, di mana kita punya caster dah tanya, Zorn awal-awal siapkan dia punya Winter Truncheon. Saya setuju apa yang Adin cakapkan, di mana Zorn sebenarnya cuba untuk pancing. Tetapi disebabkan mentality dia dekat situ, banyak kali kita boleh tengok dia sebenarnya overextend. Dia banyak lakukan mistake dalam game ni.
Ya, kita saksikan untuk post game stats untuk match yang kedua ini.
Saya sangat bangga kali betul. Tapi macam mana pun, kalau kita tengok daripada segi damage untuk kedua-dua pasukan dekat sini, kita kena highlight di mana AJ masuk dalam game ni, dia adalah the carry 94,000 damage. Tengok perbezaan yang besar banding dengan pasukan dia sendiri. Dan untuk pasukan GEEK fan, kita boleh tengok di mana Maima dan juga Dominus keluarkan damage besar 66,000 dan 63,000 respectively. Tapi kalau kita tengok dekat mic check tadi, saya suka di mana pasukan SUHAZ Esports, kita dengar mereka punya communication. Mereka tahu siapa yang bahaya, iaitu Maima. Bila Maima masuk ke dalam, antara kesilapan GEEK fan ialah Maima masuk seorang. Saya rasa itu adalah benda yang okey kalau mereka boleh tarik perhatian pasukan SUHAZ Esports. Tapi bila Maima masuk seorang, semua sekali fokus dekat dia, dia tak boleh nak keluarkan damage yang besar.
Ya, communication tu memainkan peranan yang besar. Jadi kalau kita tengok pun damage antara kedua pasukan AJ memang sangat menyerlah lah kan, Lafel. Jadi apa lagi yang kita boleh simpulkan daripada match yang kedua tadi?
Dekat sini juga kita boleh tengok di mana pasukan GEEK fan mereka adjust sedikit mereka punya draft. Di mana kita nampak Zorn menggunakan tank hero dekat dalam jungle, kemudian Nelby dia akan main roam, tapi dia akan main roam yang keluarkan damage seperti kita nampak dia menggunakan Kagura pada game yang sebelum ini. Tapi mereka adjust sedikit dan mungkin adjustment dekat sini throw off mereka punya tempo. Sebab GEEK fan main dengan sangat-sangat ganas, mungkin mereka perlukan lebih damage saja.
Ya, kita saksikan MVP untuk game yang ketiga sebentar tadi jatuh kepada SUHAZ Esports Box dengan match KDA 926, match KP 94%, manakala match GPM 839.
Dekat dalam game ni, Box memangnya patut menjadi MVP. Dekat sini, yang paling penting adalah dia punya death. Banyak kali kita nampak Box masuk ke dalam team fight. Nyawa dia sangat-sangat sikit. Ramai orang kejar. Pasukan GEEK fan cakap bunuh Box. Tapi dia sentiasa berjaya untuk melarikan diri. Dan Box, dia dia punya awareness, dia sebagai seorang jungler, dia sebagai seorang hunter, dia seperti boleh bau siapa HP yang rendah. Dia terus kejar, dia pastikan kill tu secure, lepas tu dia boleh melarikan diri. Dalam kesemua team fight, 6% saja yang dia tak involve. Maksudnya dekat dalam game ni, hanya 1 kill yang dia tak terlibat. Selebihnya, box ada.
Agak bau dia macam mana?
Bau dia...
Tak, saya bau seed ada kat sini. Seed.
Nak cakap saya ni berbau dah. Tapi, ini satu lagi menunjukkan bahagian pasukan SUHAZ sebenarnya mereka set up mereka punya game yang ketiga untuk pastikan mereka fokus kepada team fight. Lagi-lagi daripada pasukan GEEK Fam, mereka ada 2 hero yang mampu untuk memperlahankan. Tapi untuk melihat perkara tersebut, ayo kita melihat highlight yang dibawakan oleh Samsung. Penat sikit. Alright.
Apa?
Lafel, cuba bagi tahu apa yang berlaku sebenarnya.
Dekat dalam game ni kita boleh tengok di mana Zorn, dia punya mentality dia dah start daripada awal dan dia kekalkan sampai akhir. Jadi dekat sini, the only criticism yang saya ada untuk pasukan GEEK Fam adalah mereka tak boleh nak adapt dalam situasi. Kita tengok macam mana boss kat dalam game ni. Dekat awal-awal ni dia berjaya dibunuh, tetapi hujung-hujung kita boleh nampak dia sentiasa berjaya untuk melarikan diri dengan 1 HP saja. Dominance dalam game ni sebenarnya perform dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Tapi kita boleh nampak di mana pasukan GEEK Fam. Okey, dekat sini saya just nak cakap, mungkin ada ramai orang tanya. Pada pendapat saya, AJ sepatutnya dia terus masuk dalam turret, dia terus mati sebab dekat situ ialah Zorn dia nak lengahkan dia punya time balik kepada dia punya base, and kalau dia lambat balik base, dia lambat respawn, lambat farm. Jadi pada pendapat saya, walaupun nampak main-main dekat situ, Zorn ada dia punya strategi sendiri dan AJ pada pendapat saya dia sepatutnya terus masuk dalam turret je.
Ya, dan kalau kita melihat apabila mana-mana pasukan yang menggunakan Roger, sebenarnya fokus mereka untuk di early game untuk pastikan Roger tu dapat snowball, tapi berbeza sikit dengan pasukan SUHAZ. Kali ini mereka menunggu sedikit lambat untuk pastikan Roger dah cukup item, untuk pastikan ke semua pemain-pemain daripada pasukan SUHAZ juga mencukupi item, menyebabkan apabila mereka melakukan team fight, lihat bagaimana posisi dilakukan mereka. Adanya real world manipulation pun mereka masih lagi mampu untuk dapatkan kill demi kill. Lila yang digunakan oleh AJ bermain dengan cukup baik, dan apabila serangan terakhir pasukan daripada SUHAZ akan pastikan Crystal yang menjadikan target utama pasukan mereka.
Kita saksikan standing untuk kedua-dua kumpulan Grup A dan juga Grup B, di mana SUHAZ Esports berada di tangga yang kedua untuk Grup A dengan 13 poin. Manakala kita boleh terlebihkan pencerahan daripada Lafel.
Ya, dekat sini pasukan SUHAZ Esports mereka dekat dalam tangga yang agak bagus. Kalau mereka boleh kekalkan momentum mereka dekat sini dengan 13 poin. Kalau MLBB Esports berjaya untuk menang 2-0, mereka akan tie dengan SUHAZ Esports. So dekat sini, ini adalah dia bagus dengan tak bagus. Nak dengar mana satu? Good news ataupun bad news?
Bad news first.
Okay, bad news dekat sini adalah untuk caster SUHAZ Esports dan MLBB Esports. Nampak macam ada kemungkinan tiebreaker dekat sini. Good news dia SUHAZ buat masa sekarang ni nampak seperti mereka boleh pergi upper bracket.
Yes, dan untuk pasukan SUHAZ, apa yang mereka perlu lakukan sekarang ni, mereka fokus untuk next game. Mereka tak boleh fokus apa yang akan berlaku pada pasukan lawan, kerana mereka kena pastikan apabila mereka bermain, mereka menang, mereka boleh kumpul 2 poin ataupun 3 poin maksimum. Tapi yang penting mereka kena menang untuk pastikan slot upper bracket menjadi milik mereka. Dan berdasarkan apa yang berlaku sekarang ni, pasukan daripada Grup A, mereka kena lawan pasukan daripada Grup B, di mana kita tahu Grup B, kita boleh kategorikan grup yang sangat-sangat kuat.
Ya, walaupun SUHAZ Esports menang pada match yang kedua tadi, saya rasa patut kita beri pujian juga kepada GEEK Fam kerana gameplay mereka sangat menarik dan ada improvement, dan yang lebih penting mereka confident pada match yang kedua sebentar tadi.
Yang saya harap dekat sini pasukan GEEK Fam mereka jaga give up mereka terus dengan mereka punya training dan cuba lebih baik pada season yang akan datang. Sebab kita boleh nampak pasukan kalau dia jatuh sekalipun, beri mereka masa dan peluang, mereka akan lompat balik ke atas. SMG berapa season nombor 8 saja tiba-tiba champion. Red Esports juga season lepas tak perform sangat. Season kali ini nampak macam antara tim yang paling kuat.
Betul. Jadi kalau kita melihat dari segi mathematically, dari segi logically, pasukan GEEK Fam nampak mereka punya harapan semakin lama semakin nipis untuk pergi ke playoff. Tetapi seperti dikatakan oleh Lafel, masih lagi banyak game. Mereka kena buktikan mereka pasukan yang mempunyai fanbase yang banyak. Mereka kena buktikan mereka mampu untuk membuat satu.
Jadi kalau macam kita tahu transfer window pun semakin mendekat, jadi apa yang boleh dibuat oleh GEEK Fam untuk naikkan balik mereka punya momentum dan semangat?
Dekat sini saya rasa untuk pasukan GEEK Fam, transfer window tak boleh nak membantu mereka sangat kerana mereka punya point dah sangat-sangat rendah. Tetapi kalau kita cerita pasal transfer window, ini mungkin akan membuka conversation antara GEEK Fam punya team sendiri untuk next season. Apakah yang mereka perlu lakukan dengan roster yang mereka ada sekarang?
Ya, by the way, tahniah lagi sekali kepada SUHAZ Esports. Match kedua telah pun habis. Sekarang ni kita nak move on kepada match yang ketiga di mana Orange Esports akan berlawan dengan TODAK. Seperti yang kita tahu, Orange Esports dah menang 2 match berturut-turut. Jadi sekarang ni mereka akan berjumpa dengan TODAK. Apa yang akan terjadi? Masih macam ramai yang bertanya-tanya sebenarnya.
Dekat sini, kalau pasukan Orange, mereka berjaya untuk menang, mereka akan besarkan lagi gap antara mereka dengan Homeboys, which is benda yang bagus. Kerana kalau mereka berjaya untuk besarkan lagi gap tu, mereka boleh masuk playoff. Tapi lawan TODAK,
ya, atas kertas pasukan TODAK yang dia akan
okey, tak lah. Okay,
kalau atas kertas, kita boleh lihat pasukan TODAK pasukan favourite untuk dapat kemenangan terhadap pasukan Orange. Melihat daripada prestasi mereka, tetapi saya dengar seperti ada bau-bau mengatakan akan ada satu rotasi baru ataupun dari segi roster untuk pasukan TODAK.
Ya, sebab ada satu bau tu hilang. Ada satu bau tu hilang. Jadi dekat sini,
bau ke buah?
Ada satu bau buah tu hilang.
Yes. Sebab bau B-A-U, kalau buah B-U-A.
Saya rasa kita jangan berbual lama-lama. Nanti orang ambil out of context kan?
Betul.
Betul.
Saya speechless ya. Sebab saya tak tahu nak masuk dekat mana. Jadi sekarang ni kita tengok MPL Predictor, pemenang untuk MPL Predictor. Tahniah kepada AP Din, Daniel Chan dan juga Tarun Dajna. Tahniah kepada anda. Macam mana nak dapatkan memenangi MPL Predictor ni? Tulis hashtag MPL Predictor, tulis nama tim yang anda sokong dan sediakan ID, game dan juga server. Nanti randomly lah kita punya moderator akan pilih pemenang.
Ya, kita punya moderator sebenarnya sangat-sangat bagus. Jadi dekat situ, kalau you guys nak tambah lagi sedikit peluang kemenangan, pujilah mereka sekali. Handsome moderator kita. Cantik moderator kita.
Betul.
Saya doakan moderator saya dapat banyak duit tiba-tiba.
Amin.
Amin.
Tapi itu yang perlu anda lakukan untuk pastikan anda mendapatkan skin eksklusif untuk menggunakan MPL Predictor. Tapi kita lagi banyak nak berikan kepada mereka.
Ya, lagi banyak di mana kita ada MPL Learning, di mana pemain manakah yang mengekalkan KDA tertinggi musim ini? Bang, Zorn ataupun Chico guys.
Hanya bau ni. Bau.
Kenapa bau lagi?
Susahnya bau ni. Tapi sebenarnya itu dah bagi clue. Okey, dekat dalam situasi ni, kita akan intelligent. Kita akan guna otak kita. Kita nampak Zon punya playstyle tadi jadi bukan Zon. Okay? Bukan Zon. Bang, dia main sekali saja. Jadi kemungkinan dia punya KDA bagus. Chiku guys hari tu dia berjaya untuk dapatkan 17 kill. So, Chiku guys dia punya kill tinggi, def rendah. Antara Bang dengan Chiku guys kat sini.
Salah. Saya teringin nak makan Chiku tapi entah kenapa. Bang. Tak, saya tak pernah makan pun. Tapi
Chiku.
Okey, scan QR code dan tuliskan jawapan anda dengan spell yang betul dan make sure huruf yang besar. Mungkin anda lah pemenang untuk skin MLBB. Jadi kita dah pun habiskan kedua-dua match. Hanya tinggal satu match lagi di mana tim untuk yang seterusnya Orange Esports dan juga TODAK. Jadi saksikan selepas ini.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close.
Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Banyak musuh aku dah kill, ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh orang kata istilah fat untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Saber guys just can't stop preaching. Saber guys just can't stop. Hey, that purple thing looks cool. Well, who's the hero now?
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba cabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a
Orange Esports berlawan dengan TODAK di match yang ketiga. Assalamualaikum dan selamat kembali kepada MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita dan juga diraihkan oleh Nescafe. Anda bersama saya, Sleepy Gazilas dan juga Lafel and Sid.
Ya, dan dekat sini sebelum kita proceed any further, I nak break, okay? I nak break the fourth wall. Kepada semua fans yang ada dekat venue sekarang, I tahu kebiasaannya during segment ni, you guys just dengar biasa-biasa je, okay? Tapi I nak you guys untuk dengar. Masa tadi kita kat luar, ramai orang kat situ, ramai ambil gambar and everything. So, shout out to all the fans yang datang dekat sini sekarang. You guys are amazing. Make sure nanti bila game tu jalan, korang jerit kuat-kuat. Kita kat luar nak dengar.
Ya, betul. Ya, betul. Jadi kita pernah dengar jeritan daripada kita punya penonton. Tapi dalam masa yang sama, viewer-viewer kita pun jangan lupa like, share dan komen.
Oh, okay. Macam streamer.
Wah, memang streamer. Tapi
kita balik-balik kepada match sebentar tadi.
Pejam celik. Kita dah masuk game yang terakhir pada hari ini. Di antara pasukan Orange Esports bertemu dengan pasukan TODAK. Tapi Apa kata kalau kita recap
Ya.
game yang berlaku sebentar tadi?
Sebenarnya dia lupa nak cakap
Lupa
apa.
dulu. Macam mana nak goreng, macam mana nak goreng. Tapi ya, kalau kita berbual pasal game tadi, benda yang paling ketara kita boleh cakap pasukan GEEK Fam, mereka perform dengan sangat baik. Ada banyak improvement. Tetapi pasukan SUHAZ Esports tetap menjadi pemenang dalam game tadi. So, congrats kepada SUHAZ Esports.
Okay, let's go. Kita saksikan middle team video untuk TODAK.
Yeah, so I tak sabar nak tengok video tersebut. So, yeah, producer, make sure you roll it right now.
Mana? Like always, let's get safe first. The team, TODAK, Semai, take one.
Pada pandangan saya, diorang salah kot. Sebab kita orang 3 season, kita orang ada kat grand final. So, nak cakap tak konsisten, saya rasa tak kot. Kita orang insyaAllah konsisten. Tak ada lagi tim yang boleh masuk grand final 3 kali berturut-turut lah.
Mungkin diorang tak faham daripada segi cuba. Contoh daripada segi nak cuba hero, sebab mungkin itu hero yang kita bawa untuk pergi ke tournament ataupun berlawan dengan certain team ataupun player. So nak tak nak kita orang nak kena try benda yang something new untuk kita orang.
First and second week kita orang memang agak kurang perform sikit sebab first kita orang agak tak sihat because of kita orang disahkan positif, and some players pun memang ada rasa lesu badan and then tak semangat. Communication kita orang pun susah sikit lah, agak susah sebabkan kita orang guna Discord kan and not by face to face.
Masa qualifier SEA Games tu kita orang still tak sihat, tapi kita orang still keep training sebab kita orang nak sangat masuk SEA Games tu, semua orang nak lah. So kita orang just all out, buat yang terbaik, just stress each other lah. Dan Alhamdulillah kita dapat SEA Games tu.
Perasaan jadi jungler first line up kali ni susah sebab ganti Ciku. So the pressure sangat tinggi lah.
Dia gantikan tempat Ciku, macam you nak gantikan tempat nombor 1 jungler lah, macam mana kan. Dia akan, of course akan ada pressure apa semua, tapi Alhamdulillah Haji ni kita selalu bagi semangat dekat dia untuk overcome benda tu lah. And Alhamdulillah dia berjaya lakukannya dengan bagus.
Kita juga cuba untuk mainkan peranan Haji as jungler tu supaya satu tim tu dapat bergerak sebagai satu tim yang penuh dengan chemistry and menggunakan hashtag TODAK langgar.
Dan minggu pertama kalah 2 kali berturut tu, biasalah kena kecam kan. Dan tu mental saya kurang kuat, so saya rasa macam nak give up, tapi teammate kata tak apa, boleh lagi. So Ikuto call, Ashi call, Ciku pun bagi semangat.
Dia kena kawal dia punya bad mood tu lah. Dia sebab dia kadang-kadang ada mood okey, ada mood tak okey. So tentulah dia jadi masalah. Tentu jugalah tim rasa macam tak selesa sangat dengan dia sebab dia punya mood tentu. So kalau dia kekalkan mood dia okey je, insyaAllah dia boleh jadi main jungler.
Kau nak ketik sama boleh. Tak, aku poke je, aku tak lagi, aku macam poke dia ke belakang je. Banyak-banyak kau je. Bila kau tak ada shadow, dia terdatang. Ya tu lah.
Kita orang semua bermain dengan sangat teruk, 5-5 sekali. Saya tak nak salahkan dia, saya tak nak salahkan siapa-apa. Just teamwork. Bila dah masuk minggu ketiga dan selepasnya kita dapat tahu yang Ajik ni seorang yang terlampau sangat ikut buku. Orang suruh buat ni, dia buat ni. Orang suruh buat tu, dia buat tu. So kita try to change the mindset lah first. Kena brainwash dia, nak kena fahamkan.
Masih lagi activate, tetapi lihatlah damage daripada Ciku. Legendary untuk beliau. Saraki, satu lagi kill yang ingin dicari oleh Ciku.
Sebenarnya kita memang plan daripada awal lagi untuk week keempat Ciku akan masuk ke dalam line up. Dia cakap dia bukannya nak rehat pun, dia just nak settlekan beberapa hal yang dia perlu settlekan lah. Perasaan kita orang amat gembira sebab Ciku dah nak main kembali lah kan, sebab dah lama dia tak main, lebih kurang 4 minggu dah. Kita orang rasa lebih bersemangat dengan adanya Ciku.
Kalau ada Ciku ni kita orang boleh buat banyak lagi benda, kiranya macam banyak meta yang pelik-pelik kita orang boleh bawa kalau ada Ciku.
Sepanjang saya main MPL daripada season 4 sampailah season sekarang ni. Saya rasa this is one of the hardest season lah yang saya boleh kata macam tu, sebab kita ada nampak player-player baru, muka-muka baru. Contoh macam tim daripada Esports, Zahir daripada Esports, dorang player-player yang bagus lah.
Kita orang nak champion MPL, betul kita orang nak cuba buat yang terbaik dekat SEA Games ni untuk dapatkan emas lah kan. Impian saya untuk tahun ni ialah main di M Series sebab tahun lepas saya tak main.
Disebabkan Moon ni jenis yang kompetitif, so target Moon ataupun my dream is to become a number one apa millennial ke match ke apa. My dream is to become a number one team kat dalam dunia ni. Memang sebab itu pun Moon join this scene, this pro scene, MPL dan sebagainya. Memang sebab tu kita orang always try hard to become the best team in the world.
Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Hashtag Todak Langgar.
Itulah sedetan sedikit sebanyak daripada media team daripada TODAK. Bila kita sebut nama TODAK punya nama sendiri pun dah tahu besar macam mana. Dan permainan mereka pun kalau kita tengok daripada minggu ke minggu semakin rancak.
Ya, actually bila tengok video tu, I memang stun. I just tengok, I just hayati sebab diorang punya charisma. Dia memang macam the number one team dekat dunia. And diorang punya energy juga dekat dalam. Sebab kita dah biasa tengok pro players diorang macam, oh malu nak speak their mind. Dekat sini even Moon cakap dia nak jadi the best. Kita dah banyak kali panggil dia Raja Mage. You know, the number one mage. Tapi nampak gayanya untuk dia, benda tu dah tak cukup lagi. Dia nak jadi number one in the world.
Tapi ada satu lagi benda yang menarik dalam sedutan tadi, di mana daripada Ajit Tusuk punya percakapan, Aisyah boleh dapat rasakan yang TODAK sendiri memberikan kepercayaan kepada Ajit Tusuk dan mereka percaya Ajit Tusuk mungkin akan menjadi number one jungler.
Dan satu lagi yang kita tak boleh nafikan, di mana apa yang dikatakan oleh Fomis, pasukan TODAK merupakan satu pasukan yang 3 kali masuk ke Grand Final. Ini dah menunjukkan mereka pasukan yang konsisten. Kalau kita melihat dari segi kesemua, dan mereka juga pasukan yang 3 kali masuk M Series. Adakah itu bukan konsisten?
Ya, masa dia cakap tu, dah lah dia duduk kat sini. Marah pula tu. Takut saya.
Banyak sangat bergaul dengan Uncle.
Banyak sangat bergaul dengan Uncle.
Tapi ada satu benda juga, sebab dalam satu percakapan daripada Moon, tak silap saya, dia cakap apa, yang TODAK ni suka trying and experiment. So daripada permainan diorang cakap masa diorang tengah sakit hari tu pun diorang ada trying and experiment dan membuahkan hasil. Ya, dekat sini kan sebenarnya pasukan TODAK, bila diorang eksperimen, jangan kata enemy pening kepala, kita pening kepala. Orang daripada Indonesia, Filipina tengok pun diorang pening kepala. Sebab tu antara sebab kenapa TODAK antara pasukan yang paling exciting nak tengok, sebab kita tak boleh nak expect apa yang mereka nak lakukan. Ya, tapi sekarang ni kita kepada anda di luar sana, lapar ke tu? Lapar sangat. Lapar. Order saja McDelivery dengan menggunakan voucher MPL Rewards dengan spend seminimum RM50 dan dapatkan 6 ketenaga secara percuma dan juga skin MLBB eksklusif. Kenapa pandang saya? Laju betul dia cakap, tapi ya, lagi puasa nak dekat. Yes, I paling suka sekarang bila dah boleh buka 24 jam. I dah tak sabar nak sahur. Awak sahur pukul berapa sebenarnya? Awak sahur pukul berapa? 5.
Tak, saya ada 2 kali sahur. Bang, bang, bang.
Okey, cukup situ.
2 kali sahur. Tapi kalau kita nak tengok juga coin toss untuk permainan yang pertama antara Orange Esports dan juga TODAK. Let's go ke coin toss.
Yap, sekali lagi kita akan menjemput Toh Yini selaku kita punya head marshal bersama-sama dengan wakil daripada pasukan Orange Esports, di mana dia akan diwakili oleh Pups dan juga oleh Moy untuk pasukan TODAK, di mana Pups yang akan memilih hit sementara Moy yang akan memilih di bahagian tails. Mari kita saksikan apakah outcome ataupun output daripada coin toss yang telah pun dimulakan. Coin ini telah pun berputar-putar dan tails sekali lagi. Hari ini banyak tails dan akan diberikan kepada pasukan TODAK. Jadi mereka memilih untuk buat piece ataupun second pick lah.
Second pick. Tapi kalau kita tengok daripada Orange Esports tadi, masa awal-awal tadi, Aisyah ingat dia nak doa.
Itulah tu saya pun ingat.
Baru macam amin. Baru nak amin sekali dia. Kata
ada lalat. Pada tahulah. Tapi ya, 71% win rate untuk pasukan TODAK. Mereka suka main second pick. Dan kita dah bincangkan sekarang ni, Masya, hero yang sangat rosak, mereka nak ambil first pick. Tetapi kita dah boleh tengok pasukan SMG boleh counter dekat situ. And nampak sangat pasukan TODAK, mereka suka dengan draft play sesuai untuk main second pick.
Yes, sekarang ni kita tak nak tunggu-tunggu dah. Kita nak saksikan perlawanan yang pertama. Let's go to Kasta.
Thank you so much, Lippy Gonzalez. And this is going to be the final series of this week itself. TODAK versus Orange Esports. And speaking of interesting drafts here, there's going to be a lot of one coming from this coming game. But before that, you guys are currently watching the English broadcast of MPL MY Season 9. My name is ICB12 and he is going to be Gideon Q, as will be your commentators for this final match here today. And of course, we would like to shout out our amazing sponsors, because without our sponsors, we will not have all this amazing setup. Our official gaming chair partner, Secret Lab, partner in esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and as well as our co-organizers, ESI, for making this happen for us. But now, talking about this match here, experimentation. Do you think it is going to be the case again?
Oh, 100%. 100%. It feels like Orange Esports are finally getting back into the mood of things. But TODAK, I mean, hey, you know how they like to roll. The fact that they're already winning a bunch of 2-1s, it's crazy, because now it's just 2-0s all the way. And you guys at home get rewarded every single time you hit that milestone. 800 shares have been hit. The code is down below. Brought to you by McDelivery. Thank you so much, guys. We have one more milestone to hit. If we hit the 1,000, that means 10 people get selected for the lucky draw at the end of the show. What a day.
Exactly. And of course, I'm looking forward to see how it all goes down in this complicated match. You know, it seems like experimentation, it seems like not, but so far I heard rumors as well. TODAK is looking for the clean 2-0, but when it comes to experimenting, they tend to drag this game tree, so I don't know.
That's the thing about TODAK, right? You don't know. It really depends about their mood today. But you guys at home, what are your predictions for this match? And how are your predictions doing so far throughout this day? Use that hashtag MPL Predictor to stand a chance to win a Go Ballistic skin. All you gotta do is make sure in the stream chat right now, I think it's like on the this bottom, this one of the sides of the screen, easily all you gotta do is start typing in your predictions. Use that hashtag. Make sure you type in your game ID as well as your server ID. You don't want to be giving these free skins, especially if you nail the predictions on the dot to somebody else.
Exactly. Be sure, remember, hashtag MPL Predictor. Put in your game ID, put in your server ID, and then predict who is going to be winning here. But before that, now let's take a look at our boys in. It's going to be coming up right now. It's going to be TODAK as well as Orange Esports.
Let's bring them out.
Orange Esports.
Now, since the return of Valence, OE is looking like a completely different team.
Yep, sharper and better in shot calling. Min and Man 5G is back to full bar. And of course, with the guidance of Valence back at action, I'm looking forward to see whether or not Orange Esports, are they going to be able to topple down one of the strongest contenders here in MPL MY. And I'm looking forward to see, can they continue to do so ever since yesterday's performances.
Valence might be the secret sauce that pulls this team together and makes sure that they could even contend for the upper brackets.
TODAK.
Now coming in, TODAK, Ajik Tusok is playing instead of Chiku, guys. He already plays heroes that are good with this meta, the Baxia as well as the Karina.
And of course, will TODAK spice things up a little bit further with more experimentation in conjunction? And a little bit of posing flags coming from TODAK for the fans. They are cheering up here in MPL MY. The audience are amazing. You guys are amazing at home. Be sure to share that, because this is going to be an all-out brawl between Orange Esports as well as TODAK, where are we going to see experimentations or are we not? But what I do know is that Ajik is here to prove himself once again for TODAK.
Breaking that mentality, brainwashing him, getting into the TODAK Langar style is no easy task here. And I feel like anybody joining into TODAK are going to have to break out of that traditional mentality. But first, let's look at their challengers, Orange Esports, and their overall stats.
Yep. As of yet here, Valence will be playing on the gold lane ever since his arrival from yesterday's games. He has proven himself a very, very high GPM as well as KDA. Very good in terms of positioning as a brand new marksman, or in this gold laner for the team though.
Yeah, let's not forget that Valens is also an extremely good shot caller, working in tandem with Min and Man to keep the entire team in check, especially since they have a lot of young players. Gary in particular, yes, he's been a great jungler for Orange Esports, but more importantly so, it gives him a very clear direction of how to maneuver around the game.
Yep, I'm looking forward to see how Valens is going to be able to dictate the team as well. And he's arguably one of the most talented and versatile player throughout MPL MY history, being able to play multiple roles as a tank, as a mage, and as a gold laner, and still flex out a lot into his games. And for them to be back in action, I'm looking forward to see more. And of course, the reason why we mentioned this as well is because his playstyle has been very flashy as compared to a lot of other marksmen.
But he's going to be up against his biggest challenge just yet. Momo, cool, calm, and collected, the dark side of TODAK, where they like to go. Every time you see them under the spotlight, they want to make sure they are flexing, that they are showing that they are the best. But Momo, he pulls the team together mentally wise. He's a consistent factor in the gold lane. If he wants to be flashy, he can, but most of the time, he makes sure he takes the lane with pure control.
Agreed. TODAK is also currently #1 in terms of GPM, the best team in closing up games as quickly as they can. And they also have the fastest average game time based on their previous 5 matches. And it's no surprises why they are one of the best. And, you know, based on the earlier video as well, the community has been thinking that they are inconsistent, but to them, no, they have been very consistent throughout their MPL history.
Look, TODAK is result-orientated. They are willing to do anything possible, anything that they need to do to make sure they have the hero pool, the execution, and the chemistry, and also, as we learned from that video, the mentality to get to the grand finals. Now, speaking of which, the 2 young junglers, Ajik and as well as Gary, this is going to be really interesting, right? Because now Ajik is coming back into the roster. Let's see how much he has changed and involved with the help of Chiku and the rest of the team's encouragement.
Exactly, and I'm looking forward to see how Orange Esports is going to be able to tackle that as well, because TODAK, their objectives is going to be pretty sure training onto Ajik's playstyle. But what do you guys think from our talent segment? It seems like everybody's on the hype train on supporting TODAK, whereas Adin is going to be the only guy believing in Valens carrying Orange Esports.
And it's understandable from Adin's perspective, but you also know Caster's Curse can be real. But man, every single time you see Adin like being the only person, especially when he's doing it for Orange Esports, he told me, if I keep doing it, eventually I'm going to be right. And he is not wrong.
Yes. Wait, really? Okay, I'm scared now.
Yep, that's why I'm scared too. But let's see, you at home, how much do you predict? Who is going to show their support here? And it looks like the whole TODAK fam is here.
Yeah, it seems like everyone in the audience as well, and also the guys online is going to be supporting on TODAK, expecting to take the W in this particular match. And I'm looking forward to see, is that going to be the case? However, speaking on the crowds here, you can see the big crowd coming in, and you even see fans also supporting this. The team here, and of course Ini, Gaya, TODAK. Alright, fits our motto as well.
Absolutely, these boys know what they want. Man's flexing
here we go.
The man's flexing again. Alright, let's have a look at it. Atlas, okay. Man's played a lot of games on Atlas.
Yep, well done indeed. And of course, if you guys are looking for an awesome gaming experience here, the Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G is going to give you that opportunity to actually boost, enhance your MLBB experience.
And why stop there? Get one for your loved ones. You want to be like the twins Min and Mom and have that 5G connection. You're going to need an A52s in your pocket with them to make sure that when you are dual queuing, you're guaranteed to win.
Exactly. Now, speaking of Malaysia, 20 seconds before we head into this game here, Orange Esports as well as TODAK, they are going to be starting off their drafts here, and TODAK has selectively picked second pick so far. I must say, I'm a little bit curious here. Why do you think they'd go for it?
Well, it's a little tough to say because especially with TODAK, I'm not going to predict for them. It's up to their mood. But Orange Esports, we've seen Wanwan, we've seen Beatrix come out of Valens multiple times. Against Momo, there is the possibility of having to deal with the Mia. So, the crowd is ready. We're ready. Let's jump into the draft. OE currently on the blue side with TODAK on the red.
Yep, starting things off here, they are going to be banning off the Selena. So that's going to be a comfort pick for most of the teams here, and we have seen the devastation of what Selena brings to the table. So nothing super crazy and out of the ordinary yet, but now my curiosity is the Masha going to be the priority? Never mind. I spoke too soon. It's gone.
Too soon, my guy. Too soon. Now, priority passes back over to OE. Now, generally when you're on the blue side, especially after the patch, I keep repeating myself time and time again, but you got to understand, people are still trying to figure out what this meta is. There's not, well, not everybody has figured out every single counter matchup just yet, so it's important to take advantage of the situation. Have those priority picks, have those strategies in your pocket ready to go.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see whether or not TODAK, are they going to be bringing out the Belleric? And so far, they are pretty much the only team that pretty much has a good impression on me when it comes to playing Belleric, especially when Momo was playing on an XP lane. And I think it was Season 7 and Season 8, they also brought it once and actually won their game. So I'm looking forward to see whether or not they want to experiment again, but that's the thing. Currently, in this current meta, in this current roster, Momo has shifted into his gold lane, so I don't think we will see the Belleric anytime soon, I guess.
No, I don't think Belleric is going to be coming out from Momo specifically, but you never know with Formaze. I mean, he likes to be that playmaker, although he wants to dominate his lane, and we all know that he will get aggressive. He does have an eye for opportunity, coming in from very strange angles, utilizing a flicker to make sure he lands the Wrath of the Dryads. It sounds very Todak-like.
But as of now, Phoveus has been banned off, so they are OE is going to be looking for the mobility drafts again. So 1-1 is going to be the priority, which we did see a little earlier in the stat lines as well, where Valence wants to pick it. So does TODAK want to ban it? Absolutely not. They're going for a comfort one. That is going to be the Fanny taken out again.
Yeah, Fanny's going to be gone. I'm expecting Valentina to also hit the bin too. OE now on their side. Do they want to get rid of Franco? I'm not entirely sure, but there should be a consideration for Estes here. I mean, so far Baxia is great, but to stop like the overall AoE heal coming out of an Estes is a little difficult.
I definitely agree. It's something that Valence has in his pockets as well, but this time, that's the thing, right? If this was Orange Esports from the previous season, maybe they could bring out Estes coming in from him. But this season, I feel like Valence is too good of a goal laner to pass out on as of yet.
Hilda gets banned out for the side of Orange Esports, and I was talking about Yums in this particular case because overall, that's where we see these big Enchanter-style mages being very, very effective. And it's surprising, right, that out of, after M3 we see Blacklist International with an Estes in hand. Why hasn't Malaysia started picking up on it? And personally, my theory is that we think it's boring.
Oh yeah, definitely. But seems like TODAK, they have a rough idea what's happening. They will respect it and ban off the 1-1. However, that means Valentina is going to be out for grabs. Does Valence want to play it? We know that he has the pool to actually play it, but at the same time, likewise coming in from Mon.
Yeah, I think Lon's definitely going to get it if the Valentina gets locked in. I feel, though, it might be a little bit of a bait, but we'll see. We'll see in terms of whether or not it's going to be good, because when you have Valentina on your side, your opponent has to kind of draft around it, right? Making sure you minimize how strong the ultimates you are handing over to your opponent could be a game changer.
Yeah, and of course, if Orange Esports decides to go for the Valentina, TODAK can opt to draft heroes that completely do not give away strong ultimates to the hands of Orange Esports. In this case, they will take the gap 50-50s and they will pick the Valentina for themselves.
Imagine getting banned 115 times but still have a 100% win rate. Ridiculous stats. Now, TODAK, they are going to get their priority picks here. Are they going to look for potential counters, or are they going to pose more questions to OE as they have priority and 2 picks to start off their composition?
TODAK, what do they want to go? 1-1's been taken out as well. Valentina mistaking through means. There is going to be more opportunity for them to go. Do they want to go for the Baxia pickup? Because we know Ajik Tuzo can kind of play it, but looks like they are going to prioritize the Grok again. Seems like everyone is thinking about the Grok lately.
Yeah, everyone thinks Grok is really, really good.
It's funny how before this earlier in the week here, we had this discussion where we're going to be experimenting, and all of us were like wondering, oh, Grok, there's not much changes. It looks okay, but I didn't expect every single team to kind of be jumping on a Grok train right now.
Look, the fact that you can get Grok, build like 100% damage, and still be quite relevant in team fights is rather shocking, right? It gives you a lot of vibes from, like, I don't know, Season 2, Season 3, where all you saw was basically Grok as your general roamer, and if they get ahead, they decide to build Bloodlust Axe, and it's basically GG, well played. Though, it does a little bit of reminiscing of that time. I think there are still very legitimate ways to play around it. Number one, just make sure you're not close to a wall. That 1.7 second stun off of an empowered, well, I would like to call it empowered, but a conditional stun from his wall charge is devastating.
Yeah, and the amount of damage it brings to the table is very strong, even though it wasn't going played as a damage roll. But yes, I can see where the damage grok comes from as well. I've seen it happen. But OE going to be one of the first teams here for today to actually finally pick a Beatrix, even though it was one of the most sought out marksmen in the previous patch.
Rather interesting. Okay, so Beatrix, so this is a comfort pick for Valens for sure. Since last season, he has a history of playing it. TODAK, do they want to reply with a potential counter pick? Because Beatrix just struggles to deal with.
Here comes the question. Is it going to be Min playing the Beatrix and Valens played the Valentina? Because if you think about it, Min has flexed out the Beatrix before Valens actually stood in for Orange Esports.
I agree. But I think we have to wait. It's very dependent on what TODAK decides to go for. Do they pivot on the draft to make sure that they can actually minimize Beatrix, or are they going to focus on making sure they don't have effective ultimates? It's really important distinction here, because that way it gives Orange Esports a potential way to actually bounce back in the draft, especially in the second half where usually the red side is looking for counter picks. Kadita gets picked up by TODAK.
This is a little bit interesting. I'm a little bit more curious here. Coming from TODAK. We've heard a lot of rumors of the potential roaming Kadita. I'm not exactly sure if this is going to be the roaming Kadita or is it going to be Moon playing here. I feel like this is a little bit big brain for me, but they may be flexing it up in the sense that try and bait a couple wasted bans coming from Orange Esports if they decide to go for it. But I feel like this Kadita puts it in a situation where everyone from Orange Esports can get one-shotted, but the Valentina is going to benefit the most from this ultimate.
See, the thing is that Orange Esports already had Yves, right? So I'm guessing that Valentina can either go into the roam position or go in towards the go into EXP gold. They can go into the side lane. Generally, it's fine, but it really depends on that matchup, right? I think in TODAK's mind, showing the fact that, hey, we've done this before in previous seasons where we've had Moon play, maybe even arguably a Lunox, maybe sometimes a Selena. It's already banned in this particular case, but Yums on that Kadita can be quite devastating, especially the moment he hits level 2.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I see this where this is going as well, but I'm a little bit more curious here on what Orange Esports is thinking about, because we haven't seen a roaming Valentina, but considering that the dire hit is already something that is recently popular as well, I feel like the dire hit on Valentina is actually not too shabby.
It's really good. In the previous patch, if Valentina was led through, I definitely would have imagined that people were going to use it in the roam position because her passive is just so effective at getting you free EXP and get ahead of your enemy jungler. Orange Esports, genius. They know the history that TODAK is capable of playing double mages in the mid lane with the Kadita as your support. They got rid of the Kagura, forcing TODAK to say, hey, you gotta take a good ult. Give me a good ult. Kagura, I can't abuse that.
That's actually pretty smart from Orange Esports. Like, maybe me and Orange Esports kind of on the same page in this regards, but TODAK, they're going to be banning on Lancelot. They are going to deny Born his heroes, I guess. That's like, considering that Lancelot's been ignored throughout the entirety of the game, and the meta kind of shifted. But I feel like the Lancelot matchup against Karina, I feel like Karina still has it on top.
It depends on who gets the first kill here. And I think you were talking about a Gary, actually. But speaking of Gary's hero pool, right? The fact that Fanny, the fact that Lancelot is already taken out, it forces him to play Ling. And I'm curious to know why TODAK wants Gary to play Ling. It scales decently well. They already have a jungler of their own. Do they have a way to lock it down? We could potentially see a Cho and a Cho either in the EXP or in the roam. Really depends on TODAK.
Yep, very likely as well. But looks like they are going to be banning the Lunox in case they decide to flex it out. But, well, doubling down, going for a double mage composition. But TODAK, they have the luxury to say, you know what? It's always going to be Moon playing the Kadita all along. It might be the case. And plus, on top of it all, it's okay because we've got Ajik Tuzo who's got magical damage. We've got Kadita. Why do we need another mage? All we got to do is just double down on physical damage heroes.
I think Orange Esports is limiting the possibility of a mid-roam double mage, right? So I guess that gives TODAK Lilia. Valentina can actually abuse the black shoes at the very least. What else in terms of the mages?
You want to go for Lilia now from TODAK?
Possibly. I mean, for all we know, they could start shuffling things around and say, hey, you know what, Rock, not in the EXP lane. Let's double down. Let's double down on putting him into the roam. But first, they are going to show Claude, knowing that OE has been heavily targeting Moon.
All right. I see where this is going here. They're keeping their final pick as their call coming from TODAK to potentially flex it out. Maybe forcing the double mage later on, but as of yet, they are just keeping it open. Orange is what they've got to be guessing their hearts out. They've got to pick the XP laner right now, and as well as their jungler. So what's it gonna be? XP laner? I think Uranus is not that shabby if you want it.
I think you have to consider the possibility of clearing waves, right? So Orange Esports first, they see the lineup. Okay, we need to be able to execute certain targets. We need to be able to start shredding them down. Beatrix and Yves are great at doing that. So Roger, not a bad pick for the jungler spot. Relatively safe too. But now we also are seeing the Ruby come out of OE.
Yeah, Ruby is pretty good as well. So this is going to be the roaming Ruby?
I think so.
Or is it going to be a roaming Valentina? Or is it going to be XP Valentina?
I think this would be more effective as a roamer. I
think roaming Ruby is not bad. Like XP Valentina is just, I don't know, is XP Valentina really viable though?
You know what? The fact that Cho is getting shown up by the side of TODAK does give me an idea. Yeah, there we go. So Yums is going to go on the Cho. Formaze is going to be in the EXP lane, so you need something that can kind of match it. So I think at this stage, yeah, pass the Valentina over for the EXP lane. At the very least, you can kind of clear waves decently fast. You can get level 2 really, really quick and start abusing Grok very early on.
Well, so far, I like the adaptation of the drafts coming from both teams. They perfectly read each other's minds, but however, it all comes down to execution. The drafts has been fed. Orange Esports going to be doubling down in that strategy here with Beatrix playing on the goal lane, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not can they take down TODAK. Whereas TODAK, they're going to be having RSG too, so leave up their expectation as the potentially taking over the #1 jungler for also known as Chiku guys. But now, as of yet, the drafts has been set. Ruby going to be played as the tank instead, and Valentina on the XP lane from the side of Orange Esports, going up against TODAK, having their traditional composition. We have RSG as the Karina carrying for a team. Is it going to be enough? Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading into game 1 between TODAK versus Orange Esports.
What a way to close out this week. One more best of 3 to go. OE on the blue side with TODAK on the red. Let's see how this is going to be played out between both compositions. It really depends on this gold lane. Valence, big playmaker, has a lot of damage inbuilt, and there we go, classic pause.
No, it's classic TODAK, bro. TODAK pause,
okay,
man.
Based on what I've learned the past 2 seasons,
what?
The fact is that TODAK, half the time, it's not TODAK who's calling for the pause.
Yeah. Why?
Well, I mean, you know, other people can have technical issues too. We're not indiscriminate, but we've got our marshals and the league ops on it straight away to make sure that they deal with the issue. But in the meantime, let's have a look at the audience here so far. Lots of TODAK fans. Ooh, are those stickers?
Oh, that's pretty neat. You can actually get yourself some stickers if you actually come down to the venue. So that's a pretty interesting one as well. You can see the crowd as well. And I really like what I'm seeing here because honestly, I feel like this pause was intentional to just show our love to you guys who's currently on the venue. Look at the amount of crowd here coming and supporting the team.
Yeah, everybody is here to make sure that they show their support. Okay, wait, hold on. Lawanka? Was ada Lawanka?
Was ada RSG.
Oh, there we go, there we go.
RSG tusuk ni boss.
Yeah! That's what we wanted to hear. GEEK is the boss. Can fight or not? Can fight or not? That's so Malaysian.
Can fight or not?
Nah. You want to throw down, bro? Semangat RSG. Let's show that love. Let's go.
Everyone is supporting RSG here. You know, after the documentary early on from TODAK, the message got through. This is going to be RSG's I would say, proving grounds for TODAK. Can he go up in towards the first main team here? However, without further ado, we are going to be jumping straight into the game once again. As you can see, the invades are coming from TODAK as Min is trying to slow things down. But for Mace, he's a level up. He's going to try and harass his way through. Yumes is going to be bait out the retribution coming from Gary to secure the pop above and immediately back out as Ajik will secure the Little Wanderer.
Yep, he did. I mean, Yumes. Oh, okay, he gets out for free. But Yumes, he did lose his flicker, but he guarantees. Whoa, Valens getting solo killed by Momo. It looks like the Aegis was already popped straight away, and Valens could not run away from his battle mirror image happening off screen. And yikes, that's not a good start for Orange.
Yeah, that is definitely not something I was expecting as well. Valens losing a 1v1 from the get-go. That was kind of scary. But first blood bounty is on his way. Man now gonna get dived in, and immediate purifies coming from Mon to actually dodge the chain stun as they are gonna look to retaliate as well, as Moon is gonna be focused, and that's gonna be a freebie for Gary.
Yep, Moon already knew he was gonna die. He wanted to make sure that Yumes minimizes his damage so he can help clear that mid wave, so he goes the completely different direction. He's got no flicker, nothing left.
Well, while that is actually happening here, on the other side of the map, it was completely caught off guard. Ajik was able to take down Born on the top side, paired up with 4 Maze.
Okay. I guess that's not really gonna mean too much, especially since that, you know, Born, he doesn't mind doing too much at this stage of the game. He needs to hit his level 4, but more importantly, I think 4 Maze with this high and dry is able to get great priority over the lane and actually help out on the initial invade, and it's gonna happen again. Yep. Now in some trouble here, gets hit by the Lycan Pulse. Gary way out of position. Rough waves into a quick execution from Ajik. Another kill going over to TODAK.
Oh, that's gotta be a mistake there coming from Gary. The Lycan Pulse causing him off, and now Mon is gonna flex his way through. The Wave of Dragon comes in. They do catch off Mon. That's gonna be 2 takedowns coming in from the side of TODAK. And look at this. The aggression comes in. Ajik looks in for the fight against Min, but it's only a tank, so they are not gonna contest this. Moon, however, in a little bit of trouble. Yume's gonna go for the pull, but no, Min, he messed up the pull. He could not flicker in time, and that's gonna be the disconnection here coming from TODAK.
Oh, no. They are starting to crumble here. I mean, Gary, he's trying his absolute best. I wouldn't say it's a mechanical mistake, but some good reaction time coming in from TODAK to pull Gary over out of position once the Lycan Pounce has been utilized. He's got to be extremely careful, especially when he's targeting Moon. But the fact is, Moon died once. He was able to net 2 kills after.
Yeah, very, very quick reactions here. Valens playing a bit slow. He's actually freezing up the lane. He doesn't want to push too much. He wants to get an early damage on towards Momo, but seems like he's not going to connect. So here, Min is going to get caught out. Here comes the Wave of the Dragon. Momo also going to be popping as well. He does have the Blazing Duet. Does he want to pop it? Yep. Yes, he will eventually. No, he's not. And looks like Min is going to be able, but actually the knockout comes in. Eventually the Blazing Duet comes out. Momo almost made him to die, but they won't take a dive on those Valens. Valens escapes in return. Gary is going to set up for the kill. Meanwhile, Ajik Tusa will finish off Valens, but he is going to be out in trouble. Moon will save the day to help his buddy, but Gary is not going to survive this, as nope, he actually does, and Gary turns the tides and kills Moon away.
Oh, what a big play. What a big play. Gary survives, nets the kills. Mon managing to help out the team, but so far Min is making sure that 4 Maze can't do any more in this lane. Unfortunately for Valentina, she is missing out on the action.
Agreed, but as of now, Valens, even though he's died 2 times, this is not looking good for Orange Esports, but he was able to set up a lot of crucial gangs for the team to actually punish here, and TODAK, they actually overextended more than they expected.
Yeah, and I think at this point, Valens, he's basically done for in this lane, especially against the Claude. Claude's 2-0-1. He's got the Avarice, and more importantly, so he's got the gold. Ooh, Orange Esports instantly. We see Momo coming in with the Blazing Duet. Valens can't really deal with this. Westgar's not enough. Rough waves to secure another kill on towards Min's side. Yumes zones out Mon, refusing to let him use the real world manipulation. 4 Maze sets up another play. He does get the wild charge up, but it's a little too late. He ends up dying. He gets the initial kick right at the edge of the real world manipulation, but they shut down Gary just in the nick of time.
Beautifully done as well. 4 Maze sacrificing his life, expecting that Orange Esports gets a freebie, but actually opens up an opportunity for them to catch off Gary. Said that was huge, but now here comes a big pull from Min, but Ajik Tuso is going to be able to escape that, so as of yet, it's not that much of a worry for him.
Valens, he's in trouble. He tactically rolls out of there. Moon, can he get sniped? Yes, he does. Valens manages to get a free kill in his lane, despite the fact losing his tier 1. He's got to be extremely careful not to be giving these kills over, especially since he's already 2 levels down against Momo.
Oh, the amount of pressure coming from TODAK on towards Valence is just ridiculous. Valence trying his best for the team, but unfortunately there's only so much he can do on this Beatrix. However, TODAK is just continuing to snowball his way through, but Ajik Tusu now with an early Sky Gardens helmet from him, so that's going to be him sustaining throughout the next couple of fights. Born, however, not having an okay time here. He's been really passive on this XP lane.
Wait, pull up the item list. I need to know where Momo is right now. I just saw him get a golden staff, which does tell me he already has the Demon Hunter sword, which is ridiculous. It's 5 minutes into the game, going into the 6th. Oh my goodness, he got it already.
That's huge coming in from Momo. He's got 5k gold 6 minutes into the game. That is ridiculously quick. So with that play, it means he is going to be able to do some serious damage. So it makes a lot of sense why his Blazing Duet hurts so much that Valence has to respect it. However, Ajik Tusu going to be focusing on a crystal, but Born looks like Ajik Tusu, he doesn't want to go for this. He's just playing it safe.
Yeah, okay, that's still fine, but Yuns might be giving up his life. Wesker is able to take him out, and even Moon gets punished by Gary's Lycan Pounce and Real World Manipulation. They pull back out, and I think it's a good choice that Ajik didn't actually decide to greed out for a kill.
I guess, but it seems like the turtle is going to be up for grabs. Ajik Tusu going to be harassed by Min. Can he actually get it as well? Yes, he sees it from the team, and he's going to send it with the team. Forma is going to come in and provide the team as well. Valence almost paying for his life. He needs to back off. Gary, however, a little bit low. Forma is looking for a charge. Can he survive this? Yes, he will. But here comes the Blazing Duet from Momo to clean things out. And Orange Esports only lose Min, but the disengage was clean coming from Orange Esports.
Worth it. It looks so difficult for Aji to actually get into the middle of that fight. And yes, they were able to get and steal away that turtle. But that means mid-tier 1, all the tier 1s are down 7 minutes into the game. And this is not looking good for Orange Esports if they let this continue.
Agreed, agreed. Meanwhile, 80 seconds left before the Lord comes up. Orange Esports, they've got to find a way to set up for Valence, and as of yet, they are struggling to do so. Gary has been able to pick up a lot of kills for himself, but he needs to snowball a little bit hard. Born finally takes the initiative to actually concede his XP lane, allowing Gary to potentially farm on the side of the lanes, where he's going to be trying to set up a couple of kills, but what can he do? Is stealing the Way of the Dragon the best choice for Born right now?
I think that's probably his best bet. Unless he needs to get a clutch wild charge, then I guess that's his second best ultimate, because right now...
Rough Winds, maybe?
Rough Waves is good, but it's a very selfish ability. It's only designed for him if he gets into the middle of the group and he needs some help. Now we see the initial kick coming in from Born on towards Formace. Can they secure that kill? Real World Manipulation is popped, and yes, he does secure it, but Yoms, on the other hand, waiting patiently for an opportunity to get a good kick. His team is rotating, and Yoms starts the initiation, looking for any target, finds Gary, kicks him right back in towards the jungler, but Gary uses the Lycan Pulse just in time. Momo is going to get pulled right under the turret. Battle Mirror Image to save his life. Ajik looking for Born, he secures that kill, walks away. Look how tanky this jungler is.
Oh my goodness, what a mechanical play coming from Momo. At the last tick of the Battle Mirror Image, he was able to get it off. Orange Esports almost got a freebie, but nevertheless, TODAK still coming up on top in that play. Meanwhile, Orange Esports, they have to figure it out. What are they going to do? Gary, he just got his retribution. He's going to be trying to contest the Lord, but we know TODAK, they are baiting for this fight.
Yeah, personally, I think it would have been good if Moon actually utilized his Petrify, but I think he was looking for bigger targets because they have killed Gary a good number of times, 2 times in a matter of fact, but taking out their jungler wouldn't mean that they got this Lord for free anyways, and I feel like Moon...
Oh, that's big.
He's dead. Goodbye. Doesn't have enough time for the animation of the Rough Waves. Orange Esports find a really good pick while Gary is able to split push topside.
Yeah, well done indeed. Valence was able to sync up properly in time, not giving him any kind of reaction or space to actually go for an ultimate. And because of that, this Lord defense is going to be slightly easier because of this play. However, TODAK, they are going to back off and respect this. Ajik Tusu getting a little bit greedy. He's hoping to find a 1v1. However, from the other side, here comes the setup as well. Yums gets his own taste of his own medicine as Born steals it from him and sets up for Valence again.
Beautiful pick coming in from Born. And yes, the Cho ult is becoming very effective. Even though he can only kill 1 target at a time, it's more than enough to stop this tidal wave that TODAK is trying to push onto Orange Esports. They kill the Lord, clear up mid lane, and now they just have to clear up the top side and they're all good.
You know, I'm surprised the lead is only 2k of a difference considering how much objectives that Orange Esports has lost, and they are actually managing to keep up. However, as soon as I say that, the Lightning Trunket purchase coming from Moon, this is where Moon is going to be able to one-shot almost anyone right now.
But see, here's the thing. Overall, overall, the main issue is that whenever TODAK makes a play, they look for, oh, the big play. They get the kills. It's great. Orange Esports, on the other hand, they bounce back from it. They think one step ahead of TODAK, and that's where TODAK gets caught off and they lose a good majority of their members. These small picks are starting to add up. Now, Yums, he's in the middle of the fight. Oh, man, he missed the I'm offended, but he still gets hit by Valens anyways.
That is crazy indeed. But now Moon looking for the setup. He's looking for the opportunity, but he doesn't terrify. But no, he gets terrified. And unfortunately for him, his passing keeps him alive. Here comes the rough waves. He's going to try and catch up as well. But from the back lines, TODAK, they're just diving in them all. Valens is dead. Born going to be left stranded all the way through. As you can see, Momo slowly picks them apart. And that's going to be TODAK taking 2 for nothing. However, that's to say that they've lost Moon on the middle lane. Gary managing to salvage the fight. But look at this. Yums, he's baiting for the team. Here comes the kick. But oh, he messes up the flicker. And that is going to be Momo paying the price. And he gets pulled back as I'm Offender catches him.
Oh, this is not looking good now. TODAK's initial early game lead, they were playing like water, but they're starting to get a bit stiff here. The mistakes are starting to pile up in Orange Esports. Back at it again, 12-13 against TODAK.
Well, the patience coming from Orange Esports is starting to pay off. This is the goal time that they need. They need a couple setbacks coming from TODAK to scale into the later stage of the game. And now they've got it. They've got this double marksman combination that really excels in the later stage of the game. And you can see Gary and Valens starting to pile up in terms of damage.
Speaking of which, I'm curious to see what Born has decided to build on this Valentina. It's been dealing a lot of damage, and more so, like, I think he can two-shot Momo if he gets the Terrify off.
And as of yet, it seems like the jungle is going to be a priority there. Meanwhile, Moon in a very cheeky position. He's looking to one-shot Gary. But Orange Esports, they're checking all the brushes. They can't seem to find him. So this is going to be TODAK looking for an ambush or maybe even scare them off, not knowing where Moon is as of yet.
Yep, notice they're going to be walking up. The next wave is coming through, so it's going to be a very awkward position to play in as there is no commitment yet. Moon is going to wait for this wave to pass by. Yeah, he's so patient. He's waiting for the right opportunity. He's looking for Valens and as well as Mon. If you can take both of them out in one fell swoop, that would be ideal. Born gets the initial kick onto Ajik Tusok, but it doesn't really matter. But Moon tries his best. Unfortunately, he gets spotted out. He's on the run. The rest of his team is here to back him up. He manages to survive with, oh boy, this is an intense game. Orange Esports do not want to give TODAK any positions.
Well done coming from Orange Esports, making the read as well. As long as Moon doesn't show himself, they have to be a little bit afraid about this. But as of now, full control on towards TODAK's side, and they are going to hold the Lord in their back. But as of yet, they have to be very, very careful because the longer this drags out, Orange Esports, they will have the late game scaling a little bit more. And Valentina is going to start to hit even harder later on. But like I said here, the items coming up.
Yep. Now, having a look at the items at Valentina, traditional mage build, and also goes for the Genius one. He's got plenty of damage to actually take out Momo. So I think at this point, Momo is just waiting for the big ults to come out, right? The I'm Offended and the real world manipulation from both Mana and as well as Mid. The moment those two are down, expect Momo to be coming in with a fat blazing duet.
Agreed. Now, Orange Esports also a little bit hesitant to contest the Lord as of yet because on the top side, Momo is going to push, but here comes the kick. They are looking for the push as well, and they are going to burst down Mid. So that is a huge catch coming from TODAK. Something that Orange Esports did not expect now. Born needs to run for his life. He has a wall try. He sets it up, but he won't be able to back off. The figure comes in, and the wall is going to be able to block this out. While this is all happening, Orange Esports, they are occupied with this fight. Ajik Tusok is going to be able to beat this out with the trunk and fades a lot of time, but Moon gets shut down. But from behind, Momo will take them all out as he was busy clearing the top lane. However, Gary will also return the favor by getting two double kills.
Traded 3-4-3. Oh no, OE, they're going to lose an inhibitor for this. Formace, all he's got to do is to buy time to allow the Claw to clear up. He's got the inhibitor. Formace ends up dying, and now it's all up to Momo to maybe find a kill onto Valens. It's hard to say, but no, Momo, he's out of here. Doesn't want anything to do with it.
Well, he was able to trade an inhibitor for that fight. So TODAK played that 4v5, played that as best as they can, but Orange Esports just has the better damage, and my oh my, Orange Esports is making the comeback now. This Valentina seems to be a very, very big threat. You see the amount of commitment that TODAK needs to go through just to kill a Valentina.
It is rough. It really is rough, especially since that she's level 14 and only Momo Moon is in trouble. He gets out with the Ocean Oddity, but it doesn't matter. The Lycan Pounce coming in from Gary. He's way too big. He's 8-2-4. His physical damage is going through the roof here as Formace tries to slow down these Lord Empowered minions. They lose their tier 2 as well.
Yep, and this is going to be TODAK losing out their mages as well. This is going to be Orange Esports looking to knock. As you can see, Valence is starting to hit as he chips away as the middle inhibitor. Yuke's looking for the setup as well, and Orange Esports, they will respect this and back off. And look at this, Valence is setting up for a bait again, and I like the confidence coming from him despite the amount of pressure TODAK has been giving him.
Yeah, this is great. He's also got the Demon Hunter sword, so now Valence with Nibiru actually scales very, very well against TODAK's general lineup. The most important thing is that how is the objectives looking like, right? An inhibitor is down. Even though Orange Esports got Lord, they weren't able to crack an inhibitor. So TODAK, despite the fact that they are 2.9k down against Orange Esports, they have more neutral objectives and they have a naturally pushing wave.
Agreed. But as of yet, seems like TODAK, they are going to be setting up ambushes again. And Orange Esports, they know that TODAK tends to love to do these kind of ambushes here, especially when Moon is playing the Kadena. And I feel like they have adapted a lot. But this time, Born is going to go for the push here. And looks like here comes the rough waves. But the Winter Trunket from the side of RG2 is going to keep him alive. He's going to try and make a run for it. He sidesteps his way through and he survives. And wow, in the midst of confusion, he's not dead yet. Orange Esports, they get picked apart. And RG2 finally goes down. But the damage has been done because the rest of TODAK pick them all out. Valence is going to make a run for it as well, but here comes Rafi coming in. A big pull from Min to try and salvage the situation, but TODAK, they want to concede this fight.
That still didn't kill Gary. He lived. Even Forme's flicker with the power of the nature was not enough. Told you, this game is all up to the gold laners. Valence with a perfectly timed Winds of Nature survives the engagement, and even Momo himself could not deal with Valence's damage. It's going back and forth between these two gold laners. Everybody is just part of the supporting role.
What is going on? Orange Esports just putting TODAK on edge right now. However, my RG2, he played as best as he could. He survived to the last minute, but eventually still got taken out. So Orange Esports, it seems like they've got to figure out their priorities right now, because taking him out is not exactly a smart choice.
Yeah, with the Winter Truncheon as well, like, you got to give it to Aji. It's very well timed. All the big abilities were coming out on top of him, and he dodges half of them with a single item. So now Orange Esports, they're going to have to recalculate where exactly they want to kind of approach this Lord, because TODAK have more map control in general compared to Orange Esports.
Agreed. Now, setting up for the Lord, Gary is 15, Valence as well. They're looking for the Wombo combo, but they need to clear the minions because of the top inhibitor being broken by Momo early on. TODAK as well, Yume's got the immortality. It seems like the fallback line coming from TODAK is going to be building up on immortalities later on. As you can see, the snipes are coming in to check the brushes, but there is no one there as Valence going to be pushing it off. But it all comes down to this wall block. Wall block available, but are they still going to be forcing the fight though?
No. They're waiting for a pushing lane to start so that once they get on top of the Lord, Orange Esports has to split their attention and they might be able to catch them off mid-rotation for a 5v4. Now, also remember that it does come down to situational items, so I'm thinking TODAK is waiting for the Winter Truncheon to come back up, as well as the Winds of Nature coming in from Momo.
Oh, Min going to be checking out the brush. He doesn't know exactly where TODAK is. Formes reveals his position a little bit, but seems like TODAK, they are going to force the Lord without Moon available, but they are putting in on half HP. Orange Esports, they're not taking the bait yet. And it seems like they are playing it slow. Here comes the snipe. Does it connect? He's aiming for the right angle. RG2 is just standing there. But Orange Esports, they're just not making any sort of moves. But finally, they will take a gamble, and that is going to be them taking them out. And finally, TODAK, they are going to force the issue. Yumes misses the angle, and Moon will be focused down in the sides as Born goes in for a wall charge, catches him off guard. Momo with the blazing duet, but the Winter Truncheon from Born completely neglects the blazing duet, and now Momo is going to be in trouble, and he gets pulled back and gets shut down.
Perfectly played by Orange Esports. They played it like absolute veterans of war. They did a great job, and more so Born, an amazing save there, stealing the wild charge, getting the initial knock-up, as well as the wall charge. Oh! Perfect 1.7 second stun. They're looking for the end.
What a game, and now they are going to go take everything out in this fight, but it's going to be over as RG2, last man standing, and OE, they come on top in game number 1. What an upset here today.
Huge for Orange Esports. Gary thinking that this game is done, my early game is over, comes back swinging hard, and Born solidifies it. Valence, he's thanking the rest of his team because they did most of the heavy lifting.
That is insane coming from Orange Esports. Where is Valence when you need him? When you need him the most, he is here to step up for the team, and they take the first game against TODAK. However, TODAK is back up. You know, it seems like the curse is back. The game of 2-1s is back. Is this the true TODAK?
Well, I think, you know, TODAK, they're playing their very confident style. The way that they have to maneuver around the map is very much like them. And I like the way that they're actually thinking about it, right? Whenever you are losing on one side, you are playing for the opposite side. There's always goal to be achieved and control to be taken. And I think overall in their objective gameplay, it is good. But when it came down to that final few moments, Born stepped up to save lives.
Valentina still maintaining the 100% win rate, I believe.
Yup, still gonna be good. I think TODAK gotta get rid of it.
And on top of it all, for him to steal a war charge to set up for the team, that was unheard of. And Moon couldn't have enough time to react. And you can see from the brains and the drafts as well that they needed Moon to play another mage role rather than forcing the Kadita. But considering the amount of mages that was banned for Orange Esports, it seems like they knew what's up.
No, they knew what exactly the win condition was going to be. They had to play for it. What choice do you have with the heroes that they've selected in the draft? And I think, you know, overall, it came down to whether or not Born was able to make the play. And yes, the answer is yes, he was.
Yep, let's take a look at the items real quick here coming from RSG too. So going for Sky Guardian's helmet, Molten Essence, and going for the Twilight Armor. Recently very popular after the rework. So it does kind of pair off if you want to go for the dire hit, but it is a jungler. So it does give you a little bit of an elbow edge in terms of damage output. He was doing okay, but it's not exactly the best. But as from the side of Orange Esports, you know, we've got Born, who's been farming all the way through, 6 slotted with the Winter Trunken. That's huge.
Yeah, no, I think that's really, really huge as well. Would I say that GEEK played the best in the world? I definitely know that he played way better than Formaze at this stage of the game, because I think even for Formaze, the lack of the situation and the conditions where he can actually make that huge wild charge is very limited. And I think Orange Esports played around that extremely well and also utilized it to punish Moon. But at the end of the day, it really comes down to what you pick and what actually scales. Valens was able to scale later into the game. Valentina was just devastating throughout the game the moment she got out of lane. And even with Man, once he was able to purchase that Ice Queen's wand, you could see a massive difference in how far TODAK has to actually utilize battle spells to get out of the real world manipulation.
Exactly. I like how they actually played it as well. But for me, it feels like TODAK, they're still struggling with Formaze playing the Grok here. It feels like if he played the Cho, things would be a little bit different and go for a traditional tank Grok. But all in all, I feel like both teams played as best as they can. But before that, all in all, Orange Esports, they took game 1. Let's take a look at who the MVP is. It's going to be none other than Gary on his Roger with a 10-2-6 against TODAK. Pretty impressive.
Very impressive KDA, especially when you're up against TODAK, and especially with the early game start that he got. Oh my goodness, it was rough, but he still made it out in the end.
Yep, and I really like how he was able to get a couple of freebies as well, and he was very confident that if TODAK decides to go for a split push of potential and trusting that Valens can buy and make time for him, he's going to go all out, and he was able to get a lot of freebies as well, especially punishing Moon, not once, but multiple times with his long bots after that one mistake that he died in First Blood.
Honestly, it really came down to Min and Man and their connection, because they were able to get a lot of, like, I wouldn't say freebie kills, but they were able to retaliate back after TODAK was trying to recover from their initial play. And with the help, once they got Born to add on to that, that's when you see the tides really turn into Gary's favor. So many of them were just low. Gary, all he had to do, target prioritization, get rid of the right targets, get your free kills, get out, and continue playing the game.
Yep, I don't know what happened with Orange Esports, but they are super alert of the positionings coming from Moon. But of course, in case you missed out in the action here, this is going to be the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series of that game match. And early on, you can see TODAK just completely dumpstering Orange Esports and making sure that Valens does not have a good time. And to my surprise, Valens, despite him not having a good time, he was always constantly trying to survive and make space for his teammates to punish TODAK, which resulted in this death as well, where GEEK almost getting picked off, had to sacrifice Moon for him.
Yeah, honestly, I think TODAK at this stage needed to start playing for Momo instead of Moon, right? They need to set up the right conditions for the Blazing Duet, and unfortunately so, they kept trying to make sure that Moon was able to get that initial pick off, right? But truly, TODAK just needed space.
Agreed. But on top of it all, we saw a little bit of a flex coming from Muse as well, messing up a little bit more. Momo also getting caught out by Min, knowing that TODAK tends to like to get over aggressive and they get punished for it. And even by that, at this stage of the game here, we can see that TODAK started to get a little bit serious. But at this stage, it was a little bit too late because the amount of farm and goal has been redeemed from Orange Esports, where Valence does have the damage, Gary as well. And you can see them just completely shredding TODAK, which kind of, I would say, denied them of any way of coming back at all.
Wow, the damage from Wesker coming out of Valence on top of this Claw, that was ridiculous. And he pops, I mean, Momo, he pops it a little relatively late, but this was the play that saved lives. Born turning into Rock, getting that wall charge off, and ending the game immediately after. Well done by Orange Esports.
Yeah, well done indeed here. I'm looking forward to see how Game 2 is going to go. Is TODAK going to bring Chiku back, or will they continue with this game here? But Orange Esports, they definitely are fighting for their lives here if they want to make it into the playoffs.
I feel TODAK is comfortable that they keep running with GEEK, and I don't think GEEK played bad in that game at all. It really just came down to the draft itself and some one or two good plays coming in from both Born and Min and Man. I consider them as one person at this point, because do you ever see one without the other?
I feel like Valentina is just so good.
Too good.
And at the same time, I don't know if it's the Valentina, or is it just the Beatrix, or is it just Valence, because it's hard to actually predict what made Orange Esports look this different, you know what I mean? And as of now, seeing that the Valentina makes that up, and there's a reason why it's still 100% win rate, kind of scary, man.
I mean, it's a lot of factors, right? This fact that Valence is the aura that he gives, the confidence, and more importantly so, the direction he gives the team, allowing Min and Man to do the good work that he expects his team to do. And you also get an OP pick given to Born, now able to make these big plays. Man, they are on the straight and narrow, and they could be ending today with a 2-0 against TODAK. That would be insane.
That's the thing. I don't think I've seen people kind of 2-0 TODAK very convincingly, but that game wasn't exactly easy as well. That was a very, very difficult game. So Orange Esports has pulled a big W, but it's not over yet. So I'm looking forward to see how Game 2 is going to go, because this is where, TODAK, are they going to bite back? We know TODAK, are they going to swap Chiku? Yes or no?
I don't think they're going to swap in Chiku, not just yet. I think at this stage of the game, GEEK is doing a phenomenal job so far. The way that he's playing is very much the TODAK style. He's breaking out of that by-the-books mentality, as you can see, that he is baiting himself, knowing that I'm Karina, I have to wait until you're low HP. I can't chunk you out after late game, but I will make something happen. And he utilizes that Winter Trunchet, a nice ice-cold way to say, no, you can stop right there. I'm awake, I know what I'm doing, just like Nescafe. Get yourself an ice-cold Nescafe here today. They got plenty of flavors. And if you want, like, you know, one just isn't enough, how about you get a 30% discount when you get a bulk order?
Exactly, capped at 20 ringgit, of course, here. Be sure to use the promo code NESMPL30 and get yourself some good old Nescafe and keep yourself caffeinated. And of course, there are multiple flavors being introduced here. Personally, I like the Gula Melaka, and I also like the Mocha a lot.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, I'm more of a coffee guy. I've tried the Bandung, I've tried the Pandan as well. It feels a little, I'm not gonna lie, for me personally, I think I'm just a good classic kind of person.
Yeah, you're the latte guy, I know.
I'm the latte,
You've been convincing me over the earlier weeks here. For me, I was like, nah, I'm not convinced. I'm mocha guy. But after I tried the latte, I was like, oh, yeah, it's pretty good too.
I'm way too traditional. I'm like, pandan in my coffee? How does that even work? But speaking of which, let's see what kind of flavor TODAK is going to be pulling off in game number 2. Are they actually going to take the blue side this time? I don't know. But just in case you missed out on the action, here is the previous match recap.
Yeah, the impact player for both teams here is going to be Orange Esports. We have Gary, and the impact player from TODAK is going to be none other than Momo. Damage-wise here, he's did 68,000 for Momo. From the side of Orange Esports, Gary did 75,000, but who's on top of him? That is going to be Born with 86k with the Valentina. And to my surprise, he's very underwhelmed in the entire fight. We didn't exactly see a lot from him, but he's been consistently spamming his skills, chipping away at the defense coming from TODAK.
Look, in a traditional 1v1 EXP lane, I would think that Born should win most matchups. However, when you're up against Formaze and Formaze is playing Grok, I don't think Formaze really wants to interact with Born. He walks in, clears the wave, walks back out and joins his team for a fight. Every single time Born is just left on an island, and he can't even destroy the energy shields very effectively because he's a mage.
Yeah, but all in all, when he decides to join the fight, things got a little bit different as well. It feels like the game plan from Orange Esports was like, oh, either ways, whoever TODAK pressures, the other guy's got to be the backup plan. And in game number 1, you could see there's so much emphasis on those balance, but secretly Born was the true carry. If you think about it, he was farming his God's Destiny, he's got his like Trunken, he's got his Genius one. We were like wondering, oh, when is he gonna join the team? But when he shows up, he pulls a big catch as well, and just completely shutting down Moon.
Let's also remember that Orange Esports actually pivoted where they're placing their focus, right? They were like, okay, we gotta defend mid lane, we gotta defend Valence down on the bot side. They realized, okay, that's not going to work anymore. How do we deal with this? They wait for TODAK to break bot tier 1 and immediately shift all their resources to the top side of the map to make sure that Born is unlocked from that lane so he can actually participate in more fights.
I agree. But as of now, TODAK, based on the drops as well, in case you've missed out an early section as well, they actually drafted the Kadita rather early from TODAK, and midway into the bans as well, Orange Esports had a idea that they might be running a double mage comp coming from TODAK, and eventually when they banned off all of the other mages, it kind of forced Yums to actually pick a Cho later on. We were expecting maybe a roaming Kadita, but all in all, I feel like it might be a good play coming from Orange Esports, but as of yet, we can only make speculations for now.
I would say that Orange Esports made a really good read. These heroes that they banned out in the second phase against Moon all have historically been shown before by Moon in not only this season, but previous seasons when you see these type of bans. So, I don't know, it feels like Orange Esports is oddly prepared for TODAK.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see how it goes, but as of now, Orange Esports, it's gonna be game time for them. Are they gonna stick with it? As of yet, because the Valentina sneaking through was not really a smart move coming from TODAK.
I beg to differ. I think it actually was a pretty decent move. Unfortunately, Moon was not able to execute because Orange Esports were hyper careful, noticing that Moon was missing, even though they checked the common brushes, which, you know, now that you think about it, hey, Lord is on this side. If he's on top side, that would make absolutely no sense. So the only other place he could be is behind us in the lane bush.
Agreed. But based on the drops as well, I think it's going to be a little bit different from TODAK. They're respecting the 1-1 a little bit too much, considering how well Valence played in yesterday's games. And today, for them to actually first phase ban, it kind of opens it up. So I think like the 1-1 is still kind of neglectable, considering that I don't think it's first pick material, or is it?
I beg to differ. I think that it's worth banning only because we know for a fact that TODAK, Momo in particular, wanted to play this Claude for this composition. He needed to play Claude for this composition to add up with the AoE damage because they were going to be lacking it anyways, right? So if you're playing against a terribly hard losing matchup into 1-1, it wouldn't be as punishable in the earlier stages and the earlier levels when it's Claude versus Beatrix.
Tough decisions, but of course, we're gonna be living it up to the pros here because now we're heading into the drafts for Orange Esports as well as TODAK for game number 2. Will Orange Esports take the clean 2-0 or will TODAK bounce back? But this time, first pick is still gonna be on Orange Esports' hands.
Oh, looks like TODAK opted to stay on the red side. And kind of interesting, if you know, TODAK just doing TODAK things, making sure that they have those counter picks and they love playing it this entire season. OE, they're going to be starting things off with the Selena ban.
Well, nothing fancy yet. It's pretty standard for now. TODAK, they are gonna let the Marsha... No, it's gone. Never mind. No, why do I even bother? Like, Marsha is just broken.
Anything that invades the jungle and is able to get a double kill, hell no. Get rid of the Marsha. OE is going to get rid of the Hilda as well.
Hilda was second phase for them, but I don't know. I feel like they should ban off the Selena. They should ban off the Valentina, but seeing how things go, and they are going to be banning the Phobias again, they are trying to set themselves for a 1-1 again, which was read from TODAK from game 1. Do they fall into the same trap again? Or do they tackle the Valentina with a completely different solution?
I think this was definitely deliberated by the rest of the TODAK members as well as their coach, understanding, hey, maybe this wasn't exactly the best comp in the world. How are we going to adapt from that? We know Orange Esports, if they're on the blue side, they dictate what they want. They kind of give us these ideas of what kind of composition they want to run with. And we also know some of the comfort heroes for some of the players for the side of Orange Esports. Put that all together, right? Phobias, all right, TODAK, do they get rid of the 1-1 here? And if they do, that means Valentina and Fanny are going to be open.
Yeah, Fanny's got to go first. They're just sticking with the identical bans coming from first phase, so it's nothing super crazy yet. Orange Esports, they've got to take out another one, and I think Hilda is something that Yums is really, really good as well, so I think they gotta take it out.
I think if...
Or they risk it, maybe?
Personally, if I was in TODAK's position and if I had to ban something out, I'd ban out the Valentina, give 1-1 over to Orange Esport, lock in something along the lines of like Hilda and Popo and Koopa, and I think you're all right.
Well, seems like they're hovering on towards Estes here, coming from Orange Esports perspective.
Ooh, that's
Not
good.
exactly sure why though, but are they gonna force the Yums Estes? I don't think so, right?
I mean, it depends. They might not even let them play it, but as you can see, Orange Esports is very clearly reading TODAK at this stage of the game, and more importantly so, they have overly prepared for this matchup. Hilda gets banned out this time, so Estes is still available for TODAK.
Alright, so TODAK, what are they gonna do? It seems like
Valentina.
They've got to respect the Valentina, but the 1-1 is gonna go. So it's either they deal with the Valentina or they deal with the 1-1. Which one do you want to go for right now?
I would rather deal with 1-1, to be perfectly honest with you. But let's see, is it going to be Valentina? Yes, it is going to be Valentina.
So Orange Esports, they are going to be able to get the 1-1 for themselves. Their first phase pick. Do they want to pick it from the get-go? Or do they have a different priority? Baxia completely ignored by both teams for the jungle role, and TODAK opted to go for the Kadita earlier on. So is it going to be the same here for GEEK to actually go for it, or will they take the Roger away from Gary, considering that how well he's performed in game number 1, and knowing that the Lancelot was also respected from TODAK? I don't know. It's going to be a chicken and egg right now.
Nope, I don't think they're going to steal Roger away from Gary. It really depends on what this first pick is going to be. If they lock in 1-1 early, it's heavily punishable by the side of TODAK. I think Orange Esports is going to go for Yves. Yep, there we go. Yves is going to get locked in. Super safe pick, and they want to deny it off of Moon for now, because that's where the second phase of bans are dedicated to, making sure that Moon doesn't have his heroes.
Alright, so taking the Yves means that TODAK has the option to actually go for the 1-1 this time. Do they want to go for it? But like I said as well, Mano's actually doing a lot of work with his real manipulation. He was able to buy a lot of time, slow things, and actually forcing TODAK to overcommit multiple times. And especially in game number 1, where they focus their emphasis onto its balance instead of punishing the Eve. So makes a lot of sense, but I'm a little bit curious here, are they still going to bring the Grok? Because it feels like the Grok didn't exactly work too well for Formaze, and you can see Formaze was always overcommitting to try and punish this Eve. And it didn't exactly work too well for him in game number 1.
I mean, yes and no. Like, Grok is great in early and mid stages of the game. And you can see that he clear waves super fast, right? Oh, looks like TODAK is actually going to steal Roger away from Gary, but they also lock in the Yuzong. Looks like Formaze is like, I'm done with this, boys. Get me off of Grok. Give me something that can fight.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Like, the Grok is just so difficult. Like, I think the Grok is a good... Yeah, I can see where you're getting and why the Grok is a yes and no to deal with the Eve, right? It's good for denying it, maybe even doing a little bit of harassment, but at the same time, he was forced to dive so deep to a point that if he doesn't get a combo or a follow-up from his team, he's pretty much left stranded, which multiple times we see Formaze being unable to do anything at all in game number 1. And I agree, denying it away, take the Yuzong, alright, sure, I'm comfortable with this.
Yep, Orange Esports now going to be finishing off...
1-1.
I'm not so sure. He has to deal with the Yuzong. Brody seems to be the way to go for the side of Orange Esports, but they also get Paquito as well, which I think really good. Can be flexed in towards the jungle side, so it depends on what else TODAK is going to get. Especially since they're on the red side, they get first pick on the second phase.
This is pretty interesting. Why I say this is, I know Momo is a pretty beastly Brody player, but is it like for them to not pick their comfort 1-1 and expecting that TODAK might be picking it here? I feel like this is going to be the rematch coming in from the Brody versus 1-1 early on, which we see. I'm not entirely convinced that Brody is going to be able to win against a 1-1, especially with Neymar playing off, but this might be the case. But TODAK looks like they are going to pick the Estes for Yubes. All right.
Personally, now I think it doesn't matter what the bot lane matchup is going to be. Oh, I took a bad trade. Estes walks on over. Hey, moving a medical vehicle. Need a top up, my guy?
Yeah, walking fountain, bro. That's crazy. So yeah, now they've got to do something else. And in this case, Baxia is going to be out for grabs. It's especially now when jungle Baxia is really good. I feel like it's the prime time for Orange Esports to actually go for this, to actually deal with it, and prevent all these healings coming from Estes. And not gonna lie, jungle Baxia early on, if you crash towards a level 2, level 3 Estes, and he is if he's left alone, you can actually kill him pretty quickly.
I beg to defer. I think Born should be the one. The EXP lane should take Baxia instead and then throw Paquito into the jungle, because at least then you have some impact to early to mid games. And especially since Yums is like, I'm only relevant once I hit level 4, maybe they can scrape 1 or 2 kills before then.
Wait,
we do see the Mia and as well as Lancelot banned out.
Didn't Mia get a rebuffed as well this patch?
Yeah, she did.
And this is something that TODAK did play before the patch, so
pretty consistently as well.
Orange Esports just denying Momos his picks apparently.
I like it because Estes is such a good buffer. No matter how bad the matchup is, I'm just gonna heal you back up to full every single time, no matter how many bad trades you take. This is taking away the forgiveness and saying, hey, we don't want you to scale. And TODAK actually banning away the Lolita. It means they want something.
Beatrix for themselves, I guess.
Possibly Beatrix, possibly Wanwan here. Who else actually gets prevented?
Most of the marksmen, bro. Almost every marksman gets prevented by a Lolita shield.
I feel like this is for something in particular. I can't put my finger on it, but I'll get back to it once we see what the final ban for OE is going to be.
Oh, Kimi.
Yeah,
Kimi's. I think Kimi's a good ban as well, if they decide to go for it. We've seen Momo kind of flex it out as well, and considering that now they've got 2 physical heroes, they need some sort of magical damage.
Who is this tapping away at Kimi? It's not like an elevator. It doesn't make it go faster. Itchy fingers, as some people call it. Itchy fingers. Now, TODAK, they get priority here. Let's see what they're going to do. I think they're going to lock in their mage first before their gold later.
Yeah, I like the read coming from Orange Esports. It feels like they are very, very smart in terms of their bans, and they've really done their research against TODAK. And based on the current, if instead of focusing on the player, sometimes you gotta just look on a surface value, right? The hero picks they've picked from TODAK: Estes, Roger, Yujong. Physical, no magic. Okay, what is a good gold laner that does a lot of magic? Textbook. Let's go. Take away the Kimi first. And I think this is very smart coming from Orange Esports. Yeah, Ludong's Kagura is all amazing, but it just puts you more emphasis on towards the mages rather than a potential gold laner which dishes out and pressures the lane as well.
Well, yes, but at the end of the day, right, we want to see where OE is going to go. Because TODAK, for a fact, the moment you see Estes, right, okay, you're definitely playing for the gold lane, 100%. They're gonna leave, Formaze on this Yuzong by himself in an island and let him fend for himself for a large majority of the game. So OE's picks overall is targeting to make sure that no matter what marksman they pick, they can punish.
Yes, I see where you're going as well. But at the same time as well, based on this opening pick coming from TODAK, it feels like Ajik playing on the Roger, he's got the better mental of Chiku to be able to snowball this game, because if he does not dictate the momentum for the team and snowball his way through, they are not going to have a good time. However, Orange Esports, they are going to respond with the Atlas Anglu and Liu Kok. This is going to be the jungle Paquito.
Jungle Paquito, but it does mean that instead of Baxia, they're going to say, hey, if you're Estes and you're going to stick very close to each other to get that heal, that works for us.
Where's the damage going? Okay, it's got... They're hoping for an Atlas setup for a Paquito double KO punch. That is kind of scary, but I don't exactly know how Orange Esports gonna utilize this Atlas well.
Okay, we saw the Geek Fam game and Maima playing Brody. You know how much of a snowball he's able to create by himself.
If he gets the perfect dream game, though.
I mean, that's the idea. Orange Esports, do you think they're going to be playing for glue? Hell no, they're going to go down to the gold lane. That's where it's at. That's where the party is going to happen. TODAK, they lock it. Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait. We haven't seen Benedetta in forever from Formaze, and he's going to say, you know what? We're going to play for AoE damage. Ajik is going to be our dedicated carry. We will create as much space as possible for our boy.
0% win rate thus far. Banned once, picked twice throughout the entire season itself. Now, Formaze is going to be playing on something he's known for, and I'm looking forward to see how well and how much space he can make for the team.
I cannot wait for this. How many people have been dying to see Formaze make a play on Benedetta all over again during M2, during M3. He is trying his best every step of the way to make this Benedetta work. But looking at Orange Esports, they're going to be playing for their gold lane. They've got great scaling on their side with an easy early to mid-game transition. It really depends on whether the roamers players can stay healthy throughout that fight. Speaking of team fights, TODAK have a massive team fight composition that scales, but more importantly, they need to get priority over the side lanes and start spilling it into the enemy jungle.
Yep, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be game 2 between Orange Esports versus TODAK, with Orange 1 game ahead. TODAK, they've got the bounce back, and Formace is going to be the reply, whereas Orange Esports forcing out the Atlas. Can he set up the wombo combo for the team?
It's going to be up to Min to make sure it works out, right? You get the real world manipulation to help you with a little bit of a slow once the once the Ice Queen's wand is already out. But what I like about TODAK's composition is the fact that they never have to back down from a fight. They can keep pushing forward, right? Yums is the only person who wants to chill in the back and keep Ajik topped off until he needs to jump into the middle of the fight.
Yeah, poor now getting harassed pretty hard by Formace, and you can see the confidence coming from him. He knows he's going to be able to dish out a little more damage as long as he does not hit his 4 first. So as of now, Valens going to be farming his crap. Yums is just stalking him. I don't think it's the smartest of calls, so it seems like it is going to be a reset coming in from him.
Good game sense coming in for Valens. He notices that Momo is in a weird position, and more so that he doesn't see Yums. Now Moon, he's going to get topped off here. Look at that. Moon does not care. He's healing off of his abilities, and Min, he can't afford to die and start the snowball for TODAK.
The confidence and the trust coming in from Moon towards Yums here to actually pull that off. That would have been very, very risky, but nevertheless, Orange Esports, they will lose out in that trade. Like you said as well, the heals coming in, you know what? They're just gonna completely shut you down. They're okay with trading 50-50s because eventually the Estes will out-heal them. Meanwhile, bottom side, Momo, he's got dived in, and that's gonna be Orange Esports getting first blood.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. They bait him out with using Valens, and Gary just patiently waits for the opportunity to jump into the middle of that fight. Now, Gary, he should be able to get the gold crab, sees Ajik and realizes this might not be the best situation in the world, but Valens is also here. Knock-up strike is going well, but they can't finish off Yums. It's gonna be the corrosive strike onto Ajik. Ajik's trying to run away. He misses out on the Lycan pounce from Gary. He's just out of vision. Valens secures the kill onto Yums. That's gonna be first blood going over to Orange Esports. They managed to take out Yums.
Ajik, he's gonna die, but definitely one more thing, and he will fall. And Ajik, two Soap's mistakes will cost them 2 additional deaths. Oh my goodness, Orange Esports take a clean 3-0 from the get-go.
Yep, first blood bounty already achieved, but here comes Formace. He's gonna be starting with the Electro. Final blow, giving the kill over to Moonside. Sees Born, says hello, decides, you know what? This might not actually be that bad. With split, that gives me more targets to heal off of. And what are you gonna do? Pull me back? I don't mind. Eye for an eye. And just means that Paquito is going to secure the first turtle of the game for Orange.
Yeah, Moon is gonna try and salvage his way. He's got the Darkening, but Born finally forces the Flicker, so that's not gonna be the overcommitment coming from TODAK, as Orange Esports, they are gonna respect this, Gary. He's gonna make a run for it. He goes for a KO punch. Can he escape? Yes, he will. This is gonna be A-okay. Formace, however, gonna be buying a little bit more time. Heals coming from Moon. He is gonna get caught out, but he doesn't have mana, and Orange Esports, they don't exactly want to over-exert this fight.
Yep, now look at how balanced this is. Now, oh wait, Momo, can he get the shot residue? He get the shot residue just in time, and even Mon sees the Black Dragon form and is like, yeah, I'm not gonna waste the real world manipulation for this.
Yeah, well done coming in from Valens winning his 2-0. He's got his revenge. Game 1, he had a very, very rough time, and this time he's able to make up for it this game.
This lane is free for Valens, especially since he's getting all the support, all the aid from Orange Esports. They're going to be playing off of how strong he is in the early game to start taking down these stars. Look, he's just farming that energy shield.
He's just farming very, very efficiently. And Yums here is going to try and deny him that, but there's only so much this Estes can actually do. Ajik Tusu reviewed himself, but he hasn't been able to assert dominance. He needs to snowball his way through. He reversed the position, but you can see Min, he can actually catch him off. Is he going to pull him? And here he comes, and he's going to get focused down. That's going to be Orange Esports taking him around. Moon will try and salvage the situation. Valens manages to get out of there, but the Real Evolution traps them all at bay, and Gary slowly chips them apart with his Paquito. Can he get the triple? And yes, he will. That's going to be triple kill for Gary.
Huge coming out of Orange Esports. They understand how to play, and more importantly so, Valens able to keep away from Momo since he doesn't have that Petrify to stop him from the corrosive strike. Formace just a little late to the fight overall. Good job from Born, making sure that he maintains priority of the lane, especially at this crucial time.
Oh my goodness. This is a very, very rough game coming from TODAK once again. GEEK. Oh, not having a good time at all.
Wow, look at this. Instantly, Orange Esports goes one step ahead. Instead of breaking tier 1, he wants to farm off of that top side. He wants to keep punishing and harassing Momo for as long as possible. Fatal Link's already through. Another kill for Valens, but GEEK too strong. He's in the middle of that fight. He sees 2, but Gary is going to zone out Moon first, and GEEK is left all without some help. Yums is here to top him off. He drops down the well. He's hoping for the best. The top up is not enough, and OE will chase down Yums until the very end. Gary secures the kill.
Oh, the amount of dive potential coming from Orange Esports. TODAK cannot out-heal that at all. Even with the favor coming for SS, it's just not enough. They need GEEK to be a little bit harder, and currently he's just struggling. Momo now gonna try and deny the orange buff away, but he won't get the kill onto Gary's greed, so that's a little bit of redemption coming from him.
Now let's remember, the early game was never in TODAK's favor to begin with. They have to scale for the later stages of the game because of so much early game damage when it comes down to Valens as well as Paquito. They are playing off their win cons, and it's great for Orange Esports, but they need a bigger lead. They only have 2K 5 minutes in the game despite being 5 kills ahead of TODAK.
Agreed. Somehow TODAK, they're trading okay-ish, but Yums now, he's gonna have a little bit more kills coming in before a couple more fights. Formace is gonna try and make much space as he can. However, a big item pickup coming from Valens, a Blade of Despair up on him, and that means he's gonna hurt really, really hard if TODAK gets a little bit overzealous.
Yep, and this is great. TODAK is able to actually get a turret off of the top side, so Valens, his entire plan trying to greed out onto Formace ended up costing them to lose a tier 1. Formace is able to match the push coming in from Gary, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save the turret. Now it's going to be a 1v1. Formace already has the lead. First knock-up strike. Gary's waiting for it. Although it's not looking good for Gary. There's no way he can run, but Formace decides to give up the chase. He knows that the KO strike is going to come back up, and Gary's already 2 charges. Well, that's going to be 1, and there's nothing left. Eye for it. Eye as well, and then he's giving over the kill to Yums. Formace plays the 1v1 perfectly.
Nicely done coming from TODAK. This is the space that they need considering how much they have lost from early stage. However, little do they know, despite they win this bottom side, Valens has been secretly farming on the top side, and he's just slowly but surely getting far in hit, and now he's going to try and regroup here and try and set things up for the team. Formace once again going to pressure on towards the glue again, but looks like he's gonna back off. He's just all out of steam right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's level 10. He's the highest level of the group so far, and he's also got a Brute Force Breastplate on top of making sure he has a Bloodlust Axe for the extra sustainability. Right now, nobody has well, except for Born. I think that's the only person who actually has a... Oh no, even Min does have the Dominance Ice, so he might not be able to sustain against bigger team fights.
Agreed, but as of yet, Moon looking for a setup. He goes for a ducking.
Oh!
The issue, he pops one time, but sets up a Brilliance as well. Valens gonna be chunked up pretty low. He won't trade his life. However, there's no fallout from TODAK to actually kill him off, so that is gonna be him wasting his life for nothing, engaging a fight. And Orange Esports, they almost get out scot-free. Born is still alive, but looks like they still want to go for the fight as well. Formace going for the final. He's finally diving in, but where is the damage? There's no damage whatsoever. OE, they're gonna be able to survive this. Formace, he's taking too much damage, but still, once again, they're latching on, they're holding on, they're banging on the fact that Estes is going to be able to overwhelm them, but looks like it's just not worth it. But Formace,
he almost got it. No, he didn't want to go and greed out for the kill. It would have been cool if he did, but now he's going to be giving over that kill over to Gary. Gary's playing a really hot game today.
My goodness, fantastic stalemate coming from Orange Esports, and now TODAK, he is going to be popping up as well. He won't be going to trade off, and Valens, he won't chunk them down low enough before sacrificing his life, and TODAK, they lose 3, and Yums is going to be next. Yums is just stranded. He heals himself all by himself, but there's no one to save his life.
Oh boy, this is not looking good for TODAK so far, but in terms of the goal lead, still 2.4, very marginal despite how many kills were given over to Orange Esports. But notice that the tier 2 on the top side is about to fall, so TODAK still are able to get objectives despite giving over 3 to 4 kills.
Yep, and as of now, you can see they are going to be pressuring the mid lane. TODAK TODAK, they are going to try and defend this as much as they can. RSG is only level 12. Can they get the kill on those Min? Min is dropping really low, but if they commit to this, Min is going to go for the Fatal Link setup, and Valence is going to get free hits all the way through.
Yeah, Formaze definitely can proxy one of these waves. Born won't really be able to do much about it, especially when you have the Electo final blow. It's not that bad, but mid tier 1 is really important for TODAK, and that's why they're putting all their resources here to clear up that wave. Real world manipulation. Momo is in great position, goes into the Black Dragon form. Yums keeps RSG topped up. He gets into the middle of the fight. Does he find the Petrify? No! Fatal Links instead. Momo's in trouble, but RSG goes straight with Formaze for the backline, taking out 3, and TODAK have turned this around. Born is on the run. A little too soon, too late.
That was huge coming in from Formaze as well as Momo, but no, it's not over yet. Jerry tracks them down pretty low, but the heals coming from Yus, keeping them alive to sustain it all. So a big play coming from Momo to set things up, but Formaze is looking to counter the situation, and Born, he's down to his last health, his last HP. Can he survive? And yes, no, he will not. The execute comes in, takes him out, and this is where TODAK bounces back.
This is a beautiful setup here. Now, Orange Esports ended up overextending and pulling the trigger way too early on RSG, especially when you have an Estes right next to them. The man's gonna stay healthy.
Ooh, this is gonna be a tough one here. Orange Esports, they cannot overcommit a little bit more. They've got the damage, they can fight. They know TODAK is pretty weak, but slowly but surely, this Estes is starting to heal a little bit too much, and that is gonna be the new priority from Orange Esports. And can they actually kill Yums in time? That's going to be my question.
Well, I think the main... Well, let's have a look. You know, Yums, he is building Radiant Armor. He knows that he's getting hard targeted by Mon half the time. He's also got extra items. I'm not sure what he's going to build next, to be fair. Anti-Cuirass, maybe, I suppose?
Yeah, he's definitely... He went for a value Dreadnought armor. I feel like he's looking to go for the Enchanted Talisman, maybe, or even...
Because he's got like a bit of both.
Trunken, yeah.
Oh, the Winter... Actually, that's a good call. Yeah, Winter Trunken just get purchased by Yums, and that's going to buy the extra bit of time that TODAK needs. Speaking of which, despite the fact that it's 14-10, TODAK now have a slight 391 lead.
Very, very tough call, but Min looking for the place. RSG Tusuk has the size here. He's looking to dive onto his Valence, and finally, he does have a little bit lead over Valence, who's currently level 12. So TODAK, well, a little bit more comfortable than compared to 6 minutes ago, where they just completely butchered. And RSG now going to be setting up another fight as well to try and come back for this, while Formaze is pushing and pressuring and making space. And look like here comes the Black Dragon. They are looking for a fight. They don't want Born. Min is going to try and isolate the fight as well. Valence gets chained up and combo, but he's still going to be alive. Real Motivation keeps him alive, and there's going to be a freebie coming in. The heals coming in from Yus. He gets pulled to the tower, and he's going to get focused down, and that's going to be his downward. Winter Trunker is good, but it's not going to be enough as the Fatal Links completely double kill from Jerry as they turn in against RSG, and TODAK will lose 4 for that over aggression.
Gary, you absolute monster! Absolutely plays the situation perfectly, very patient with the KO punch, but most importantly is able to slow down the initial engagement, and straight away you see both Min and Born start separating and slowing down the fight, and they pull Yums out of position with a split. Beautifully played by Orange Esports. They need to be able to do this one more time to end this game. They've got the Luminous Lord, and Valence is going to take full advantage by trying to shove in that bot side, but now reset, get back into the fight. You got to escort this Lord.
Yep, Gary just popping off 2 games in a row. His Paquito has been completely stomping the competition, and I'm looking forward to see whether or not is he going to be able to get the big KO catch, because the Fatal Link setup from Min was so good, and considering how TODAK started the fight and put them in a very awkward position, you can see Yums was trying so hard to play catch up to make sure that Momo gets his heals, but because of that, he was completely punished for it.
Here's the issue. TODAK is trying to engage, even though their composition is good. Orange Esports is way better at stopping engagements than TODAK actually is, so whoever makes the first move will get punished.
Exactly, but now Min is a little bit awkward position. He does have the Fatal Link. Momo starts the fight. Formaze also going to be reconnected. A big knock-up as well, but it's not going to be enough as the rest of the team is not have enough damage. Valence finally gets finished off for Formaze as TODAK trying their best to fight this fight. They're completely ignoring the lore, but the heals coming from Yus will scare them off, and that's going to be TODAK fighting back. They almost lose an inhibitor, but RSG's one, they will lose 2 of their members.
Formaze comes up huge, managing to actually get that initial kill onto Valence before his torn apart memories actually came out in time. That would have taken out at least 2 members of TODAK before Yums was able to get the heal. So very nicely done, and this is why you take execute on Benedetta.
That's big as well. And for Momo to actually start off the fight like that, again, Orange Esports, they've gotta be a little bit more careful in this kind of situation. Because right now, the main damage dealer coming from Orange Esports is gonna be Gary and Valens. In either one gets taken off right from the get-go, things are not gonna be looking good for them.
No, let's also not forget that Mon is extremely relevant in these fights, right? That real world manipulation gets cancelled super early on. He doesn't have Flicker. It's on cooldown. Now he has it. So that does open up a lot more options for Orange Esports, especially since Momo is usually the spearhead that starts off this initiation. So Orange Esports, all they have to do, play it slow, play it very, very smart. They need Born to make sure he can cut the fight in half.
Okay, Formay is going to be scouted out, but do they see him? Yes, they will. Formay is going to be in some trouble. Can he escape? Because the rest of OE is going to be here. Man, going to try and slow things down. Formay is dropping a little bit too much. Revolution slows him in the back. Min looking for the chain stun as well. Here comes the Phelan. Does he pull back to the team? Yes, he will. And that's going to be Formay taking it out for free. Meanwhile, that's going to be happening as well. Morn looking to latch onto his members from TODAK to try and follow up for the next fight. However, TODAK will disengage.
Yep, Orange Esports making some really good decisions here. Right now, there's nothing to fight across the map. Formay, yes, he's hyper mobile, but when you have that many people dedicated towards him and they know with the help of Born covering that riverside, if TODAK decide to rotate to back him up, trying to get the reinforcements to save their boy, saving Private Ryan, it ain't gonna happen. Orange Esports will know about it.
Yep, now Lord is gonna be up for grabs here as well. Formay 10 seconds on the clock. They've got the damage. Gary is just spamming his way through. He's got the immortality, and I don't think TODAK wants to go in for the dive. They don't exactly have a strong front line to push in, and on top of it all, the lanes aren't exactly pushed out for the TODAK as they've lost pretty much all the inhibitors, and the only defending inhibitor up top is pretty much 1 HP away.
Yep, this is not a good situation for TODAK, but you know how they play these fights, right? It's very on condition.
Yes.
I think even for Orange Esports, they realize that, okay, this may not necessarily be as easy as it was earlier in the game. TODAK have scaled. We do see a Holy Crystal being purchased by Moon. He's got plenty of damage, right? If TODAK is able to drag out this fight long enough, Orange Esports, who are very ultimate cooldown dependent, will eventually lose the fight.
So basically, the moment Moon comes off online, he is going to be able to pop off, but is it too late now? Because the Lord is going to be knocking in. As you can see, Orange Esports Min is looking for the Fatal Link once again. Can they bait things out? Formay is going to try and stall this way through. Black Dragon has been expected to try and isolate the fight, but he's a little bit too low.
Valens!
Not going to be enough. Valens is going to be caught out. Ajik Tuso also looking to go in for the fight. He runs for his life. Ajik Tuso out of position. He finally dies, but Ajik now has to fight for TODAK's life, but the Lord is still knocking down as Orange Esports tries to salvage the situation, losing Valens, but the heals from Muse keeps them all alive, and TODAK somehow manages to defend for now.
Perfectly played by TODAK. They're sacrificing their jungler's life, but they managed to secure the kill onto Valens, and more importantly, take Orange Esports' overall ideals for the Lord away and to focus on that team fight. Beautiful attention grabbing from TODAK, and even Formay with the immortality pulls him back into a position where he can actually help defend.
Yeah, this is so smart as well. Like, as long as Valens die, Orange Esports is too afraid to actually go in for the siege. They don't have very, very good long range to actually poke against the siege, and that's just quite worrisome from them. But now, Born, is he going to be able to call out? Splitsway comes in, he's looking to try and catch Yules, but the rest of Orange Esports is in no position to fight this, but they will settle with the purple buff instead.
Yep, they'll take anything that they can at this stage of the game. I mean, every little advantage, despite the fact that you are looking at a 21-13 game, this should definitely be over for TODAK, but TODAK are still managing to pull back. Orange Esports, the brief moments where they lose focus of what they're supposed to do to win this entire game, that's when TODAK are able to bounce back.
Yeah, I like how TODAK has put so much emphasis on making sure that Valens doesn't have an easy free hit all the way through, and Orange Esports, they are a little bit, I would say, lost a little bit in the sense that they don't exactly understand that Valens is being targeted, whereas TODAK, they've got all the time in the world. As long as they've got Estes and Estes life, it's going to be okay. But Moon, however, looking to be caught up as well. Here comes the follow-up. Real Malaysia comes in, but the heals from Muse is going to keep him alive. He's sustaining his way through, but is he going to be survived? Fatal Link comes in, but momentarily, the setback from the Black Dragon from Momo stops them all in the track. Valens getting a couple free hits, but that is going to be Orange Esports shutting down 3 members from TODAK, and they get the wipe just like that as they split off the fight. And that is going to be TODAK losing out on members, and Formay is left completely alone in that fight at all.
There's no minions minions. There's no minions. Mid lane is the only way. 4Minutes has an opportunity. He has to clear this top side and run down towards mid and then somehow clear the bottom minions at the same time. It's all up to 4Minutes. He's going in with the Electro final blow to clear as many as possible. Real one manipulation come through. He pulls it, but it's too late. Orange Esports 2-0 TODAK in convincing fashion. Blood, sweat, and tears. What a game. GG. Well played for OE.
This is time to make way for the new winners because Orange Esports looking stronger than ever since Valence came back in this series, in this tournament. My goodness, what a way to close out this week, my friend.
The boys have done it and the caster's curse is back. GG, well played to OE. Let's check out their mic check.
Mati, sumpah.
Oh, lo, Lassi.
Ide. Ada gerak.
Bandai.
Awas kena bek. Kelak. Aku mati.
Karina Lassi. Nice. Aku kamu bela. Nanti tahu.
Tengok aku.
Kelak.
Yuzong jangan naga.
Gas ah. Aku nanti.
Gas.
Aku nanti.
Angkat.
Makan. Lepas. Go. Nice.
Jaga mid. Luna. Nice.
Dapat boleh. Mau tak aku.
Tadi. Yuzong bottom. Tak boleh pergi terlampau atas. Nanti dah flank dari kanan. So kita kena jaga dulu. So kawal area
dulu.
mid.
Control wheel.
Kawal area mid. Jangan bagi 4-match cut. Dia nak cut tu. Udah. Wait.
Kemenangan 2 berbalas kosong, 3 markah penuh dibawa pulang oleh pasukan Orange. Anda bersama saya Sid selaku stage host dan bersama pemenang kita pada hari ini iaitu Bond daripada pasukan Orange Esports. Sebelum kita memulakan interview session ni, Bond, saya nak ucapkan tahniah 2-0. Anda telah pun berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan. Alright. Apa perasaan Orange ataupun apa perasaan awak sekarang ni?
Hello. Saya rasa happy sebab dapat tewaskan antara tim yang terkuat di MPL 9.
Alright, secara jujurnya, adakah apabila korang masuk dekat stage ni, korang boleh mendapatkan kemenangan 2 berbalas kosong, langsung tak bagi satu kemenangan pun kepada pasukan TODAK?
Boleh.
Memang boleh predict?
Boleh.
Oh, okay, alright. Bercakap tentang predict, apa yang menyebabkan pasukan Orange boleh menang terhadap pasukan TODAK sebentar tadi?
Maybe kita orang punya draft kot. Thanks to coach kita orang, Paps. Dia telah banyak tunjukkan draft untuk meta sekarang ni.
Yap, tapi kalau kita melihat apa yang berlaku sebentar tadi, kebanyakan draft yang dimiliki oleh pasukan Orange sebenarnya dah menang pun lawan dengan pasukan TODAK. Alright, sebelum saya lepaskan untuk anda bersama-sama dengan pasukan Orange yang lain, ada apa-apa kata kepada penonton-penonton ataupun peminat-peminat pasukan Orange yang datang ke dalam venue pada hari ini?
Kepada fans kita orang, teruskan support kita orang. And thank you guys.
Alright, terima kasih diucapkan kepada Bond. Masih lagi rasa sangat-sangat happy. Alright, jadi wow, 2-0. Tapi kita akan serahkan kepada Lafel dan juga CP Godzilla untuk post-show segment.
Orange Esports mendominasi match yang ketiga sebentar tadi. Anda bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla dan juga analis kita Lafel. Orange Esports menang lawan TODAK. Saya rasa hari ini Orange Esports lebih makan vitamin C ya.
Ya, betul. Tapi yang paling penting dekat sini adalah mereka kena percaya pada diri.
Dengan harapan.
Keyakinan. Okey, dekat dalam game ni kita boleh tengok di mana pasukan Orange Esports. Mereka punya energi jauh lebih tinggi, tapi mereka punya playstyle betul-betul counter apa TODAK dah lakukan. Sebab TODAK langgar, TODAK pergi depan, TODAK kejar kill Orange Esports. Mereka dah tahu apa yang mereka cuba lakukan, jadi mereka counter balik. Game kedua sama macam game pertama. Momo masuk, 4Minutes masuk, okay you guys masuk, kita tangkap dan kita bunuh you balik.
Tapi memang nampak kelainan daripada Orange Esports tersendiri. Kalau kita tengok permainan mereka daripada minggu-minggu lepas, tapi minggu ini mereka ada tujuan. Tapi sekarang ni kita tengok item build untuk kedua-dua pasukan.
Sebelum tu, kita juga nak berbual pasal draft. Kerana kita boleh dengar di mana interview tadi, Borns ni cakap, oh kita menang sebab draft kot. Memang betul. Diorang menang disebabkan draft. Kita tengok pasukan TODAK dekat sini. Meta dah baru. Okay? Patch baru dah dikeluarkan. Kita nampak banyak perubahan daripada segi tank dan sebagainya. Dan pasukan TODAK, ini adalah draft yang famous untuk pasukan TODAK. Tapi ini adalah draft yang lama. Manakala kita tengok daripada pasukan Orange Esports, mereka innovate sedikit. Mereka membawa Atlas kat dalam game ni khas untuk counter Asters yang digunakan oleh Yums. Jadi, masalah dekat sini, mereka tak di-purify. Untuk sesiapa yang tak tahu, purify boleh cancelkan crowd control. Dan pasukan Orange Esports, mereka ada banyak crowd control kat sini. Gary gunakan pagi tu ada crowd control. Atlas dekat sini ada crowd control. Man yang menggunakan Eve. Banyak slow boleh dikeluarkan. So, pasukan TODAK, bila mereka kena tangkap, mereka tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa. Beberapa kali kita nampak, pasukan TODAK mereka harapkan Yums untuk healkan mereka balik. Tetapi bila Yums dah kena stun, Yums dah kena tarik, Yums diangkat, dia tak boleh nak keluarkan dia punya skill, dia tak boleh nak healkan pasukan dia dan TODAK just kalah team fight terus.
Jadi bila Lafel cakap draft yang ditunjukkan daripada TODAK adalah meta yang lama, adakah ini disebabkan mereka tidak adapt dengan new patch?
Kita boleh tengok sebenarnya patch baru ni, pada pendapat saya, agak besar. Sebab dia betul-betul tukar landscape penggunaan hero. Sebab sebelum ni, Assassin adalah pilihan yang sangat bagus. Sekarang ni, disebabkan perubahan item dan perubahan beberapa hero, hero-hero yang keras, mereka untung dengan sangat-sangat banyak. Dekat dalam game ni, pasukan Orange Esports, mereka menang draft. Tapi kalau kita tengok dekat highlight kejap lagi selepas kita punya post-game stats, mereka punya pergerakan sangat-sangat impresif. Lagi-lagi Gary yang menggunakan Pakito dekat sini, damage sangat-sangat besar.
Kita saksikan post-game stats untuk match yang ketiga.
Ya, dekat sini kita tengok untuk Orange Esports. Seperti yang saya cakap tadi, Gary menunjukkan prestasi yang sangat besar. Rich Guy dan juga the carry dekat sini, 89,000 damage yang dia berjaya untuk keluarkan. Dan kita tengok pasukan TODAK, sesiapa saja yang pergi pada bahagian hadapan, dia akan mati. Moon cuba untuk keluarkan damage besar. Tiba-tiba Gary ada kat situ. Gary gunakan dia punya heavy left punch, jab, knock-up strike. Tak ada apa-apa yang Moon boleh lakukan. Dan untuk pasukan TODAK, kalau kita tengok, Formace keluarkan damage banyak, 61,000. Tetapi, ini kenapa Benedetta dah jarang digunakan? Disebabkan damage tak cukup. Walaupun damage kat sini besar, tapi dia tak boleh nak bunuh sesiapa.
Ya, actually Aisyah nak persoalkan juga pengeluaran Benedetta sebentar tadi. Sebab bila once Benedetta dikeluarkan, sebenarnya saya tengok caster English tadi, wow tadi. And saya harapkan ada impact yang sangat besar daripada hero ini. Tapi dia sebaliknya.
Ya, Formace sebelum ni dia terkenal. Masa dia rookie, dia berjaya untuk dapatkan Rookie of the Season disebabkan dia punya penggunaan Benedetta sangat-sangat amazing, sangat-sangat kuat. Tetapi dekat dalam patch kali ni, berkali-kali kita tengok Benedetta lama-lama dilupakan disebabkan dia sangat-sangat laju. Susah untuk tangkap dia. Tetapi damage dia sekarang tak cukup untuk membunuh. Dia boleh keluarkan damage yang besar sebab AoE dia besar dan sebagainya. Tetapi nak habiskan HP terakhir tu, itu yang susah. Dekat dalam game tadi, kita boleh tengok di mana Formace cuba untuk bunuh Man. Man dah tak ada HP dah. Tapi Man still survive. Menunjukkan Benedetta sebenarnya dah tak damage sangat.
Oh no. Tapi apa-apa pun Aisyah yakin ini adalah sweet moment untuk Orange Esports tersendiri. Kita saksikan MVP untuk game sebentar tadi jatuh kepada Orange Esports Gary. Match KDA 9210, match KP 73%, manakala match GPM 776.
Ya, Gary again 2 kali berjaya untuk dapatkan MVP dan damage dealer yang paling besar. Dia berjaya untuk dapatkan goal yang paling tinggi. Dekat dalam game ni saya rasa saya nak tahu apa yang Gary sendiri fikirkan. Sebab saya rasa macam dia pun nervous juga lawan dengan pasukan TODAK. Tapi bila ada sesiapa saja kat bahagian depan, dia macam okay, I can try dapat kill, I try keluarkan damage sebanyak yang mungkin. And saya rasa dia pun terkejut dengan berapa banyak damage yang dia keluarkan. Sebab sekelip mata Moon mati.
Tapi kalau based on the shot calling, macam mic check yang ditunjukkan sebentar tadi, sebenarnya Orange Esports mendapatkan vaksin terlebih. Sebab mereka ada Gary, mereka ada Balance. Balance. Sebab tadi pun nampak Balance menaikkan semangat tu kumpulan nak bagi tahu apa yang perlu mereka buat.
Ya, dekat dalam game ni kita boleh tengok di mana Valence edition baru. Sebelum ni dia ada exam dan sebagainya. Tapi kalau kita tengok highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Samsung Galaxy A series, pergerakan Orange Esports, mereka disiplin dengan cara mereka tersendiri. Valence berjaya untuk menjaga dia punya lane sendiri. Dia berjaya untuk mendapatkan kill. Tetapi selepas tu, macam mana mereka gerakkan mereka punya team fight, mereka teratur. tengok Moon kat situ. HP dah ada, tiba-tiba HP dia hilang, dia cuba untuk dapatkan kill, tetapi tak berjaya sebab perbezaan besar Orange Esports dan juga TODAK. Orange Esports nampak teratur.
Ya,
TODAK dalam game ni nampak bersepah sikit.
Sorry. Dan satu lagi, kadang orang ataupun pasukan lawan mungkin mereka underestimate range yang boleh dikeluarkan daripada mana-mana orang yang menggunakan Brody. Dekat sini kita nampak bagaimana ada satu cubaan yang baik, ada satu cubaan untuk outplay pemain daripada pasukan TODAK, tetapi MVP kita pada hari ini iaitu Gary menunjukkan sebenarnya korang tak boleh nak lawan apa yang kita telah pun sampaikan kepada korang.
Ya, dekat dalam game ni seperti yang highlight sebelum tadi, Formage cuba untuk dapatkan kill. Man masih boleh melarikan diri. Dan perbezaan besar game TODAK kedua dan game TODAK pertama, Momo menggunakan marksman, dia menggunakan Claude, boleh keluarkan damage yang besar. Tapi dalam game ni kita boleh tengok di mana TODAK mereka yang start dulu, mereka yang engage, mereka yang nak dapatkan kill, tetapi Born menggunakan glue berjaya untuk dapatkan Yums bila dia dah kena stun, dia tak boleh nak keluarkan healing. Bila dia dah tak ada healing, Momo dah dekat depan, dia dah ambil banyak sangat damage, tak ada heal, dia mati. Pasukan TODAK, 2 orang dah tak ada, mereka terpaksa melarikan diri, tetapi Orange Esports lagi laju mengejar.
Yep, dan berkali-kali saya cakap, kalau bagi main hero yang boleh tangkap, sebenarnya itu antara satu penanda bagaimana pasukan Orange Esports mereka sangat-sangat kuat. Lagi-lagi saya percaya, Rafael pun dah sebut bagaimana pemain daripada pasukan TODAK langsung tak menggunakan spell Purify.
Jom kita saksikan perubahan di dalam kedudukan kumpulan di mana Orange Esports naik ke tangga tiga di grup A dengan 12 mata. Menunjukkan dia menjatuhkan Homeboys dan juga MLBB Esports.
Oh my god.
Orange Esports memang luar biasa.
I'm excited. Save cakap dulu.
Saya nak cakap satu je. Perbezaan point di antara pasukan Orange dan juga pasukan SUHAZ sebenarnya 1 point je.
This is the comeback of the century.
Yes.
Mereka nombor 5. Well, nombor 4, nombor 5 gitu, ganti tukar dengan Homeboys. Ramai orang sangka Orange mungkin tak lepas masuk playoff, but they made the impossible possible. Bukan setakat naik nombor 4, naik tempat ketiga. Wow,
jarak dia dengan nombor 2 adalah 1 point. Ini maksud kalau mereka kekalkan konsistensi macam ni, mereka menang 2-0, 2-0. Kita tak terkejut sebenarnya mereka boleh masuk upper bracket.
Daripada bawah sekali upper bracket. Wow.
Orang menuju puncak.
Out of the box, guys. Inilah permainan.
Okey, tak apa.
Janganlah kacau dia.
Okey, sorry.
Awak ni Sif.
Dia kacau, buat kerja.
Nanti kita pukul Sif pakai Atlas kita. Tarik dia.
Tapi apa?
Tak, saya nak cakap saya bangga dengan Orange tu je.
Saya pun. Saya selalu makan Orange. Jadi
Chinese New Year ke sekarang? Janganlah promo awal, tapi ya, dekat dalam game ni kita tengok macam mana pasukan TODAK sebenarnya mereka punya performance a little bit shaky. Sebab pasukan Orange, yes, mereka punya performance sangat-sangat kuat, sangat-sangat teratur. Tapi pasukan TODAK, kita boleh nampak mereka scattered. Setiap kali mereka melakukan team fight, ini bukan position yang kita selalu nampak mereka berada. Dekat dalam game pertama, nampak teratur sedikit di mana seperti ada seorang shot caller mereka follow. Game kedua, nampak macam tak tentu arah. Banyak orang dekat tempat-tempat yang berlainan.
Ya, lagi-lagi apabila game yang kedua, apabila dari segi pemilihan hero, ke-5 pemain daripada pasukan TODAK mereka memilih comfort hero. Berbeza sendiri daripada pasukan Atlas lah. Pasukan Orange, mereka set up mereka punya drafting berdasarkan apa yang mereka cuba nak lakukan, strategi yang mereka telah rancang seperti yang dikatakan oleh Bond sebentar tadi. Dia berterima kasih kepada Pups yang melakukan drafting sebentar tadi.
Ya, tapi kalau kita balik kepada game tadi, jom Aisyah nak bagi soalan yang tertera di atas transkrip ni.
Ya. Okay. Saya punya terbalik.
Antara Valence dengan Momo, siapa yang lagi menyelah daripada kedua-dua game tadi?
Berdasarkan 2-0 dekat sini, memang Valence perform dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Tetapi dia bagus dekat dalam game ni bukan disebabkan dia punya mekanik saja. Of course, mekanik dia sangat-sangat hebat. Tapi dia punya shot calling. Kita nampak dekat dalam mic check, dia beri arahan. Okay, kita flank dekat sini. Pusing belah atas, korang jaga belah bawah. I rasa dekat sini, Valence tunjukkan leadership yang sangat-sangat bagus.
Yes, which is di mana pasukan Orange sangat-sangat perlukan ketika daripada minggu yang pertama sehingga ke saat ini. Nampaknya mereka dah jumpa the missing puzzle yang sangat diperlukan oleh pasukan Orange. Bahkan sekarang ni mereka berada di tangga yang ketiga dan tak mustahil mereka akan masuk ke upper bracket.
So, memang betul kejutan yang dibuat daripada Orange Esports, mereka telah naik ke tangga yang ketiga. Tapi kita nak saksikan jadual pada minggu hadapan. Di mana jadual minggu depan, MAB akan berlawan dengan TODAK, SMG akan berlawan dengan Kerakau.
Ya, dan dekat sini antara benda yang menarik, kalau tidak silap saya, minggu depan kita ada jadual yang baru. Kita akan start lambat sedikit sebab kita nak prepare untuk Ramadan.
Yes, maksud Rafael lambat sikit game yang kedua. Game pertama masih lagi pukul 3.30.
3.30.
Ya.
Saya akan check level lah.
Ya.
Okey.
Game yang kedua kita akan start pukul 8.45. Janganlah terkejut. Takut orang terkejut.
Ya. Takut orang tengok macam, saya nak tengok sambil buka. Tapi kita cakap ini, awak bukalah dulu. Nanti tengok lagi kemudian.
Ataupun buka awal.
Jangan.
Jangan dengar cakap safe.
Alright guys, jom kita move on kepada MPL Predictor. Dengan menggunakan hashtag MPL Predictor, 3 orang pemenang telah pun dipilih. Muhammad Khairi, Khairul, Mizra, Abdul Manaf dan juga IO Shadow. Tanya kepada anda bertiga kerana involved dengan apa yang dilakukan oleh MLBB di MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9.
Mereka mesti rasa bangga. Macam, tak, I percaya Orange boleh menang. Orange boleh menang. Dan disebabkan itulah, you guys memang deserve. True Orange fans.
Yes, true. Mungkin AI terus guna nama Glamour untuk pastikan nama dia boleh disebut. Dan apabila dia predict pasukan Orange menang, dia terus menang. Bukan je Orange menang, dia pun menang.
Sebab tu dia AI Orange Shadow sebenarnya. Tapi tak tahulah O ke D ke tak, tapi sama-samalah. Same but different.
Jadi kita dah saksikan ketiga-tiga match yang berlaku pada hari ini. Jadi kita jumpa anda pada minggu hadapan untuk lebih kejutan. Selamat menyambut Ramadan kepada Muslim. Assalamualaikum.
I'm a rock star. Yeah. Hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa.